Upper Vice Chairman of the Board of Commissioners. So I'm going to step out of the room, and when we do that one, and Vice Chairman Boucher will lead that. And I'd like to move it up to the first grant for consideration, so that we can just take care of that one as a discrete item, and then I can come back in and do the rest. So moving D up to A, the gist of it. Does anybody else have, well, I guess a couple. Minute. Okay. Director Anderson has a second. Okay. All those in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next up is review and approve the minutes from May 17th and 18th. And I know Director Sakata, you had a correction?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry I wasn't able to get this to you in advance. Got a little behind on the reading. I believe on the approval of the minutes for the previous meeting, I had just brought up some corrections, but I believe that Director, let me see if I can find my notes, sorry. An approval of the March 15th and 16th board meeting minutes. I believe Director Brody moved and Director Vasquez seconded. So if you could make that correction. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Approving the minutes, say aye. And opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Next, we have approve and or remove consent agenda items. We've got statements of opposition for the stream and lake protection section, for the Halo Ranch application and the Tabernash Meadows Water and Sanitation District application. And we have WSRF grant applications in the basins and a change of fiscal agent for the Clear Creek Whitewater Park. Were there any, anybody want to remove any of those items from the consent agenda? Mr. Combs? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Just informational item, we've got board meetings coming up in Salida, September 20th and 21st. And then we'll be somewhere in the Denver area, November 15th and 16th. And I think we'll be hearing from Viola soon about the Salida lodging and that kind of stuff, because we're trying to stay ahead of the space and accommodations. Okay, next up is director's reports. So we will start with Director Gibbs for the DNR. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Before we dive into that agenda item, I wondered if there's anything more we needed to cover on agenda item 1 regarding, were you going to give any discussion on the process?
So I think Director Gibbs and I talked about that this morning.
Okay.
So a couple things. We thought that Wendy Padilla would be here this morning to be part of that conversation. She won't be here till lunchtime probably. What we decided to do is when Dan's giving his report here, he's going to in part talk about the whole executive director selection process to date and what we see going forward. And I was going to chime in as needed. No, not at all. Are you comfortable with that? Okay, all right.
Mr. Chairman, hey, it's great to be here in Crested Butte and Gunnison County. And, you know, I lived as a kid in Gunnison and went to Western State. And I was just thinking, I went for a little jog this morning and you think about all the different jobs people had, in their college years. I like to think of the fun ones, like, working at Wilderness Pursuits as an outdoor adventure guide and stuff. But I also had some other unique jobs that kind of shaped who I am a little bit today. And they just occurred like a few feet from here. And one job, and Jonathan, you may know, or Laura may remember, but they used to have the Manor Lodge. It was torn down some years ago, but it's a parking lot now in back of the Grand Lodge. And I did house cleaning there. And to this day, like, in a resort area, when people visit, they don't leave the rooms all that nice. And so, when I go to hotels now, I like make the bed. I'm like, make sure everything's clean before I leave and stuff. And then another job I had, and of course I did these to get, ski passes at the mountain. But I was Bubba the Bear. I was the mascot for the ski resort, and I was the first ever telemark skier, Bubba the Bear. So if anyone knows telemark skiing, you're kind of doing lunges down the mountain. So I had this like huge like bear outfit I was wearing. So every time I lunged down, the whole like top head part like shifted down, and I was like discombobulated. But anyways, I have a lot of roots in this area, and I just it's just really, really fun to be, in the Crested Butte, Gunnison area. And yeah, really glad to be here. And especially I want to thank Viola for, really in the last 2 weeks, figuring out kind of an alternative for the meeting, and the fact you found this lovely place. Let's give her a round of applause. It's just amazing. A few other updates for me, and or so I had an opportunity to go on the Yampa River Awareness Trip. Some of you are familiar with that trip. I know Kevin, you went last year, and Becky Mitchell went. Many of you have gone in the past. Jackie, you go almost every year, I believe, in most years. And it was so special for me to be on that trip. This was literally the first time, I think, almost like forever, that I've been not accessible on a cell phone, but to be there for the moment, to just understand the significance of that particular section of what it means to the Colorado River system, and have a free-flowing river, and the history of the conservation movement too, in many ways, with Echo Park, and just be with a spectacular group of people. It was really profound, to say the least. So I was grateful to be a part of that. So I'm grateful for American Rivers and Friends of the Yampa, and other partners that were a part of that. We're part of a busy time of year. I've been traveling all over the state, to say the least, nonstop. But our team has also been working. A lot of people think after the legislative session, it's kind of like, hey, you can breathe a little bit. Well, that's not always the case, because then the budget season and trying to figure out the legislative package and so forth really kick into high gear. So I want to give a real special thank you to my ledge team and budget team, in particular the budget team with Carly Jacobs, but my budget director, Jarrett Ellis, Cameron Bellamy, Amy Kaufberger. They've been pulling a lot of really late hours to put together the budget that had to be submitted just a couple of days ago on Monday. And so we got that in, and I'm really happy. I can't share with everyone exactly what's in that quite yet, but once we get some more direction from the governor's office, and we figure out what's been approved and so forth, we'll definitely share that with everyone. And but I'm very optimistic we'll have a great year for the budget for the Department of Natural Resources. Also, I want to give a shout out to Amy Ostick. It's her birthday, so let's give Amy a round of applause for her birthday. Happy birthday. So the state has been helping to facilitate these infrastructure summits as a result of the infrastructure bill and the IRA bill. Colorado is eligible for a lot of federal funds. So our team has been participating in meetings all throughout the state of Colorado. And we've had meetings so far in Denver, Greeley, Canyon City, Woodland Park, Burlington, Ridgeway, Durango, Alamosa, Breckenridge, I think was either yesterday or today. and Rifle, and there's more planned to be engaged with Southern Ute and Mountain Ute tribes. And this is just a great opportunity for state officials to work with local communities, work with local governments to share, what is possible for, federal grants. So I'm glad that our team has been really engaged with that. Right after the legislative session, our team at the DNR, we decided to have some fun. And so we had our first ever DNR picnic, I think first ever. And so we had that out at Chatfield Reservoir, and it was really wonderful for folks that were able to attend. And the DNR, as you all know, it's a large organization. So I think logistically, it's something that we were like, can we pull this off or not? But it worked out extremely well. And I'm just grateful for everyone that was able to be there. Folks brought kids and their significant others and family members and so forth. So that was really cool. And to be there at Chatfield was significant as well. I think you all may know or may not know that Chatfield reallocation project was filled for the first time on May 19th. So this has been about 25 years in the making of this. It's really amazing. There's been so many partners involved, and the work of CDBCB, CPW, DWR, and all staff to work on this project is huge. And Kevin, I remember during that picnic, right, because we had a bill signing too, Kevin was like, hey, should we mention this, and it wasn't part of the talking points for the governor, but it was very significant to be there and to have that filled up too. So pretty cool, right, Rob? Yeah. But thank you to everyone working together. That's just like a great example of agencies like really collaborating. It's just really great to see. A few staffing updates I want to share with you all. Our Colorado River Commissioner, Becky Mitchell, was formally appointed. And so she took on that role on July 5th. And also thank you, Lauren, for stepping up to be the interim director as well. And Becky has really, hit the ground running. We had a meeting with Colorado River District board yesterday, and that was really kind of a first kickoff of many meetings that she's planning on having, that she's going to be working on all throughout the state of Colorado to really share with folks, the work that she's doing on behalf of the state of Colorado. And along with that, we are also, we're expecting to post, you all may remember that a part of Becky's position of elevating this role, we're also creating a team of staff around her. So 14 people that will work in a variety of different capacities. And in the very near future, we're going to be posting the Colorado River Communications Specialist position. So that's really important. So we'll make sure we get that out to you all. Maybe you can send it out to your networks. We're also really happy to have our new tribal liaison that started, Stacy Coleman. This position has been in the works for a few years now, and she previously worked for the Department of Justice in their environmental enforcement section. She worked there for about 15 years, and she really has just an amazing background, and she's really glad to have her on staff. And then also I offered the job of Assistant Director of our Parks, Lands, and Wildlife to Tim Brass. Tim is, he previously worked for Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, and he'll be starting on July 31st. And then also we hired our wildlife policy analyst that's really housed within Parks and Wildlife, but it's Sarah Hamming, and she is the wildlife policy analyst for Parks and Wildlife. And so she'll bring kind of a partnership that's needed between the DNR and CPW. She'll also be helping with items at the Capitol as well. So I don't know, Rob, if you've met Sarah yet, but but I'm sure you'll meet her soon. She only started just a couple of weeks ago. Yeah. And then also, I just want to go over the CDBCB hiring process too that we just kind of spoke of earlier. So tomorrow, Thursday afternoon, we'll be going into executive session to interview candidates for the executive director position for CDBCB. Danielle Worley will also be here. She's our DNR HR specialist to assist with the interviews, and also Wendy Padilla, who's my chief operating officer, who's also oversees the HR department. She'll be here just in a few hours too, actually. But just go over the process. Last month, we posted the position. We had 9 candidates that met the minimum qualifications. A subject matter expert team then completed a numeric comparative analysis, which consisted of reviewing and ranking the candidates based on the required competencies, preferred qualifications, depth and breadth, and experience of overall fit for the position. And then me, along with the chair, Director Felt, reviewed the top 6 candidate application materials and selected the top 3 finalists to proceed for the interview phase. Also want to thank to the board members that also participated in that part too, that wanted to rank everyone as well. So based on that, then tomorrow we'll interview 3 candidates and we'll identify the board's top preferred candidate. Then I'll conduct the final interviews with the top candidates. And then the board will then identify the top candidate and post the candidate's name for 2 weeks. So that's something that's really kind of strange, I'd say, but it's very common in especially higher education where you have top candidates that have to be, posted for a couple weeks. So I want to really express my appreciation for the collaboration that's exists with this board and me during this process, and look forward to these interviews that we have tomorrow. I don't know, Greg, you have anything to add?
Your experts that helped narrow this down. Their input was really helpful, I thought. Everybody on our board had the opportunity to do that, but I think there were 4 directors, Brown and Brody and Vasquez and Sakata, that really dove into that. I guess the other thing would pertain to the questions for the interview. Similarly, we reached out to the board and said, please send in questions that you might want to have in the queue for the interviews tomorrow. Director Sakata did his usual over the top deliverables there, which was excellent. I think he had 12 questions, and I added maybe half a dozen more. So Wendy, I think, has those and is pulling that together. I don't think she sent them out. I haven't seen it. So later today, maybe at lunch or something, once we have that list, I planned, and this goes for Director Brody and Boucher too, that I'll reach out to everybody and just see, hey, what question would you like to ask? Because we'd like to sort of make sure everybody's part of that conversation. And so we'll get that figured out in a organic way before the interviews. And then I guess the other thing, Director Gibbs, is we have yet to set a date
Wendy's take on that, but it may be a virtual meeting or something like that. I'm not that out, but
yeah. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Also, I want to add that it's very, very important. I think we recognize that. Well, I want to remind everyone that this is a confidential process, even though I'm talking on the mic about what the process is, but the individuals is confidential. So please keep the names of folks when we're interviewing tomorrow. Keep that to yourself, because we want to respect that process and the confidentiality of those individuals right now. So. Well, I'm going to go over other items,
Okay.
but.
Well, are there any questions on process from the board? Hoop and everyone's help.
Wendy Padilla will be here in a few hours too. So if anyone has any side conversations, I think that's appropriate individually. Dates I have, as some of you know, I'm on the National Wildfire Commission, so we've been really busy with that. I was in Maryland, a training center in Emmitsburg, and that was a 3-day full intense meeting where we're really working hard to look at what policy recommendations we can bring to Congress on really tipping the needle on wildfire mitigation and preparedness nationally, on recognizing what's going well, what's not going well, how do we bring in additional partners, what can we do differently. And so we have a variety of different subcommittees. I've been the chair of the Landscapes Committee, which has been really exciting, but we also have a technology committee, we have a communities committee, we have a funding committee. There's a lot of different committees, and we are scheduled to come up with our final recommendations for the president and Congress this fall. So we've been very busy with that, and I wish I could share with you more details, but I think it'll be a meaningful report that I hope that members of Congress will take seriously and turn that into some federal legislation. And then let me move to my IBCC updates. Our last meeting we met, it was June 8th. We met in Glenwood Springs. It was a very productive meeting. We had some great updates. Kelly Romero-Heaney gave us updates on this past legislative session and kind of bills that impact the DNR and water and CWCB. We also talked about the new Colorado River positions for CWCB, talked about the stream restoration bill, as well as Senate Bill 295, the drought task force, and kind of opportunities that IBCC can have along with all that. We also had a really great update by CWCB Section Chief Amy Osick, who provided update on Colorado River issues. So thanks, Amy. I thought that was really meaningful. And I think you even said we had a lot of great, cross conversations as a result of that. We also discussed CBCB's demand management flexibility investigation. It was very productive. And right now we are working on developing the agenda and what's next for our we're going to do another C9 summit that we had a few years ago. So we're working on that. So Lisa Darling is kind of a lead on that, along with Ken Brenner. So we are working on that for next steps. So with that, I think that's it for me. And I'll be here all day tomorrow, all day today and tomorrow too. So if there's any follow-up questions.
Awesome. Thank you. Are there questions for Director Gibbs?
Director Gibbs, just the feedback, at least from the South Platte representatives and others I heard, they really appreciated the IBCC meeting. They really thought that that's what they're designed for, to have some hard conversations and to have the discussions and open things up. So thanks for doing that. And I think that's a great start to even making that process even more valuable going forward.
I came over from the Arkansas for the IBCC and then virtually, I gotta say, but also I think it was a very direct talk in a positive way, and I think it helped affirm some ideas about next steps for some of the. We're trying to direct some of our challenging situations in a positive way. So I thought it was a really good meeting, Dan. Is our CWCB Interim Executive Director's Report. Lauren Riss.
Okay, excellent. Okay. Thank you all, and thank you, Viola, again. You're a scheduling saint for putting this together on such short notice with our location change. We all really appreciate it. And thank you to Dan and to you all for giving me the opportunity to serve in this interim capacity. It's really an honor, and I appreciate it. For those of you that don't know, some of the staff and I stopped in Gunnison last night for dinner and had a nice staff dinner, which we don't do enough of that sort of thing. But like the mom I am, I made everyone go around the table and say what they liked best about working for CWCB. Actually, that's not how I phrased it. I said, why is CWCB the best agency? But the point being, we have a really great staff. I know you guys know that, but they really love working for the agency, even if I skew their answers by making them say why. But I just am really proud of you all and thank you all for your work every day. And I think those of us sitting at the table don't see everything that you do all the time, Anna Moss. But you all make the agency run, so thank you. Yeah. And I was going to embarrass Amy too, but Dan already did that. So happy birthday, Amy. A couple of staffing updates. We do have some new staff joining us. New for the water supply planning team is Emily Adrid, who's our new water planning and climate impact specialist. She's going to be helping lead the water availability task force and supporting our climate resilient work that's identified in the water plan. And coincidentally, also comes from the same graduate program that I did at the University of Michigan. So I'm sure she will be a high performer. I know, go blue. Goes without saying. So we're happy to have her. We do have some retirements also taking place shortly. I want to express our gratitude to Steve Scholl, who's CWCB's accountant, and Tina Hetzel, who's CWCB's budget analyst. Each of them have served 22 years at the CWCB, which is amazing. And we're, yeah, round of applause for Steve. Yeah, really grateful for the contributions they've made to the agency. Steve's last day is going to be July 31st, so coming up soon, and Tina's last day is going to be August 11th. And Anna is busy working to fill those positions as soon as we can because they're really critical to the operations of the agency. I wanted to tick through a couple of the items that are printed in the director's report. As usual, we have a lot going on and people are just crazy busy. But a few of the top line items I wanted to mention, we did have the Drought Summit that was held on May 31st and June 1st. I think a number of you were there. It was really well attended. We had over 275 people and registration was free. So we were able to, you know, kind of cast a wider net and I think reach some people that don't usually attend some of our events. Some of the panels were, I think, particularly impactful. And that ticks off one of our water plan actions, 1.7 already. Recordings are available at engagecwcb.org if you missed it. We also held the second meeting of the Governor's Urban Landscape Conservation Task Force in Salida on June 27th. Were you able to go to that, Chairman Felt? No? Okay. But that was also a really great event that was highlighted in the water plan as an action to complete. This is the task force that will be identifying turf replacement options that support transformative landscape change. That meeting is also available as a recording on our YouTube channel as well. Speaking of landscape change, our turf replacement program has been up and running since January of this year and has been tremendously popular. July 1st marked the opening of the second and final application period for the program. You'll recall a couple of years ago, we got $2 million of general fund to stand up this program really as a pilot to see you know, what we could accomplish with a small amount of funding in a short amount of time. We're accepting applications until August 31st, and due to the limited remaining funding, this round is expected to be quite competitive. If you or any of your folks have questions, you can contact Jenna Batson for questions on our staff related to application to the program or any other questions that you might have. I'm going to cover just a high-level Colorado River updates as it pertains to CWCB staff, and I know Amy's going to be talking about this later in the agenda. But in June, the Department of the Interior announced a formal process to develop future Lake Powell and Lake Mead operating guidelines. We've been talking about this in the past board meetings. The new guidelines will replace the 2007 Colorado River interim guidelines. We call them the 07 guidelines. And these govern the reservoir operations through 2026. The formal process to initiate an environmental impact statement was announced through a notice of intent in the Federal Register. And the next steps will include public input, followed by the development of alternatives that's required through NEPA, the National Environmental Protection Act. The notice of intent will be available for public comment until August 15th. And again, we'll hear more about that. Our flood section, our staff in conjunction with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers are assisting in delivering 4 floodplain management workshops around the state. These are geared towards emerging professionals, and the workshops are being conducted in Denver, Colorado Springs, Grand Junction, and Alamosa. So if anybody has any questions about that, feel free to reach out to Kevin Hauk. The American Water Resources Association Conference is going to take place in Denver this year from July 17th through 19th. So today's the last day. And the theme for this year's conference is connecting land and water for healthy communities. And our staff was selected to present our fluvial hazard zone mapping program within the session titled Maximizing Water Resources through Integrating a Multi-Benefit Approach to Land Use Planning. So that's really an honor, and I think just highlights the importance of the work that Kevin's section does. The snowpack situation and the crazy weather we've had this spring and early summer, the 2022-23 snowpack accumulation has resulted in higher than average snowpack across the entire western slope of the state, which is amazing. Readings in the Southwest Basin have been higher than most folks can remember. I'm sure we'll talk more about this in our Basin Director's report, but 183% as of May. It's crazy. And very high readings also in the Gunnison, 168% in the Yampa, 139% of average. And elevated readings in all the other watersheds, with the exception of the Arkansas. Very great. Seeing some issues with runoff, and that started as early as the second week of April, when an unusually strong warm front passed through the state and large amounts of low elevation snowfall still remained on the ground. So that warm spell lasted about 3 to 4 days and resulted in daily records being set all around the state, including the earliest historical reading of 85 degrees in Denver 2 days in a row, which set the record high by over 5 degrees each day. We had isolated flooding problems that occurred in many areas of western Colorado, with the most visible being in the town of Dolores and along Dry Creek in the town of Hayden. The precipitation during the months of May and June were record-setting in many areas. Certain areas of the urban corridor between Denver and Colorado Springs experienced 20 inches of rain in these 2 months, which is more than the annual average. So pretty incredible. Denver experienced its wettest June on record, with 6.1 inches recorded at the official measurement station at the airport. In many areas throughout the Eastern Plains, especially the northern half, also experienced well above average rainfall. Many of the tributaries leading to both the South Platte and the Arkansas rivers saw their highest stream flows in 19 years, with the result being that both the South Platte and the Arkansas carried extended flood warnings the last several days. We also saw a lot of severe weather throughout June, well-publicized events at Red Rocks with crazy hail, and a tornado that hit my neighborhood and my house specifically, which caused a lot of interesting landscape damage and some trampoline hazards. As some of you have heard my story, I have some pretty funny pictures. But thankfully there was really limited structural damage, but just a crazy spring that we've had. Our CWCB flood staff are assisting the Colorado Office of Emergency Management in pursuing a presidential flood disaster declaration for some of these multiple flooding events that we've seen through June. If this declaration is issued, it will open up federal funding for communities that were affected by these events. I think it's pretty rare, and it would be a pretty unusual situation if we were actually granted the presidential declaration, but we're working with our sister agency to pursue that, just in case that's an opportunity. Quick update on wildfire ready watersheds. Chris Sturm is forever busy making good on the work that's coming out of this program. Our priority area alluvial fan mapping, CWCB staff are partnering with the Colorado Geological Survey to develop hazard data sets to support planning in high priority areas that are identified through the Wildfire Ready Watersheds program. They're working to develop LiDAR-based alluvial fan mapping to aid CWCB's debris flow for these watersheds in a dozen or more counties that were identified as highly susceptible to post-wildfire hazards. These are just a few of the things that we've been working on. Of course, there's quite a bit more. We're busy on a daily basis, and some of that is captured in the director's report. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Director Riss? the water these days. Kate Greenberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's great being with you all here in Gunnison County and up in Crested Butte. Fantastic time of year, and of course, a fantastic year to be up in the high country and on the western slope. Before I jump into some updates, just kind of general status of ag around the state. Obviously, it's wet everywhere, so we're taking as much advantage of that as we can. In ag, some harvests are delayed because you can't get in the fields, especially out on the plains, but I think we're looking pretty good. Some crop damage from the various storms that Director Riss was talking about that have certainly been hitting the plains really hard these last couple of months, as well as the Front Range. Director Sakata, I'm sure you've been in the pathway of some of these. So some of the damage assessments are still being done, but a lot of the storms I think were isolated as well. So we're not seeing terribly widespread damage across our ag communities. I think Viola is helping pull up a photo. We'll see if we get it up there. There we are, talking about oars in the water. River trips abound this year, and this is a photo of our river trip that CDA hosted in partnership with the Park Service. This was on Green River, Gates of Lador in late June. And you'll see some familiar faces up there. Director Felt and his wife Sue were with us. Kelly Romero-Heaney from DNR. We had a rancher from my board, Catherine Bedell. The River District was represented. We had volunteers rowing boats for us who care about the river. We had Park Service employees, and you'll see some of my staff, Les Owen, our Conservation Division Director, Wandrad Gabriel, the head of our Plants Division, and Bethany Howell, who set this all up for us, our Deputy Director of Community Engagement. The background of this trip, we've actually been partnering with the Park Service for many, many years on riparian restoration along the Green River corridor. And the reason we do that is because our Palisade insectary, based out in Palisade where we rear beneficial insects, we rear insects that help manage noxious weeds along the river corridor. The insectary has been at play for almost 80 years. We came into being with the peach industry, and the peach industry and farmers on the western slope wanted to use pests to manage other pests. So beneficial insects that eat on the ones that we don't want, that destroy our crops. So we continue to do that work today. We work with producers all over the state, all over the country, and we have partners all over the world. And our insectary here in Colorado is the only one of its kind in the nation. So we get calls from China, from Australia, from Europe, from partners all over the world asking us to help them with their noxious weed problems. We have the same relationship in the other direction, leading on other countries to help with our issues. And then we have partnerships like this one with the Park Service, where we actually go release beneficial insects on the river. Tamarisk beetle is maybe one of the most well-known efforts. I think 2006 was the first release date here in Colorado. My team was a part of that back when Tamara Nauman and her husband Pete Williams were leading that effort on the river. And my team has now since helped take over a lot of that research and work along with Park Service staff led by Emily Spencer. So we've been doing this trip for a long time, and I realized that a lot of folks didn't know about this work and didn't know that CDA actually does play a pretty pivotal role on the river corridor. So this year I opened up the trip and invited a few key folks who I mentioned who have pretty significant roles to play when it comes to making decisions on water. I should mention we had State Senator Jeff Bridges, who's on the Joint Budget Committee, who's been a champion for funding the insectary, and I think will now be a champion for water issues writ large after our 4 days down in the canyon. So I'm very much looking forward to doing this again in the future, getting all of us down there, working together, rowing together. I was the only swimmer. I fell out on flat water because I was lounging pretty hard after some rapids. So I got pulled back in pretty quick, but we're all there for each other in ways you don't get to experience on land. And I think that's pretty invaluable for all of us doing this work, no matter kind of what sector we're representing. You don't see in this picture the Mormon crickets. And for those of you up in Northwest Colorado, man, are they out after this winter. Highways filled with migrating Mormon crickets, rolling banks filled with Mormon crickets, leaping off of rocks, falling into the current, river filled with Mormon crickets. So just shout out to all of you in the Northwest who are navigating the Migration 2023 Mormon crickets. Indeed. I want to give a few staff shout outs to my CDA team. I mentioned Bethany Howell on our team. She's our Deputy Communications Director and Director of Community Engagement. And she has been busy with all of these plans. Not only did she put this trip together with the Park Service, she did all of our food shopping. And she's busy planning for WASDA, which I'll talk about in a minute, as well as our joint DNR Northeastern Climate Resilience Tour in a few weeks. I also want to say thank you to Wayne East, who's my delegate to Parks and Wildlife. CPW is meeting down the road tomorrow, and so I will also be here tomorrow, and Wayne will be serving in my stead. As always, I want to thank Director Gibbs. We have such a fantastic collaboration between our agencies, and it only gets better. So that's really Director Gibbs' leadership. Kelly Romero-Heaney has been working on a lot of 11th hour issues with us as we kind of set CDA more in the water world than we've been before, and really trying to make sure we are good players, but up to speed and participating as part of the voice of agriculture. And then just as always, CWCB staff, you're fantastic. The water plan, of course, was, I think, a great example of the ways that we are working together now as a team, and sort of this next phase of how do we implement, where do we go from here, just continue to have such great collaboration. Some updates from the department, kind of what we're focused on right now. As you all know, we're just trying to move money, move resources into economic opportunity for producers. So that's expanding local food systems, expanding our international trade work, and really working on sort of the nexus between our climate work and market opportunities. So we're going to be hiring 2 climate marketing specialists in the coming months who are going to help our both our STAR producers, our soil health program enrollees, as well as just producers across the state, access new markets that will pay them a premium for engaging in climate smart practices. And so this is a big undefined universe. We're trying to play in it, but a lot of it's being defined as we build it. So we're going to see how that goes. But the idea being we want business to come to Colorado because of the work of our producers and investing in climate smart practices. We're also building a lot of work in community food access. We have $7 million in grants that we'll be getting out to small farmers. And small is important to note because the legislature actually did define small farmers in statute. So gross sales of 350,000 or less. So a lot of folks will not be eligible for these programs right now. We're going to see how that goes and see what demand looks like. But our grants will help those scale of farmers sell food, fresh food to small retailers, and help small retailers who don't currently sell fresh food, sell fresh food. So we can make investments in cold storage and food safety training, sort of helping build that bridge. So we're building that now. We also have recruited about 6 regional partners who have trusted relationships in these communities. A lot of the folks we're looking to work with are immigrant or refugee communities, non-English as a first language communities, and we're the government. So we want to lean on folks who actually work closely in the day-to-day to build that relationship and build trust and see if we can be of service. Another place we're doing that with a very similar model is our Ag Worker Services program, another new program where this kind of came out of the labor reforms of the last few years. That have put, I'd say, a lot of tension in the ag community about how we adapt and adjust, even though supporting human rights and access to services is critical. So how do we navigate and move forward? Our team is doing a lot of outreach to both ag worker communities and employer communities around the state, so everyone knows their rights, what services they have access to, and then especially for the ag worker communities, how can we make sure they know what else CDA can provide if they're interested in growing their work in agriculture. Our next gen work, we've lent out almost 18 million in our revolving loan fund. I think over 40% of that's to beginning farmers and ranchers. So we're looking at how do we keep building this fund. We have far more demand than we can finance. Don't want to get over our skis, but don't want to rest on our laurels either, because land access continues to be the #1 barrier for young and beginning farmers. And then water resilience. This is going to be a major focus for us in the years ahead. We're still working out exactly what that means, but know is that as we work that out, CWCB will be at the core of that question. How can we be a value add and not redundant? How can we continue to build on the collaboration we've had to date in a way that helps advance robust agriculture in the state, given what we're facing? So a lot more on that to come. A few key changes in staffing on our team. Our former Bureau of Animal Protection manager, Dr. Nemec has moved back to CSU to do policy work there. And we have a new program manager, Dr. Courtney Deal, who comes to us from Steamboat. She's actually a longtime practicing small and large animal vet, has a lot of investigative background, and is just an incredible asset to our team as we grow our ability to help local law enforcement respond to animal protection cases. And then this is maybe a bit of a tease because the position is closed, so you can't apply for it, but my wine board director retired. Doug, I know, sorry guys, should have told you sooner. So Doug Caskey retired at the end of, I think, last month, and we are close to filling that position. It'll be the third director of the wine board in about over 30 years. So somebody's going to come in and bring a new chapter for Colorado wine. Our goal is to really put Colorado wine on the map in a much bigger way than it has today. So that's a paid position, full-time, indeed. And probably at our September meeting, I'll be reminding you about the Governor's Cup wine competition in November, where Colorado wines compete for the Governor's Cup. And then finally, we're still almost final with our ag water specialist, but that's going to be a new position coming on. And again, we'll be working closely with DNR. On the Colorado River Drought Task Force, I'll be sitting on that task force. Jordan Beasley and Les Owen on my team will also be with me on that task force, but looking forward to being a part of that, to helping move the state forward. And I hope folks know that CDA is here to be a partner, a collaborator, and a problem solver on behalf of agriculture and also on behalf of the state as a whole. And we'll figure out how we navigate that as that task force gets started. Kind of final updates, want to talk about some partnerships. We're working on setting up consultations with both tribes to talk about our relationship moving forward, if and how CDA can be a better partner with the programs and services we offer, and then kind of working through what a tribal liaison position at CDA might look like. And we have a number of upcoming events that will kind of build on these partnerships. So I mentioned WASDA. This is the Western Association of State Departments of Ag. I'm the current chair. Starting Sunday in Denver, we'll be hosting all of the Western State Departments of Ag in Denver for a 4-day meeting. We'll have business meetings, a tour of the Spur campus in Denver. We'll be out with Nick Trainer on the Lowry State Land Board land and hosting a farm to table dinner at May Farms in Byers on the Plains. We're going to have Senator Bennett, Representative Caraveo with us, Undersecretary Bonnie to talk about some of the latest climate work at USDA, farmers and ranchers from all over the state. And I particularly want to say thank you to Director Sakata for being our keynote speaker at the farm to table dinner. We're very excited about that. Director Boucher for being one of our panelists on the water resilience panel. Thank you so much, Paul, for being a part of that. And Anna Moss is going to be moderating for us. So thank you for jumping in with us, Anna. That's been a big lift for our team. Really excited about showing off Colorado Ag. And then August 14th to the 15th, I mentioned our Northeastern Colorado Climate Resilience Tour. This is the sort of the drought tour we've collaborated on in the past, rebranding a little bit to talk about resilience in the Northeast. We'll be doing a lot of water and ag stops, and very much looking forward to that visit. I want to say thank you to my board member, David Block, out in Yuma, who's been really integral to helping us plan all of the Yuma County stops. State Fair. Hopefully you all have been getting emails from me. If not, let me know, because you're invited to all of these, especially the climate tour and the State Fair. State Fair is the 11 days leading up to Labor Day. So coming up in 5 or 6 weeks, we have an amazing lineup for the 151st Fair. It's in Pueblo, just in case anybody forgets that it's in Pueblo and will always be in Pueblo. The Friday the 25th is a big day that we have the Centennial Farm and Ranch event that day. Commissioner's Graze, which is an ice cream social at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And then legislative barbecue that night hosted by the Pueblo Chamber, followed by the rodeo and a concert. So if you're looking for a day to be there, that is a fantastic day. The following Tuesday is the Junior Livestock Auction. Obviously a big day for a lot of our families around the state. And then also in the evening, it's the 3rd annual Governor's Plate. This is something Governor Polis launched 3 years ago. It's a food truck competition, and we've required a certain amount of Colorado Proud products to be used by the food trucks as they compete for best in show, essentially, and people's choice. So those are 2 great days. And then I also want to mention that as part of the Centennial Farm and Ranch event, we do this with History Colorado. Last year, History Colorado director and I really expanded the event. So the recognition is not simply tied to land transfer. We know that if you're able to transfer land between generations for 100 years, it's an incredible feat. But for various reasons, there are many families and communities in the state who have not been able to hand land down through the generations. So we wanted a way to recognize the many ways that agriculture is passed down. So as part of that, we've created numerous different categories. So we have centennial families, centennial agribusiness. We have some of our associations that have been around for more than 107 years. And then we have two commissioners, Commissioner's Legacy Award that I grant and another Legacy Award from History Colorado. And I'm very pleased to say that this year, as part of the Legacy Award, I will be recognizing the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe Farm and Ranch Enterprise for the incredible development they've done on their property, but of course, just the legacy of agriculture with the tribes in Colorado that is not recognized again through land transfer in the way we've historically recognized it, but agriculture has been a part of tribal history here and the present tribal engagement. So we're going to recognize that with Chairman Hart and many folks from the Ute Mountain Ute community. And then History Colorado will be recognizing Alice McDonald, who is a farmer from a region on the plains called the Dry. And this was historically a Black farming community that did not survive the Dust Bowl. But Alice is a keeper of incredible history, and History Colorado has an exhibit up on her family and what farming life was like in this community and what sort of happened leading up to and through the Dust Bowl. So very much looking forward to welcoming those and all of our Centennial Farm and Ranch families. There are many of them this year. So it's going to be a really, really wonderful event. With that, I will conclude my report and happy to take any questions.
Excellent report. Are there any questions for Commissioner Kate? Director Sakata?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wow, are you doing anything? Great job, Kate. Comment and one question, I guess, is the revolving loan fund helping young farmers, and you said that land access is, definitely a challenge. I think you better add water access on that as well. So it's land and water, and I think that's where CWCB can really fit in and help a lot. I know when I was with Greg Peterson at one of the sessions they had, it was about water law, and it's interesting how some of these young farmers don't understand how water is administered in the state, how important it is. So great work in continuing that. Kind of off topic, but still having to do with water. I've heard on the news lately about the cyclospora outbreaks. Do you have any updates about what's going on there? Again, food safety is so critical and so important. As you know, that was my focus when we started the Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association.
Thank you for that question, Director Sakata. I don't have current updates on that outbreak. We are tracking a number of both crop-related diseases as well as livestock-related diseases. So I'm happy to follow up with you and see what the latest is.
Is the state engineer's report with Director Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start by thanking Lauren, and I appreciate you for stepping into this interim role and doing it so well already. Thank you. I did not appreciate the announcement of retirements that you gave. And when I think about Steve, Scholl, and Tina, what a critical role they play and what a good job they do with it. But you also prompted me to maybe just do a little mental roll call of other staff members that you talked about. And I jotted down as I went: Anna Moss, Kirk Russell, Matt Stearns, Cole Bedford, Emily Znak, Amy Ostick, Kevin Houck, Rob Veal. Tip of the iceberg, you always leave someone out, but I just can't tell you how much I appreciate working with them. And I do agree with what you said, that this CWCB staff really helps make up, excuse me, what I think you said was one of the top 2 agencies in DNR. Thank you for that. Yeah. Wait, what did I say? What did I say? Something? And I know you'll follow up, Rob. Director Harris. I want to just let you know, back to our leadership, we promoted Sarah Brucker, one of our star engineers over the many years, into the assistant state engineer position, formerly held by Tracy Kozloff. And I get to announce with that our executive leadership at DWR is now full, which gives me a lot of comfort, and it's especially comforting to know that we have the right people in the right roles. And so I just feel so good about that. Thank you, Sarah. Members of DWR, I sent an email to Dan Gibbs, to Director Gibbs recently, and I'd just like to share our dam safety team. When they're doing their job well, you don't hear about anything. That's the way things work. And they've had to do their job well in such a big way this year because of the water. There's always another side to having great runoff. And so it's exposed situations where we have dams that are potentially unsafe. They've been out at all hours in the evenings and the weekends looking at these dams, and the way it works, Director Harris, as you know, sometimes we have to put storage restrictions on dams, and you know that hurts a little bit, but it's all toward the safety of Colorado residents. And I just want to recognize John Hunyadi, our dam safety chief, and his amazing team. Rules, you hear me update you on Division 6, and I believe I mentioned at our last meeting that we will be moving into Division 7. Pardon my voice. Division 7 for stakeholder meetings on measurement rules. And next week, as a matter of fact, July 25th will be in Dove Creek, and then July 26th in Cortez, doing these initial stakeholder meetings to really let people know what measurement and measurement rules are about. But importantly, to get that one-on-one feedback. And we've got a good model that worked well in Division 6. We'll be doing that, and we'll be 2 weeks later, August 8th to 9th, moving over into Bayfield and Pagosa to do similar stakeholder meetings. And Director Cloud, you and I had a chance to talk at breakfast, and I've given you a little idea of what that is. But in both the Ute Mountain Utes and, you know, in the western area and the southern Utes, we really are pushing for good engagement and good feedback from the tribes on their water rights too, as we look at measurement rules. So that's been an important part of what we're doing there. Our conservation district, and again, furthering the understanding that, yes, they've done a great job with recent land retirements toward meeting the 2016 resolution. And I say that like you all know and remember what I'm talking about, but there is a compact related resolution that's binding with the 3 states, Colorado, Nebraska, and Kansas, that we retire over 10,000 acres by December 31st, 2024. That's been a looming deadline for some time and almost impossible to meet without even thinking about the other 15,000 acres that have to be met by 2029. Well, the good news is that they've met that already a year and a half above before schedule, as I mentioned before. And Director Gibbs, I'd like to say Senate Bill 28 again was that push over the top, over the hump that really made that work. So again, recognition to you and your team and our team on Senate Bill 28 and that funding. But I just want to mention that with the Republican, because Director Vasquez, the Republican can be that forgotten basin. And it's so critical with everything going on there that we just really like to keep track of and know what they're doing. This retirement of acres, I hope to put together, I don't hope, I'm putting together into a report so that the 3 states can memorialize their acceptance of that 10,000 acres at our compact administration meeting in Burlington coming up in August, a little more than a month. But I can't mention the Republican without looking at Director Sakata. I mentioned them being that forgotten basin, and it's not lost on me the attention you pay to the board, to Deb Daniel and Rod Lenz and all the work they're doing. Just like most of what you do, you're very conscientious about that. So thank you for that. Speaking again about the North Platte, Director Vasquez, just a side note, I had the privilege of being invited to the 140th anniversary celebration for the Wattenberg Ranch earlier this month. And it was on a weekend. If you know Ty and Nancy Wattenberg, they're just amazing people and amazing hosts. My wife and I were in Saratoga, Wyoming for the weekend, so it was just an easy jaunt from Saratoga down to Walden. And I told my wife, don't worry, this is not a water thing. And you know where that went. We all got together and talked about water all evening. But thank you to Ty. Holmes Rio Grande Basin. Couple things I'll mention. I did send my approval for a fourth amended plan of water management and groundwater management plan for the sub-district number 1. That's a big step because the plan of water management they have right now is going to be very difficult to meet, and it's a situation if they don't amend that. So I want to recognize the members of the sub-district that worked so hard to put that together. Quite frankly, listen to me and what my concerns were, and we managed to meet collaboratively on that and get a plan of water management that they could propose and I could approve and send to the water court. At the same time, even as we speak, there's a trial in Alamosa right now for the SWAG case, and that's just an applicant name, but it's several wells that, or many wells that are trying to do the first ever augmentation plan for the wells under the rules instead of relying on the sub-districts. So it's very consequential, just a lot of work, a lot of resources going into that. And if I wasn't here, I'd probably be sitting there, you know, with my ears trained on that. It's a pretty big deal. So by our next meeting, I'll have a better update for you on how that's working out. Meeting, it will be, every August when we do our quarterly meeting, we try to do a field trip somewhere. And this will be in Winter Park for the convenience of it, but our field trip will be in Kremling, in the Kremling area, where we'll visit with some of the work that's being done on consumptive use. Director Roche, you may know about this. I think it might involve you. It wouldn't surprise me since I mentioned your name a couple months back for a field trip idea, but we'll be visiting you, I believe. The last thing I'd like to do is just make a quick reference to the drought task force, and Director Gibbs, you mentioned that, and I only want to focus on one small slice of that, and that is the state engineer's role by statute in that task force. And if you didn't notice, the state engineer is in a non-voting advisory role, which is really music to my ears. I think that's a good place for the state engineer, much like we do in and let the bigger conversations take place with other people with a lot of things at stake. And so to go a little further about that, I'm just going to mention to you, it's such an interesting term to me. And a couple weeks ago, let's see, July 5th, I had the chance to do a talk for some college students. It's the Colorado Science and Engineering Policy Fellowship. This is something I've been involved with in one way or another in the past. It's Senator Hansen and Senator Simpson that sponsored this from the legislature. And so I got to meet for about 90 minutes with these STEM college students, and their question was water policy. And I was describing to Director Vasquez at breakfast this morning that I got to the morning of that presentation, many slides, 90 minutes of discussion, and I realized I wasn't quite sure what the term water policy means. And maybe you all do, but I would encourage you to think about what that term water policy means, because it's just in front of you every meeting. It's in front of people in this room as they operate on this task force. And that's the reason I brought the task force up in my role, because I get the luxury of acting according to the law, according to science. Again, Director Vasquez, as we talked, I feel like you must have been looking over my shoulder as I was developing these slides because you had such good insight on it. But think about that. what does policy mean to you? And one suggestion that I worked through with these students was when we want to do something innovative, creative, new, different, et cetera, with water, but it's not really addressed in our current legal ballot, what steps do we take? We did a prior appropriation 101, which was, many slides. But I would say even before statehood, that was our first policy discussion. How do we allocate this water? Do we just have wars on the river? Do we have some entity decide which is the most important use, or do we do first in time, first in right? And as a matter of policy, we decided first in time, first in right. 1800s, there was another policy discussion taking place in the state, and that is what if you want to use your prior appropriation water right, your very senior water right, for something different than what you described in your application? An answer to that would have been, you can't. Go get back in line and get a more junior water right. But as a policy matter, we determined that we could allow that to be used as long as there was an absence of injurious consequences to other water users. So again, many slides associated with that. Prior appropriation 301 that we did with these, or that I did with these students, was groundwater administration and plans for augmentation. This came to a head in 1965, but then especially in 1969 with our Water Right Determination and Administration Act. Director Sakata was a decision. These wells are all junior. They're impacting senior water rights. An easy answer would have been no more groundwater diversions, period. But as a matter of policy, we were very sophisticated. We, flattering myself, but the state was very sophisticated in developing plans for augmentation and conjunctive use. Director Combs knows that that's just come to a point recently in the Rio Grande. So there's another policy discussion that we had. And maybe to put a nice graphic face on that point, you all have seen this slide before, and Colorado water users there on the left have these needs: routine water use, injury determinations, et cetera. And the state engineer responds with daily administration, approvals, and other actions. And as I described a minute ago, we do that using science. We're the state engineer's office. We're technical people. We use groundwater models. We use consumptive use models. And I think the law gives us that structure, gives us that confidence that we can do what we're doing something, and maybe the state and our developments demand that we do something different, but it's not really addressed by the science or the law. So what do we do with that policy? And you've all seen me shy away from coming down one side or the other when the science and the law don't address it. And this is the part where Director Vasquez was looking over my shoulder. Get it into the law. And maybe that's those areas where, maybe we make presumptions of no injury for certain wells, or we decide that certain actions don't need to happen in water court. They can happen with statutory administrative approvals. So that's the way I'd like to look at that policy. And I would consider all of you, just as we do our work as a board, think about that policy aspect and what water policy is and how we react to it.
Any questions or comments for him? Policy reminded me of a childhood memory of Sunday night bathing. I was like 6 or 7. And after that, my mom was cutting all the kids' toenails. And my little brother went insane, squirming, screaming, crying. And when it was my turn, I was really, really calm. And my mom said, "How come you're so calm in the face of getting your toenails cut?" And I said, "I just try to think about something really boring, like government or policy." So I don't know. I hadn't thought of it in 30 years.
That's a really helpful anecdote. But I will say, I don't think I avoid policy because it's boring, I don't think. Thank you.
Enough said. I just had to share it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I do have a question. Not that brought this question up. That's for sure. Director Ryan, I know Senator Bennett just introduced potential groundwater conservation easement program. Have you or your staff taken a look at that to see if that would be beneficial or if there's any hiccups in that?
Yeah, thank you, Director Sakata. We've taken an initial look at that, and I think there are benefits to that. But I'm just really going to hold off in deference to Director Gibbs and Assistant Director Romero Heaney, who's maybe not in the room, because we're working through them to just get a good DNR-oriented answer to that.
That's there. And I think you're taking the right approach because water's getting more and more complex as our population changes, as our needs change. And I think addressing policy to overlay within the law is going to be a lot less of a bumpy road than coming in with the sweep, trying to change laws and change other things. So appreciate your creativity in that explanation. I think that's the right path. So well done. Yeah, I don't want to think of his toenails anymore. And I see that you are clean and bathed, so I'm assuming your toenails are cut again, right? Yeah, so we don't know.
Hanging on by a toenail. All right. Anybody else? Okay. Let's go to Division of Parks and Wildlife report from Director Harris.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe I've learned that CPW is the most quietly confident division within DNR. In all seriousness, Director Davis does send his regrets. As Commissioner Greenberg mentioned, our PWC is meeting in Gunnison over the next 2 days, and our leadership team is also down there today. So he really couldn't get away. Fingers crossed for Salida, though, that maybe Director Davis will be there. And also, I've had a couple unexpected attrition items today. Both Katie Birch and Carlin Armstrong are out sick. There's a chance they'll be able to join us online, although I haven't seen them. So if I end up having to give any or all of their presentations, bear with me. I'm a poor substitute for them, but we'll muddle through. Couple of important staffing updates. So I think most of you are familiar with Heather Dugan. She was our acting director during the year before Director Davis's appointment. And she's been made the new permanent deputy director. We're really, I think our leadership's thinking about different ways to structure and divide responsibilities, and this is a part of that. So we're excited to see Assistant Director Dugan in that position. As Executive Director Gibbs mentioned, Sarah Hamming is our newly created CPW legislative analyst. So I know Daphne and others are really looking forward to having some help there. And I know I am too, looking forward to working with her on our water issues. We have also a new LT member, Kelly Kemmerer, who is our new Assistant Director of Information and Education. I believe she comes from the private sector. I haven't had a chance to meet her yet, but I look forward to it. And then this is, a more personal, personal and professional note. I think many of you know that Ed Perkins in our water section retired at the end of June. Ed was a quiet leader within the water section at CPW and before the Division of Wildlife for 17 years. This was his dream job that he targeted out of law school. I think he had spent some time at DWR before that and knew quite a bit about water administration. He to say, that he was kind of the heart and soul of the team, I think would be, understating it. I mean, I may be the manager, but if we printed money, his picture would be on it. So just enough to say that, it was a real privilege to work with Ed, as is, increasingly common. I know Ed plans to remain professionally active, even if he's retired as far as para is concerned. So, look forward to seeing what he does next in his career. This is a cool job, and we're going to be posting it pretty soon, hopefully by the end of the month or so. So please get the word out. Really critical and cool position opening up at CPW. Moving on, and thank you to Executive Director Gibbs for mentioning the first fill of Chatfield. Decades in the making. I think Congress originally passed the legislation authorizing that in '85, or at least authorizing the study. Many folks in this room have longer histories with that project than I do, but mine is in the double-digit years for sure. And of course, this project's come in front of you all a number of times recently, and one of which was to enable CPW's purchase of orphan shares for our own pool. With some quick thinking from Kirk and Lauren, we were able to leverage those shares to, get that filled this spring, take advantage of the big rain that we had. And just want to thank you, both Lauren and Kirk, wherever he is back there, and just really the whole CWCB team for being such great partners in helping set us up for success this year. And then turning now to the environmental pool, CPW and CWCB own that space in the reallocation project, and with the first filling, we've have water in the pool for the first time, so that's exciting. We've got a lot of conversations to come to, thinking about questions of administration now. Similarly, I want to thank Director Ryan and his staff for helping us identify and work through some of these issues, questions. I mean, these are all great problems to have, and we knew that when we, got to this stage, things like this were going to crop up. And so, just appreciate the attention and working towards making that project work for all the participants. To the Halligan Fish and Wildlife Mitigation and Enhancement Plan. This is on our agenda today for, informally part 2 from my perspective, because our Parks and Wildlife Commission heard Fort Collins present the final version of the plan and approved it as the mitigation, the recommendation for you all to consider today. I just want to acknowledge the immense time and effort from the City of Fort Collins and CPW staff over the last 3 years developing this plan. It was done thoughtfully. Both parties worked hard towards really maintaining a balance between development of the state's water resources and protection of the state's fish and wildlife resources as called for in the statute. Let's see. And today this board is going to have the opportunity to really weigh in on the plan. So I hope you've had a chance to give that a look. We also look forward to discussing it with you later this afternoon. And then finally, I want to announce that CPW's finally secured full funding for the Mount Chavano Lowhead Dam removal. This is an existing structure on the Arkansas River, and it's no longer useful for the hatchery for our Mount Chavano hatchery there because of the whirling disease positive surface waters, and has been the site of many tragedies and near tragedies for boaters on the Arkansas. It's also a significant barrier for fish passage in the upper arc. I understand we still have some permitting hoops to go through, but we hope to break ground on that project in the fall. And much of our funding comes from the Natural Resource Damages trustees, including Dan Gibbs and Director Gibbs and Attorney General Weiser, who gave out a significant grant out of the California Gulch settlement monies. And I want to thank them for their support. I also want to give a special thanks to Director Felt and to the Chaffee County Commissioners who offered us a challenge grant to pay 10% of the project cost up to $100,000 and challenged us to match it with other funds. Thanks in no small part to that letter CPW leadership was able to find other funding to dedicate to this project that got us to the final place we need to be there. In other contexts, we've heard Director Felt emphasize the importance of having local partners, local governments step up and be part of the solution here. Through this action, Director Felt, you really modeled that local support, and we really deeply appreciate it. So thank you. And with that, unless there are any questions, that's the CPW Director's report.
Any questions for him? I have to say, I think this is my 20th meeting as a director of CWCB. You, I believe, have given every Parks and Wildlife report during that time. So as far as I'm concerned, you are the director of Parks and Wildlife, and Director Davis needs to get the slide up to prove me wrong. Another challenge.
I'll pass that along.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Anything more for Rob? Okay. All right. And finally, we have the Water Resource and Power Development Authority report from Director Jim Griffith.
Good morning. I'm filling in for Keith McLaughlin, who is in Rifle today and sends his regrets. My report's just under 2 minutes here, so I'll get started. His report is attached, I think, to your agenda. I won't go over anything there. We have a board meeting coming up in August 23rd, in conjunction with the Colorado Water Congress. And we have 9 credits, 9 projects coming before the board at that time. They're with Highland Lakes Water District, Leadville Sanitation District, Town of Rama, Town of Silt, Town of Walden, Town of DeBeck, Teller County, City of Boulder, and East Alamosa Water and Sand District. They range from a high of 27 million with the Town of Silt to the low of 580,000 with East Alamosa. We had about 12 new project meetings here over the last month. So we got an active drinking water and wastewater pipeline within our revolving funds. In addition, we're using our water revenue bond program to benefit the town of Sterling. With that, I'll open it up to any questions if there are any, and thanks.
Is there any questions for him? Good time. I think we'll go ahead and take our morning break. And so why don't we come back 10 minutes earlier than it says, does that work all right? Is that good? 10:45. Yeah, we'll return at 10:45. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we're going to get started again, folks. Item 5 is the Wild and Scenic Rivers Update and Fund Annual Review. And I have Andrew Rickert written down on my agenda, but oh, okay, yeah. Perfect.
Okay, so for the record, Brandy Logan, CWCB staff, I'm going to be covering agenda item 5. I'm going to go over some of the background and updates, and then Andrew is going to go over the financial information and staff recommendation for this action item. So some background: in 2009, this board proposed and the legislature established the Wild and Scenic Rivers Fund in the amount of $400,000. That money comes out of the construction fund and it's refreshed annually. The money was made available for the board and its staff to work with stakeholders in Colorado to develop protection of river-dependent ORVs, outstandingly remarkable values, which are identified by federal agencies. The goal is to develop protection that would be an alternative to wild and scenic designation, and in some cases to defer a suitability finding. So each year the board needs to affirm that the fund is still needed and review the terms and conditions. And that's what we're discussing here today. In terms of updates, there are 2 primary stakeholder groups that are requesting and using the funds. We've been providing updates in terms of directors' reports and these annual reviews. So the first group is the Upper Colorado River Wild and Scenic Stakeholder Group. This group is focused on protecting the Colorado River in a reach essentially between Kremling and just above Glenwood Springs. This group's been meeting for many years to develop an alternative management plan to protect the ORVs, so that the BLM and the Forest Service would defer a suitability finding. The final plan was approved by the group and accepted by the federal agencies in 2020. And so this group continues to work through some details, such as incorporation as a legal entity and an endowment fund, but they're primarily focused on implementing their plan. This is a very diverse stakeholder group that includes East Slope and West Slope water users, local governments, recreational and environmental groups. And the SG has done some really great work on the Colorado River, including conducting studies, monitoring various aspects of the river, and investigating potential opportunities to improve stream flow. They also proposed, and this board approved or appropriated, in-stream flow water rates on the main stem of the Colorado River back in 2011. And so staff from both the Stream and Lake Protection section and the Interstate Federal and Water Information section, as well as CPW, participate in this stakeholder group and provide input and technical guidance. The other group, oh, and I should switch my slides. Are you switching my slides? Thank you guys for keeping up with me. The other group is the Lower Dolores River Working Group. This is an offshoot of various other Dolores groups that have been meeting for decades, looking for protection of the Dolores River. The current Dolores River Work Group is proposing to establish a national conservation area and a monitoring and recommendation team to assess the river and make recommendations about how to improve management. If both of those are to occur, this national conservation area and this monitoring and recommendations team, the BLM has agreed to permanently withdraw protection for this reach to be suitable for wild and scenic designation. And the NCA boundaries, it doesn't exactly follow the river corridor, but it essentially extends from the outlet of McPhee to near the border with Montrose County. So a subgroup has worked on drafting legislation for the National Conservation Area. That legislation was introduced this year by Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper, and in the House by Lauren Boebert. And last Wednesday, the Senate had a hearing on their proposal. So there is movement on that effort. The other section of the group, the monitoring and recommendations team, has been conducting valuable scientific research on river conditions and the native fish, which include the 3 species, flannelmouth sucker, bluehead sucker, and the round-tailed chub. Fort Lewis College has been working with that group and applied for wild and scenic funds on behalf of the group this year to support additional group coordination, modeling efforts, and native fish tracking studies. And those funds were approved earlier this summer. And I should note that Fort Lewis College also has a WSRF grant for complementary but different work on the Dolores River. And then just a quick note while we're talking about the Dolores River, as many of you know, it experienced some of the highest and most sustained flows that it's seen in the last 20 years. The Dolores River Group has been really well positioned with some of this funding to do some enhanced monitoring to better understand how those high flows affect the system. And of course, recreational boaters have certainly enjoyed the high flows. I wasn't able to get out there, but hopefully at least a few of you were. There are two other things that I would like to note. First, a stakeholder group has recently formed on the Crystal River. This group has hired a facilitator and they have a steering committee evaluating their options for whether to pursue a wild and scenic designation on the Crystal River or if they want to pursue some kind of alternative approach. But this is very much in the early stages, and so they haven't made a decision on that, and they have not come to CWCB yet to request funding. And then just a reminder that the federal agencies such as the Forest Service and the BLM, they're required to assess rivers and streams and determine whether they're potentially eligible for the wild and scenic program as part of their land management planning efforts. And just last week, the BLM's Eastern Colorado office released their draft proposed resource management plan that includes 60 miles of suitable streams and rivers in the Arkansas Basin. So while there's always potential for some new stakeholder group to form in response to these federal agencies and land, there is always potential for new groups to form. I'm not aware of any groups forming in that basin. With that, unless there are questions, I'd like to turn this over to Andrew.
Okay, are there any questions for Brandy?
Record CWCB staff for the record. Could you go to the next slide, please? Oh, sorry. So I'm going to basically cover the financials for the Wild and Scenic Fund. So right now, as Brandy said, we have $400,000 that's deposited into the fund every year at the new fiscal year. For some reason, the fund is at like 430,000, and Steve Scholl couldn't really explain that to me, but he just said that we should just keep it like it is. So the Upper Colorado does have a PO out from last year with about $23,000 left on it that they need to spend. We just went through the process of getting a new PO for them for this upcoming year for the CMF monitoring effort for $83,000. And as Brandy said, the Lower Dolores just took out a PO from the fund for $73,565. So the other thing to note in this sheet is the anticipated unencumbered funds does factor in that $100,000 PO that the Wild and Scenic Upper Colorado Wild and Scenic Group will be going for the CMF monitoring effort. And I did want to thank Director Cloud, Director Anderson, and Director Boucher for helping me get those Wild and Scenic funding approved. Recommendations to the board real quick. Affirm that the need and purpose of the Wild and Scenic Rivers Fund still exists and is expected to continue in the future, and affirm that the existing terms and conditions for the allocation of funds from the Wild and Scenic Rivers Funds are adequate without revision. So it's an action item to the board.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. Are there any questions for him? Director Sakata?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you going to have public comment on this as well?
I don't know.
Okay. If I could, then I'll just proceed with my question.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I really support this project. It makes sense that, you know, local entities can manage their resources a lot better and do a great job of keeping it that way. If there are new groups that do come in order to stretch those funds, any efforts made that when you're developing these groups that they have a sustainability plan in place for funding? Because, you know, how long can this money be stretched on for continuing efforts?
Well, so the one thing that's really good about this fund is every year at the new fiscal year, has replenished everything that's unencumbered. So, we're always trying to work with these groups that get this money to spend it within the fiscal year so that that fund is replenished.
Okay. I think it'd be good though, if the Crystal River is coming up or something, that's part of the conversation when they're developing these groups, is looking at alternative sources of self-sustained funding, that these funds may not always be there.
And we definitely let the groups know that.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Any other questions for Andrew? Okay. Is there anyone interested? Yes, Director Anderson.
I was just gonna move approval of staff recommendations on item 5.
Okay, and a second from Director Vasquez. Any further discussion? Motion, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Board.
Okay, next up, item 6, the CHASM update.
Members of the board, for the record, my name is Eric Sky, CWCB staff. I'll be presenting today on agenda item 6, the Colorado Airborne Snow Measurements Group update, along with Dr. Jeffrey Deems with Airborne Snow Observatories and Taylor Winchell with Denver Water. Before I get started, I really want to thank the CHASM planning team for all their hard work this winter. We had a heck of a winter. You'll see how many flights we were able to accomplish this last year. And I really want to thank Andrew Rickert here, fellow CWCB staff member, for his hard work and support throughout the project. So today I'll be kicking us off with a little bit of history of the program for the new board members. Then we'll turn it over to Jeff to talk about some results from this year. And finally, Taylor Winchell will be online to talk about the stakeholder perspective from Denver Water. And I'll wrap us up with what's going to be coming in the future at a CWCB board meeting, as well as the future plans for this year's projects bill money. So this program really started back in 2014. The relationship between CWCB and ASO. At the time, they were still a part of NASA and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And CWCB was trying to close data gaps in southern Colorado, both the Rio Grande Valley and in southwestern Colorado. And we looked at this data, and you can see in this title slide here, just how different this is from what we were used to. Back when we were looking at this, we were used to SNOTEL stations, just a singular point throughout the basins. In some cases, these large basins were relying on just 3 or 4 data points to make their forecasting decisions. We met with the NASA folks and took a look at this data and thought, this is really exciting. And for an anecdotal story for this, back when we started this in 2014 and 2015, I was part of the ground truthing crew. So the ASO were flying overhead, taking their LiDAR and spectrometer measurements to get the snow depth and SWE of the basin. And I was down there measuring snow water equivalent with the federal snow sampler that you've seen Andrew present on. And the SNOTEL station that we went to read 0. There was no snow on the SNOTEL station. But from me to the end of the table was a big snowdrift, about 6 foot, and it continued all the way up into the mountains. So that was kind of the huge selling point for me of, oh, we can't rely on these single point data systems. We need to get a better understanding of what's going on in the basin. So it all started in the upper Rio Grande and Conejos, and we kept going with that program for a long, long time. We started to sort of expand into East and Taylor, and then Denver Water did their own flight in the Blue River Basin. As the years went on, we expanded a little bit more into the Dolores Basin and the Animas and La Plata. And then in 2019 at Colorado Water Congress, Denver Water and a couple other local stakeholders came together with an idea. They wanted to see what it would take to make a statewide program. And that kicked off the Colorado Airborne Snow Measurements Group. There is a memo online from previous board meetings where we've presented the results of that study, but that really was the first step in looking at what it would take to make a statewide program. Now, today, we're just going to talk to you about what happened this year. At the future board meeting is when we're going to dig more into the programmatic aspect. Reason being, of course, that this board meeting is going to be jam-packed and we're going to have some staffing changes in the future that we need to figure out how this could potentially fit in, if it could fit in with new directorship and with new staffing in our own section. So this year, we were able to accomplish 20 snow surveys. That is pretty amazing, starting off with just 2, then occasionally 4, funded by CWCB, all the way to 20 this year. And up to date, the CWCB has invested over $6.1 million in this program. Again, recognizing that we needed to take that shift from a singular point data to get a basin-wide perspective of the snow. So this is really what we've been able to accomplish to date. And to give you some results of what's going on, kick it over to Jeff.
Thanks, Eric. Thank you, board, for inviting us for this update today. As Eric mentioned, we've achieved a pretty significant expansion of the ASO flight program in Colorado this year. It parallels efforts at other states, particularly California, where we had over 60 flights this year. And really, like in Colorado, a big snow year in California rendered these data pretty invaluable for managing a system that toward the margins of the historic distributions of snow accumulation and runoff. This year, you can see that I think this list really speaks to not only the geographic expansion, but the temporal expansion of the program, being able to serve an ever increasing list of stakeholders within the basin. And I'll reiterate one of Eric's points that it's really in large part thanks to this board and CWCB staff's support of this program over the years that we're able to achieve that. So I want to thank you all for your continued support there. I'll go through, you can see the whole list of basins that we flew this year. We don't have time right now to go in depth on every one of those. I wish we did, because there's an interesting story in each one of them. So I'll highlight a couple of results from a few basins. We flew the East and Taylor rivers here in the Upper Gunnison on April 1st and again on May 23rd. Here in the East River Basin, measured 344,000 acre feet of water above the Almont gauge on April 1st. That was down to 178,000 acre feet on May 23rd. Just across the hill here in the Taylor River Basin, we had 207,000 on April 1st, dwindling down to 91,000, just as the snow tail sites were melting out in the Taylor on May 23rd. The full basin perspective at high resolution gives us the ability to tease some different perspectives on the snow accumulation out of the data set. So the graphs on the left show the elevation profile on the two different dates: blue April 1st, red May 23rd in both the East River and Taylor River. Note the scales are different there. They look pretty similar, but there's actually quite a lot less snow in the Taylor in both cases. And then the circular plots bottom right give us that elevation plus aspect, where the snow is in the watershed around the compass rose. The center of those plots are the highest elevations, lowest elevations around the edges, and then different aspect bins. So you can see the strong focus of snow water equivalent volume in the middle elevation northeast slopes within both basins. And then the change between the two flights shown in the red colored plots, showing where the snow volume melted out.
We have a question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you.
No problem.
For people that don't look at this all the time, TAF stands for?
Sorry, 1,000 acre feet.
Okay, thank you.
There's
and then,
some lighthearted debate in the community whether that should be KAF, but
yeah,
that would be mixing.
That's
metric
really
and
throwing us
units,
off.
so-
It's like going from acre feet to gallons. The uncertainty range, can you just explain that too before you move slides?
Yeah, thank you. Great
Thanks.
question. The uncertainty range we derive from measured uncertainty and snow depth throughout the basin. And we get to that by looking at snow-free terrain that is common between the snow on flight and the referenced snow-free flight. So obviously those snow-free terrains should measure 0 when we subtract them. We bias correct the snow on data set so that that happens, but there's still a residual flutter in the data down to somewhere around 3 to 5 centimeters. So within a couple inches. So we include that, and then some estimate of the snow density uncertainty. So it's density times depth gives us that water equivalent. We consider the uncertainty in both of those to get us a percent uncertainty. It's expressed here as a range of 1,000 acre feet as our basin-wide uncertainty.
So that reads that there is a potential 22,000 acre foot uncertainty range in your 344,000 acre foot number.
Yeah, plus or minus 11,000 acre feet there.
Okay, thanks.
We've been flying, as Eric mentioned, the East and Taylor Rivers for a number of years with various funding sources, including projects bill funds. And one thing that longer perspective allows us to do is to start looking back in time and starting to assess our exactly what the information content of our data and combined with the SNOTEL data is. So 2019 was our last big year in the region. And so the map we're looking at here is a subtraction of this year's April 1st flight in the East River minus the April 7th flight that we had in 2019. And the color bars there are plus or minus half a meter of water equivalent, not depth, but snow water equivalent. And at the bottom left plot shows the SNOTEL plots of the Butte and Schofield Pass SNOTELs in both years. They were basically equivalent on these dates in 2019 and 2023, but we see that there's a 20,000 acre foot difference in total water equivalent volume in the basin between those two snapshots. The pattern we see in the map shows that there was more snow in the valley bottoms this year in 2023 and more snow in 2019 on the hill slopes at middle elevations, predominantly the forest band. Those are the red colors. We can also see some finer scale patterns, largely due to the huge avalanche cycle that we saw in 2019 from the atmospheric rivers in March. Areas that are really, really dark blue are areas that had slid to the ground in March 2019, but still had quite a bit of snow on them in April 2023. There's also some differences in the wind patterns up in the Northeast there. So pretty interesting, big scale from a water management perspective and what the SNOTELs can tell us, fine scale from a snow processes and science support standpoint there. Jumping across to the Taylor River, we see a similar spatial pattern difference between the 2 years. However, in 2019 and 2023, we measured exactly the same basin water equivalent, 207,000 acre feet. But as you can see in the bottom left, the SNOTELs were suggesting there was quite a bit of difference between those two dates. So here in these adjacent basins, we see that the SNOTEL network is telling us different things and really not giving us the full basin awareness that we need to respond to changing conditions. The combination of these two technologies, the SNOTELs tracking through time continuously with the ASO data, giving us that spatial perspective, this really allows a much better constraint of our forecast models than relying on just one of those data sets alone.
Question?
Yeah.
Jeff, going back to that last slide, would the difference in percentage tie to the fact that every 10 years they reset the 30-year average on what the SNOTEL sites would be comparing themselves to as a percent of average?
That's certainly wrapped in there. It's a couple percent difference that varies a bit depending on which basin you're in. And there's different sets of SNOTELs come in over time. For example, the Upper Taylor SNOTEL in this case is not actually in the basin percent of average because it hasn't been there for 30 years yet. And you see some of that elsewhere as well. But I think the graph on the bottom left, which does show the Upper Taylor plus Park Cone in this case, the blue and green lines show the 2 different years with the vertical stripe showing the date of the ASO flight. And you can see the pretty big difference in SWE on those snow pillows on that beginning of April timeframe, suggesting that there's a pretty big difference in basin water content between those 2 dates, but it was exactly the same.
Thank you.
Jumping over the hill into the Roaring Fork here, this is the first year we've flown in the Roaring Fork headwaters. There's a whole host of different water management challenges represented in the Roaring Fork Basin from the town of Snowmass and city of Aspen water supplies in Snowmass Creek and Castle and Maroon Creeks, which have 0 snow monitoring in them. So they're dependent on an unmonitored resource, all the way up into the Frying Pan with Rudeye Reservoir and all of the various pools of water dependent on Rudeye storage, plus some pretty substantial trans mountain diversions in this system. still working through results from this year, but it's a whole nother perspective on a lot of the challenges in the Roaring Fork. So pretty excited to see where that goes. One thing of note, in the Roaring Fork this year, we had a statewide dust event on April 3rd. It seemed to hit the Roaring Fork especially hard. You can see both the true color and the snow albedo or reflectivity images from the ASO sensors here. It was nasty in the Roaring Fork, really, really dark, dusty, dirty brown snow. Similar to some of the worst years in the past. Our assessment is that it probably shortened the snowmelt season by about a month because of enhanced runoff from the dust. We were pretty lucky, I think, that we had a cool and wet spring that actually delayed snowmelt. But I think the take home is that we could still be seeing a much more substantial snowpack today than we do currently if that dust event wasn't there. We can't, of course, with this technology, do anything about the dust other than tell us how much is up there and what it's doing to the snow melt. But that's an important component of us being able to forecast runoff peak flows and timing. Also, this was the beginning image. The perspective that we're seeing into our mountain snowpack, I think, has a really important public outreach component. It's easy for us, even as scientists who engage in this work, to think of the snowpack as a relatively uniform blanket across the mountains. It is anything but, and images like this that highlight particular features of note within various basins or within our watersheds can really help educate us and educate the general public about what we're doing. And so we're in the process of producing images like this for each of the basins that we fly. There's that first image was in April. Here's the May 28th flight, and making those images available to our stakeholders and partners throughout this effort. We flew for the second year the Colorado River at Windy Gap. That includes the Upper Fraser, Lake Granby, and Williams Fork subbasins. Of particular note is the strong fire impact from the East Troublesome Fire in this basin. There's a lot of capability with regular collection of these data to help accommodate and respond to dramatic changes in our watershed conditions, like from forest fire. The laser technology also measures the forest structure. So here's a pre-fire map of canopy height in the basin. The blue line around the edge is the watershed boundary looking at the Williams Fork and Lake Granby basins here. And then the red line is the East Troublesome Fire outline. And here is the post-fire canopy cover map. You can see the dramatic difference. That dramatically changes the snow accumulation and melt environment there, something that's very difficult to capture. Even if we had 10 times the number of snowtail sites in this basin, it still wouldn't capture those full dynamics. We're able to see the snowpack everywhere in the intact forest, in the burned out areas, and help guide our forecast models as throughout the melt season. I think there's some really important points and points of collaboration going forward here with our forest management agencies and the wildfire ready programs that are out there. And one last, the Blue River. This is more set up Taylor's content here in a few minutes, but we flew the Blue River on April 16th and May 29. Notably, hardly any dust impact in the Blue River. Not that far from the Roaring Fork, but dramatically different dust conditions. So that was a bit surprising to us. We can actually even see in these in the data images that we actually gained a little bit of snow in that April to May timeframe at the upper elevations in the blue. In parallel here, we're feeding these data into the WRF Hydro model that's run by the National Center for Atmospheric Research in Boulder through a strategic partnership with them. They were able to produce runoff forecasts using this modeling system for each of the basins that we flew this year. This model is spatially distributed and physics-based. That means it takes the snowpack and evolves it based on the evolution of precipitation and temperature and solar radiation and all the factors that are affecting the snowpack, models it over time and can be constrained by the flight data. Because it's a full watershed and full hydrology model, it also tracks things like the evolution of soil moisture throughout each of these watersheds. Keeping the snowpack constrained helps those estimates of soil moisture and therefore runoff at the same time. The kind of flagship product of this model are these forecast plumes, which is accumulated flow, in this case for Dillon Reservoir, from the forecast date going forward. Each of those little spaghetti traces in the background is a single model run. They run 20 years of prior weather through the model system in order to produce this plume. The central tendency of that is that the white line that you can sort of see in there, that's the accumulated flow forecast there. So ASO data helps this model stay on track with how much snow is actually there and helps offset some errors that are introduced by the weather model data that drives models of this type. This is done again, as I mentioned, for every basin that we flew in the state, showing a pretty wide range of hydrologies in general and specifically this year, where it wasn't just a blanket excellent snow year everywhere. There was quite a lot of variation. Looking more closely at the blue, again, you can see the animation at the bottom left shows steps through time with the snow water equivalent in the Blue River Basin. The time step that shows like there where it gets a lot more variable, that's the ingest of the ASO data showing adding a lot of spatial variability to the snowpack. Without that, we wouldn't see those snow patches persist into the late season that we do in this animation there. The June 1st forecast without ASO, this is for April through July inflow to the reservoir, without ASO showed about 98,000 acre feet. With the ASO data in there, that bumped up to 137,000 acre feet, which is looking pretty close to reality as we finish the tally here through July. Reports were produced regularly on these forecasts. These are all available through the CHASM website right now at coloradosnow.org with a lot of discussion and different model components as a part of this. And I'll hand it off to Taylor, hopefully, who is online right now.
Thanks, Jeff. And hello, everybody. My name is Taylor Winchell. I work on climate change adaptation and water supply planning at Denver Water, and also participate in the CHASM work group. And today I'm just going to provide some context on the benefits of ASO to water managers. If you can't hear me, just let me know. And also if you have a question, just feel free to jump in and ask your question. So really this ASO information provides information that we have always needed as water managers, which is a measurement of the volume of water in our largest reservoir, with our largest reservoir being our snowpack. We all know that in Colorado, our largest reservoir is our snowpack, but historically, we haven't had a way to accurately measure the volume of water in that reservoir, and that's what ASO allows us to do. And so we can see that with this image here on this slide. That's of our first flight that we did this year above Dillon Reservoir. So that's the Blue River watershed there that flows into Dillon. And we did this around the time of peak snowpack. And this information, which shows the snow depth measured by ASO, was then able to tell us that there's 183,000 acre feet of water in this snowpack above Dillon Reservoir. Again, this is an accurate measurement of that volume of water that we haven't previously had in our Colorado water management. And the comparison I always make is that, we have our more traditional reservoirs throughout the state of Colorado, the Dillon Reservoir, Green Mountain Reservoir, McPhee, Blue Mesa, what we think about traditionally as reservoirs. And we measure the volume in these reservoirs because we have gauges to do that. And having that information is absolutely vital to how we manage the water coming in and out of those reservoirs. And if tomorrow someone went and tried to remove the gauges that measure the volume in those reservoirs, we would fight that with everything that we have. And now we have the ability to measure that volume in this snowpack reservoir. So it adds this level of confidence to our decisions that we make as water managers that's really unparalleled. And it's not just confidence, but it also can change the decisions we make as water managers because it provides a new source of information that we haven't previously had. And importantly, I think it's one of the most valuable climate adaptation tools we have the potential to use as a state, because the snowpack, being our largest reservoir and being directly impacted by temperature and changes in precipitation patterns, is directly impacted by climate change. So having a way to better measure that snowpack is in itself one of the most useful climate adaptation tools that we have to use moving forward. You can advance to the next slide here. And I think diving into this year's flight above Dillon provides really one of the most kind of apparent use cases for how this information is useful to water managers. So those 4 yellow dots there are approximately the locations of the 4 SNOTEL stations that are in this basin. And a couple things to note here. One, we're fortunate to have 4 SNOTEL stations in this basin. That is more than a lot of basins throughout Colorado and throughout the West. So we're fortunate to even have that many. And I do want to say that the SNOTEL network is just such a valuable network, and we should continue to fund that and expand that moving forward, while also recognizing the limitations of it. So these SNOTEL stations don't provide that volume measurement of the snowpack throughout the watershed, and you can see the gaps that ASO fills in, but those SNOTEL stations can't measure. And comparing the first ASO flight that we did last year in 2022, which was also around this time of peak snowpack in 2022, those 4 SNOTEL stations averaged together had a depth of 15.2 inches of snow water equivalent, representing this full watershed. The ASO flight that was conducted on that day measured 150,000 acre feet of volume of water in that snowpack. This year, when we did our first ASO flight in this basin, those 4 SNOTEL stations measured 15 inches of SWE averaged across them, while, as you can see, the ASO flight measured 183,000 acre feet of SWE. So the SNOTEL average was actually slightly less than when we flew last year, but the volume measurement of water was 33,000 acre feet more. So we can see the limitations that we hit with our SNOTEL network. Even though it's valuable and these systems work together, having this extra information and knowing that there's 33,000 extra acre feet in that watershed actually allowed us to make a decision to release more water from Dillon Reservoir to increase environmental flows into the Blue River, because we're more confident that the reservoir would still be able to fill. So that's a direct impact on our decision making. And you can advance to the next slide. And then finally here, just a bit of stakeholder perspective on our development of the CASM program. This has really been an amazing effort, really a grassroots stakeholder-led movement from the start. We have our planning team there, which had down at the bottom representatives from these agencies here: Northern Water, Denver Water, the Colorado River District, CWCB, St. Vrain and Left Hand, LRE Water, ASO, and Dolores Water Conservancy District. So a really great group of folks from all around the state, as well as our larger stakeholder group of over 100 stakeholders that just are interested in using this data and staying involved in how the program develops, that we meet with approximately monthly. And we've really seen substantial growth in this group in the work that we've been able to do since about 2021, as Jeff and Eric mentioned, largely in thanks to funding provided through various grants from the CWCB. So I want to reiterate our thanks for that. And we've been able to do more flights than we've ever done and put the data to use in more ways than we ever have, which is really exciting. And with that, you know, brings both opportunities and challenges ahead. So opportunities around people really realize that this is something that we need. It's something that people want across really all water sector stakeholder groups throughout the state and throughout the West. And people are finding new ways and to put the data to use, which is really cool and exciting to see. And then the challenges ahead really fall around those kind of administrative pieces of finding sustainable funding and then the administrative structure of the program moving forward. So funding, we're kind of in a year-to-year scramble at the moment of how do we fund next year's flights, how do we fund next year's, which is a challenge and provides contracting challenges as well. And then on the administrative structure, not having really a formal administrative home really is providing a host of challenges as the program continues to expand moving forward. So we look forward to addressing both these opportunities and challenges as we continue to grow this work. So thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you, Taylor. Could we see if there's any questions right here? Were there any questions on Taylor's report? I guess I had one, Taylor. I don't know if you can answer this, but you showed the SNOTEL sites is basically reporting the same SWE, and then you showed the ASO, the 23 reading being basically 20% higher than the 22. But what have you seen in terms of stream flow into Dillon Reservoir? I mean, I guess that's sort of part of the proof of how accurate things are.
Great question, and something we'll be analyzing really once the season kind of wraps up through the summer here, and we'll be able to present that when in our future presentation in the fall. So I don't have those numbers on the top of my head, but whatever they are, they'll be interesting. If it was the same volume flow this year compared to 2022. That would be interesting. And if it's greater this year, that would be, understanding how that snowpack changes in different years into stream flow is something we're really advancing our understanding of with this information. But having that initial volume measurement is key to that. And then also, just importantly, we know we've had a lot of late spring and early summer rain that also impacts those stream flows. So that's another element here as well. So don't have those numbers off the top of my head, but we'll update you with those in the fall.
Great. Okay, we'll look forward to that. Any questions? Yes, Director Vasquez.
Yeah, just a quick question to follow up on Commissioner Felt's question, and that is, do you have comparative data from previous years where you have the reservoir filling data to help substantiate the value of the aerial observatory?
Yeah, and Jeff can probably speak more as well to some of the work they've done with analyzing that in California in a certain basin where they've flown for over 10 years. And I think in measuring, so we have a little less historical data here. We've flown the Blue River since 2019. And so we're really still developing those relationships, but they've been flying one basin in California since about 2013 or 14, I want to say. And I think if you compare the volume measured by ASO to the volume that's coming to the reservoir, there's something like a 0.99 R squared in the relationship between those two. Jeff, I don't know if you want to expand on that at all.
Yeah, thanks, Taylor. As you mentioned, we've had a long legacy in California. There's lots of examples there of really adding to the accuracy of the forecast there. In Colorado specifically, we have seen in basins where we've been flying for a number of years, we have a track record of achieving a forecast accuracy earlier in the season, a higher forecast accuracy earlier in the season than we can get to with conventional methods. So even if we end up at the same place, knowing a month or two in advance where we're going to be can have big impacts, especially on the early season operations.
Specifically, I was curious about losses to sublimation, and with temperature regimes increasing, we'll see increased sublimation.
Absolutely. All of the components of the water balance are important as in going from snow accumulation to runoff or reservoir inflow. Some of them are more challenging to measure than others, sublimation being perhaps the most acutely challenging. Soil moisture being another one. We're seeing some soil moisture station networks being built out but they're sort of akin to a SNOTEL network. So pretty soon we'll have a bunch of point measurements of soil moisture, but that doesn't really give us a volume throughout the watershed. The snowpack, we now have the technology to measure that everywhere. It does us the service of sticking around long enough for us to measure it. Because we can simulate and forecast with models that simulate all of those water balance components, if we fix the snowpack part of it, that improves our ability to simulate those other components by constraining the available water.
Appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Thanks.
Director Combs?
Yeah, as to some of your questions, as one of the first basins that started using this, we noticed huge improvements on our ability to forecast. Like Jeff said, having the forecast be accurate earlier. As you know, on the Rio Grande, our compact is tied to our forecast. And even though sometimes in the end, they balance to the same place, it drastically affected the curtailment daily for our head gates. And I will say at the higher elevations, we've had higher accuracy with this than any of our SNOTEL. We had a little bias differential on the bottom elevations that we struggled we got that covered, but our reservoir, when I do my management on the reservoir, I look more at the ASO and the wharf hydro forecasting than the SNOTEL. It's been more accurate at higher elevations. So it's past the science experiment stage. It is really into refining the technology. And I just have to say, the first time I met Eric, we were, I think it was a rented Ford Explorer that we were bombing up through the mountains we did have the insurance on it to check and to measure some of those. And so it is far more dependable at snapshot times than any of our other forecasts. So it definitely has credibility.
Well, and just a little historical information from our board. I think, we had a presentation on this at our Durango meeting, I think it was last fall, September. Is that right, Eric? Yeah. And just for our newer members, it really felt to me like we came out of that meeting with our board seemed very enthusiastic and, desirous of finding ways to build this out. And I think part of Jeff's response was a little bit of, okay, I got all I can handle right at this moment, but that's great to hear. We'll keep working on our capacity. So just so you know, there's really been some enthusiasm here for finding ways to expand it across the state. Director Anderson.
Thank you. Boy, I really applaud your efforts. Having worn the hat of a water manager in my life, knowing what's up there and what you can expect is, you just can't describe the value. And then to have some confidence in it is extremely important. As it's been alluded to, you're not through here. I happen to be a water user on the Uncompahgre and certainly like to see Ridgeway included in the future forecast, but I understand the timing and so forth. So thank you very much for your efforts. So appreciate you.
Okay, Eric, did you have some more to go?
I got one last slide, and with that story from Director Combs and this slide, this is the end of my career and the presentation. So coming to a board meeting near you, we're going to have a more in-depth discussion about what a program would actually look like, exactly what we were discussing just now, what an expansion would look like, how these administration challenges could be addressed, all that good stuff. Again, we wanted to split this up into 2 presentations just to get folks back up and running, introduce some of the new board members to the topic, and then really dive into the nitty-gritty next time around. I do have an update for you all about the $1 million from the projects bill that was approved last November. So the Bureau of Reclamation in May released a notice of funding opportunity for a snow water supply forecasting program. We were able to use this $1 million to leverage grant applications for this notice of funding opportunity. 8 applicants from our CHASM stakeholder group were submitted. 6 of them were selected to go on to round 2 of the selection process. So coming up August 14th through 18th, these 6 applicants will be interviewed for their projects for a grand total of $5 million in potential federal funding that this projects bill investment can potentially leverage. So we're really excited about that. We'll definitely have some more updates for you soon on that. Another thing that this project spill investment is going to go towards is fixing the Upper Rio Grande snow-free data. There were some data issues and we weren't able to do a snow on flight this winter. So we're committed to doing that. Other items are going to be based entirely on the outcome of this phase 2 selection process, whether or not these funds will be fully committed based on all of the applications going all the way through. Fingers crossed, knock on all the wood you can find. And if not, then that'll free up other opportunities throughout the state. So that's all we had for today. Really appreciate your time and we'll see you again soon unless you have any questions.
Any other questions? All right, well, thank you, Eric, Jeff, Taylor, great report. Seven is our best practices for boards and commissions, and this will be Jen Mealy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it's okay with the board, I'd like to present from this seat on this agenda item, but I will need to grab the remote, so excuse me.
The podium.
All right, thank you. Nice to see you all. This is our annual training on best practices for boards and commissions. This is required under House Bill 18, 2018. House Bill 18, 1138. It is required, but I do think getting together each year to chat about some of these issues is helpful, helps us to think about it, helps us to be thinking about it in the right way. I'm not covering any material that I think is new to you all, but it is just covering things we've chatted about in some form or fashion in the past. I do have an interesting new application of the open meetings law through Denver Public School Board to discuss, and that'll give us a little insight to executive session and how that can work in real life. So, all right, here's the agenda. We'll first talk about the statute, conflicts of interest, OML, CORA, and you'll see, I hope you saw in your board materials that I've drafted some bylaws. There were a couple of issues that have already been pointed out to me in those bylaws. And Director Riss and I have chatted that maybe the time to talk about the draft bylaws isn't during this agenda item, but possibly when we talk about operational planning tomorrow.
Say one thing about that.
Please.
Yeah, so I think we recognize that there are some obvious tie-ins to bylaws and where this board may want to go as it relates to the operational planning conversation. And so I think Jen did a really good job capturing some of the kind of the basics about how we currently operate as it relates to election of officers and so forth. But I think, you know, I want to give you all some latitude as we have that conversation to potentially incorporate some other items in the bylaws that you might feel are important. So we're not going to be taking action on the bylaws until we have that additional conversation.
Here is the bill set forth on the slide here, but you also have the bill in your board materials, I believe. These are the items we need to be discussing on an annual basis and the bylaws need to cover. So there are 11 categories. A couple of them are legal, and those are the ones I focus on, although I drafted the bylaws in a way to get us thinking about all of these issues every year. My understanding is that Wendy Padilla from DNR wanted to address this board too on DNR's handbook for boards and commissions. I'm not sure if she'll be doing that now or later, but I think you should expect to hear from her a little bit on that. Those in your materials. It is important to be mindful of the mission of the board, the goals of the agency, mindful of the interaction with staff and other boards and stakeholders. I think these directives are all to know or getting to make sure the board is making the best decision they can. And part of that process is making sure they're making informed decisions, have all the information they need from staff, have relevant information from other boards, and they're being transparent in how they're making decisions. Does have a strategic framework. It's from 2013. That's available online. You as board members should be familiar with this document, where it's located and the information it contains, because it does talk about, as I said, the agency's framework, their mission, role, and implementation of these things. Is 3760-106 in terms of the board formation and the policies and the authority of this agency. 792-102, which covers a lot of the authorities of the in-stream flow program. We've talked about this issue in the last couple of years because we have a relatively recent conflict of interest guideline that we use and we refer to. There's a statutory requirement or statutory standard, I should say, for members of boards and commissions. That is, member of a board shall not perform an official act which may have a direct economic benefit on a business or other undertaking in which such member has a direct or substantial final interest. So that's statutory. I think of that as the bare minimum. I think in these roles, there's probably a little bit elevated responsibility. In general, the way to think about it, I think, is you have a conflict of interest. If you have a personal interest, family, friendship, financial interest that could compromise your judgment and your decision-making as a member of this board. And so in our conflicts of interest guideline document, we have written in to the definition of conflict, the concept that a conflict of interest also exists where a board member is unable to objectively participate in a matter before the board because of a member's personal interest in the matter. And so it's to some extent not quite this bright line rule, but something that you have to consider the matter. You have to consider your interest in the matter. Sometimes it's helpful to talk through these things. But if you're feeling that it will impact your ability to make a decision, then the proper route is probably to recuse yourself. But as I've, please, Dr. Felt.
Just objectively participating. Sounds like it could be not necessarily any financial interest, but an emotional. Really don't like someone, you really care about something, even though it doesn't pertain directly to any, direct financial gain at all, but it just, is it that broad?
I think if that sort of thing could impact your ability to have an unbiased decision in the matter, then you should definitely be thinking about it. I don't think it necessarily means that, but I think you should be thinking about it.
Yeah.
I think though we recognize that everybody is on this board because they care a lot about the stuff that we talk about.
Yeah.
And so I think, there needs to be careful consideration about maybe you care about a very particular project and are invested in a particular project. But of course, we know that y'all care a lot. Okay.
Thank you. And that is sort of a nice segue into the very next thing I was going to say is that there was definitely a counterbalance. Sorry, Director Anderson.
Well, just a question. Director Feld reclused himself from the item this afternoon. Granted, he serves on those boards. He's not going to make any money out of this deal. Project probably than anybody in the room. Why shouldn't he stay?
They conflicted with a financial. In some instances, there are board members who actually get paid by the entity that is up for a grant or something like that. If that's not the case, sometimes we're even talking about the appearance of a conflict. And so if one of the board members is vested in one of the entities getting a grant, and even if they don't have a financial interest, it could give the appearance that the board isn't making unbiased decisions. And so we're also worried about trust by the public of the board when they're making decisions. And so if they see that a board member is sitting on two boards that are interested in a project that we're taking action on, they might say, should she really be voting on that? She's so vested in this. I understand the desire to have the board member weigh in, but because they're obviously going to know a lot about those projects, I think the other consideration is if the projects were things that the other board members didn't really like, then having that board member in the room could affect the other board members' ability and ability to have an open conversation if they didn't like it with that board member there. So we have to balance all these interests and issues when we're thinking about conflicts. Like I said, it's never a bright line. It is definitely case by case. What can that board member bring, but also are there problems presented by having that board member at the table?
Comment too is, I guess, in reading through some of this material, if any of my fellow board members sees an instance where I haven't caught something, I would hope that you would feel free to come to me or come to Jen and say, hey, Robert, this is a conflict for you, because I think sometimes we kind of lose that connection, because you're right, we're not going to gain financially from it, but we really want to make sure we maintain that trust in the public and don't have that appearance of impropriety. Thanks.
Thank you.
That part of the reason when I have a recusal is to not make the other board members uncomfortable. So, that's key to me, that if it's not a good decision, that no one feels bad that I'm in the room and they can't talk about, why it wouldn't get approved or whatever the issue is. So just kind of in response to Steve's question, that's always on my mind when I consider that too.
Thank you. I do think that's a big part of the consideration. And then the counterbalance is that you are all on this board because you are so involved in the community. So like Director has pointed out, just because you know about something or care about something does not mean you are conflicted out from the discussion or the vote. You are in these roles because of your involvement and because you're so knowledgeable. We have does walk through what to do when you have either an actual or apparent conflict. And as we just discussed, the best practice is to leave the room to allow for an open discussion by your other board members. If you're feeling that there is a conflict, if you are disclosing a conflict, you do not have to state what the conflict is. You just need to state that you have a conflict and you will be stepping out of the room. And as was indicated earlier, if you have any questions, if you're unsure, feel free to reach out to Director Riss or feel free to reach out to me and we can have those conversations. Sometimes it helps to talk through it a little bit. I'm just going to touch on this quickly. I think you're all aware there is a gift ban. While the actual amendment says you shouldn't accept gifts of more than $50, it actually has been increased to $65 through a policy of I don't know the name of the entity, but the entity who controls ethics in government. So it is $65. And I think there's an argument to be made that technically that gift ban does not apply to you as volunteer board members, but again, best practice, I think we all want to abide by this. If it looks like we're taking gifts, this isn't always a great look with appearances. Gifts, meals, lodging, that kind of thing typically count. There are exceptions if you're presenting at a panel and you're getting those things in response. But if you have this kind of thing come up, let's discuss, because we want to err on the side of not accepting gifts.
A quorum, if the person recusing themselves, all of a sudden then we only have 5 voting members, can we not take action then, or?
There are steps we can take. It's called the rule of necessity. We'd have to do a pretty deep dive into laws and hopefully we'd know in advance. We might be able to get around that in general to the extent we can avoid not having a quorum. And these days we typically can. Somebody can call in and be available in most scenarios, especially with our numbers. If we get there, it is something that we can get around, but it would take a few minutes of scrambling, I suspect, but there are ways to do it. Sure. this law exists because folks are interested in transparency in government, transparency in policy making. It's sometimes tough to absorb, but any meetings of 2 or more of you all, because 2 or more of any members of any state public body at which public business is discussed or at which any formal action may be taken are declared to be public meetings open to the public at all times. This one can be kind of tricky because board members find themselves at meetings together and in situations like this where they then go out to dinner, and that stuff is all acceptable. Just think you need to be wary when you're with each other at other meetings that you're talking about the business of that meeting you're at and not specific business of the CWCB board, like drifting back to, oh, in the May meeting, when we talked about this is what I really thought about it. Those are the kinds of conversations that really are prohibited by open meetings law. And I think to really get your mind around this, just keep thinking back to transparency. The public is interested in knowing why this board is reaching the decisions they're reaching. And if 2 board members are discussing that without the other board members and without the ability for the public to at least listen in, then that starts to become a problem. There's no bright line rule as to what it means to be a public meeting, but the general consensus is you've got to be able to notice it. People have to know what you're going to talk about, when you're going to talk about it, and have the ability to attend. Slide before, but I really like revisiting it every year, so I keep putting it back in for these trainings. Walks through a little bit about what kind of situations constitute a public meeting. Obviously, rulemakings, anytime 2 people are having a side conversation about a rule and those rulemaking, that kind of conversation has to happen on the record. If you're just going out for dinner and drinks, please feel free to do that. That's obviously we think getting together and forming those relationships is great. Just be careful what you're talking about and recognize that there could be this perception, oh, these 3 board members are getting together. What are they talking about? Doesn't mean you can't do it. It's just something to be thinking about. When you're having your phone calls before the board meetings with the chair, the chair is a board member. So those questions should be limited to logistics and how things work and not the meat of the agenda items where you're discussing what the policy will be or what the board's decision will be.
Can I have a question, Jen?
Yes.
So is the CWCB director considered agency staff or is it considered a board member?
So that's why this says perhaps, and why I say there are situations where the director is considered more of the more staff because they're having those conversations to logistics and here's your role. And you're talking with these board members about how the agenda items, I imagine, I'm not part of those conversations, but they should be more logistical and less about here's what we're thinking about. Here's, where I think the board should go on this. I don't know that that's the right kind of discussion in most situations. So when you're wearing your staff director hat, that's why I think those conversations take place and that's why they're okay. The public meeting requirement, yes.
We have a question from Director Brody.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question on the last slide. All of those contemplated conversations, but is it fair to assume those rules also apply to email communications, texts, other means of communication?
Yes, thank you for that question. When we have group emails, sometimes we send information out to the group, but you should never reply all. Those communications should just go back to the sender if you have questions about the materials that are being sent. But if you want to have a discussion about what's being sent with the greater group, this is the format, just so it's clear to the public what's being discussed about the materials you have. Same with texts. If you're texting each other, those are public meetings, so to speak, because those are, that would just be another way to get around the public meeting requirement, where if you could just talk about it via text or email, then that's skirting the reasoning behind the OML, which is really transparency. Thank you, Director Brody. Executive session, we are allowed to have closed door meetings for certain very discrete reasons. We typically use it for conferences with an attorney representing the agency to talk about legal issues. So imminent court actions, specific legal claims or grievances, or for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions. So this exception exists because of the attorney-client privilege, which allows there to be free and open discussion between attorneys and their clients. If there is a third party in those discussions, somebody who isn't the attorney or isn't the client, that's where that privilege is waived and those discussions. So they're required to be recorded. And I think part of that reason is because if we violate the reasons, the exceptions for being able to go into executive session, then those tapes should be open to the public because we weren't supposed to be in executive session in the first place. There is a statutory requirement that 2/3 of the entire membership vote to go into executive session. This entire membership is 15 people, and so we've got to have 10 people voting yes in order to go into executive session. And this one took me a while to get my arms around because, you know, we only have 10 voting members. So why do we need all of them, the 2/3 of the entire membership? But that is statutory. And I've put some thought into it over the years because it just strikes me as so odd. And I think some folks would say, no, if you're not a voting member, you never vote. But I think the entire membership needs to consider whether what we're going into executive session for is appropriate for executive session. So I think that's why, or at least partially why that statute is in place. Executive session, no formal action is allowed. There are limited subject matters. We've got to record it. We always announce the topic and the legal basis for executive session before we go in. And once we're in executive session, we can't deviate from the topics that were announced and noticed for the reasons we're going into executive session. That is in executive session will then be something that is a matter of on the public session, because there'll be a legal aspect we want to discuss before we get to the public side of it. And we just need to be careful when we're in executive session for those types of matters that we just stick to, okay, we get our legal advice. We know what needs to guide us legally for the discussion later in public session. We need to have the robust discussion among the board members in the public eye. The only discussion we can have on that agenda item in executive session is the back and forth between the attorneys. What does the statute mean? How will this affect us in litigation? Those are the things that will lead our discussion in public session, and we've got to restrict our executive session discussions to those topics. Like I mentioned, there's been a recent case in the news. I have to admit, I haven't read the court like that, but I did read the article and learned that a judge recently released tapes from a 5-hour meeting with the DPS, Denver Public Schools Board, because it was challenged on OML violation. For the reason they went into executive session, they were talking about their policy surrounding school resource officers in school. And they did cite a reason they were in executive session, and it was a specialized details of security arrangements. That statute is, I guess the court held about something else, not about school resource officers. So it was challenged. The judge ruled in favor of the press who was challenging the reason they were in executive session. And I believe the court has released or ordered DPS to release the tapes of those executive session. So then that now has been released to the media. And my understanding is that the judge also gave the media organizations who had sued the right to seek attorney's fees and costs for having to seek those tapes. So there's a lot involved, and we want to be careful when we're thinking about what we're discussing in executive session and how we're noticing it.
Jen, I think the Court of Appeals did put that decision on hold, so it's still an ongoing legal battle, I guess, between the media and DPS, but certainly it's a good caution to be very respectful of the limitations on executive session.
Been appealed, so thank you for that. But I still, even if it's overturned, I think it's a good cautionary tale. I feel we're probably all pretty familiar with this, but in your roles as board members, everything that we have, everything the CWCB has is available to the public for review. So this is not only the documents like the board documents we have, it is also emails that go back and forth about board business. So just note that if you're texting or emailing about something that is board business, keep it professional. I know I don't have to tell you guys this, but if these things are disclosed, I've seen it where there's a snarky comment in there, it can get pretty embarrassing. You'd rather not have that stuff out there. And that stuff does get disclosed in an Open Records Act request. It does include emails, it does include texts. I know we had one for former Director Mitchell's calendars. So, you know, they are interested to know what's going on with the agency. So keep in mind that when you have writings, when you have materials, it's why we're so careful. Well, partially, I guess, you know, we've got these executive session materials that are outside of the normal board materials because, you know, they're protected and we don't want them in the mix with the regular materials because everything the board does is so available to the public.
In terms of preservation, you know, getting one of those letters from a lawyer that says preserve all documents related to this, but just generally, because, I mean, we get cored like every day in Chaffey County. And so pretty much just don't delete anything anymore. But what guidance do you have for us in terms of, you know, emails and texts and things that are related to CWCB?
Unless there's a core request or unless you reasonably anticipate that it'll result in litigation, I don't know that you need to keep. If it's something that you would normally delete as you regularly delete and maintain your inbox. Our agency has a 90-day deletion policy. And so if you have that sort of thing in place, unless it's anticipated that it will go to litigation, then it's okay to delete those things, especially under a policy like that. But if it's your routine, if you were cleaning out your inbox and you feel you don't need it anymore, I do think you can delete that sort of information.
My understanding is there have been difficulties in creating state emails for board members. So I'm using a personal email account. I'm segregating that into a folder where, you know, if asked for anything, I can pull it out. But it's very helpful to know that I can do this 90-day deletion and not have to worry about tripping over the requirement to preserve documents.
It is really helpful for core requests if you keep your in your personal account separate from your personal emails. It makes the search that much easier when the core request comes in. So that's a great idea. It is one of the reasons why we do highly recommend that we have all the board members have these state email addresses. So we don't even have to get into the business of personal emails because that can be a little messy. But segregating is best. And hopefully we'll get state email addresses up and running.
Can I just clarify, Jen? You're saying that the AG's office has a 90-day
Yes,
deletion policy?
yeah, the agency
the
does not.
CWCB. So
Yeah.
you're not bound to keep anything for 90 days.
Okay, so there is no date certain within which you need to retain.
For the
those.
agency, thank you, Director Riss. Yes, that is the AG's policy, not the agency's policy.
Okay, thank you.
For sure.
And for anybody on the board who, like me, didn't have a state email, or actually I did have a state email, but I didn't have access to it. Get with Anna because she connected me to John, I think it was, and took about missing too. So. Anna, or what's best? Okay.
So we'll just wait to hear from you. We don't have to take action. Thank you.
Good. Yep, go ahead, Director Brody.
So I just wanted to point out, Cora does not create an affirmative obligation to preserve records. Each state agency has their own records retention schedule, so it would be helpful to get some clarification as to what is covered by CWCB's record retention schedule and how long we need to keep different types of documents. That's different from a litigation hold, which does create an affirmative obligation to preserve records even beyond the records retention schedule.
This in the agency right now, or is that something maybe that?
Anna, we do not have a retention policy, do we?
The staff. There is a fairly outdated DNR email retention policy that is from the early 2000s that is being reevaluated. So once I know more, I'll certainly update this board, but it goes back to, it's so old that it discusses file size, and that's the limitation, and that's when you have to start deleting emails. So it's fairly outdated, and I know there is an evaluation of that going on. So I'll come back to you with more information, but currently nothing that's useful. Exactly.
And thanks, Anna. That is my understanding too, that there are folks who are looking at DNR's email policy, which I would not call it a retention policy. I would call it an email policy, but that is one thing that I think is under consideration. I believe. I could be wrong. That would bring me in my list of things to talk about to the draft bylaws, but let's hold off on that discussion until tomorrow with the discussion of the operational planning. But if it's okay, I will point out something that was pointed out to me, an error in the bylaws and in the draft. I indicated or stated, I guess, that officers of the board hold a term of 3 years, and that actually should just be 1. So if you're looking at it later today, that is an error. That should be 1 year. Terms are held for 1 year. I think that's everything I had on this agenda item, but if anybody, I know we've had a Q&A through the whole agenda item, but you can feel free to ask me any questions after the agenda item is over, and of course, anytime throughout the year.
So imagine I had a nefarious intent to have a way around the open meetings law by texting with another board member or whatever, and then I immediately delete it, right? If there is no retention requirement, then there is no preservation of the public's interest. So I'm curious how you're directing us to manage that.
There's a request. It is about existing documents. I don't think board members should be texting each other. So I think that's the problem in the first place, at least about business. That's supposed to be in the public. And so
let me make it email then, if that's easier.
It's the same concept. One board member should not be emailing another board member about business of the board, because that's supposed to be in this venue. So that is just not allowed. And that's maybe one of the reasons you could just delete it, and the public would not be privy to that conversation or aware of, how that policy is getting formed. Last training, last July, there's a case, I believe it was Douglas County, maybe their school board, they had this practice of, or maybe it was not a routine practice, but occasion where they were trying to skirt OML, in my read of it, by one board member would contact another, who would contact another, and they would make a decision that way without ever having more than 2 of them in the same place. I think they're local, so they've got a rule of 3, not a rule of 2. But that was held to be improper. They called it. They were just obviously trying to skirt the OML, and that is improper.
But if they were deleted, there would be no record. So this is where I'm going is, you have explained to us that we shouldn't, and all of us are clearly going to comply and have been complying with that. But if you had somebody who was trying to skirt the open meetings law, it
Yeah.
seems quite simple to just get rid of the evidence, right? So
Yes.
that's my question.
Yep. there's a
Director
problem.
Brody?
So the Douglas County School Board issue was in the context of their decision to terminate the contract of their superintendent. And yeah, courts do not look favorably on what I would call clever attempts to get around open meetings procedures. So what I always advise my boards is just don't do it.
Yeah, good advice.
Director Combs, did you have a question?
I was just gonna tell Jen that she goes from Article 6 to Article 8, skip 7 on the Roman numeral articles of it.
I'm
No
sorry.
big deal.
What, where's that?
So in the mailed out bulletin, it goes from Article 5 to Article 6, and then it goes to Article 8.
In the
Roman
bylaws?
In the bylaws, yeah. We just skipped Roman numeral 7. It's just a silly wordsmith.
No, I want to have it right, so thank you.
Bingo that wrong.
No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the time to address the board on this issue, these
Any-
issues.
Any other questions or? Right on time. Is lunch set to go? So we're going to take an hour for lunch or slightly less. We'll reconvene at 1:10. And lunch is down the hall, a couple doors on the right.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Things here. We're going to head into the water supply reserve fund applications for consideration in just a few moments. And while I'm mentioning that, yes, Paul, I will, so Paul Boucher is going to run that first item because of my recusal. And so, yeah, we'll get it going, Paul, and then you can run that one and then I'll come back. But before I do that, what's that? I realized during lunch, talking to Wendy, that there was a couple blank spots on the map for our executive director interview process. So going to have her address some of that, and then we will kind of hopefully have a complete process planned out, because there's some things we still need to do as individual board members sort of before the interviews tomorrow afternoon. So Wendy?
Good afternoon, everybody. Chair Felt and Executive Director Gibbs and board members. My name is Wendy Padilla. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Department of Natural Resources. So right after I speak now, I'll be sending an email to all of you with the applicant materials as well as the job announcement and draft interview questions. So thank you to those board members who have helped thus far in the process and who have provided those interview questions. I really appreciate it. You'll also have those interview questions printed out for you tomorrow morning. So don't worry about trying to print anything out. We'll have those printed for you in the morning. But if you do have changes to those, please send me an email or catch me or write something on a piece of paper or catch me verbally, and we'll get those polished up for you. And I will be here through the rest of the afternoon and then obviously tomorrow.
Great. Yeah, I did not realize that not every board member had received the application materials yet. I got that mixed up. So make sure you try to make some time to go through those 3 applications. And then on the questions, you'll get those. And my thought is I'm just going to circulate around, like, I don't know, later today or at breakfast tomorrow, and see who kind of wants to ask which question and try to get that in order. You can also respond to Wendy. If there's something you want to refine still, we can still do that. And then we'll put a kind of a logical sequence to the questions. But the idea is that each of us will ask a question that'll probably take up all the time. And we want to ask the same questions and preferably in the same order. So does that cover it, I think?
That does.
Okay. Any questions on this? Want to make sure. All right. Thanks, Wendy.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to go into the water supply reserve fund applications for consideration with Ben Wade is going to lead that. And if you recall, we're doing item 8D first. So I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chairman Boucher and recuse myself.
Thanks a lot, Chairman Felt, and Ben, and this will be yours to take away starting on AD. I do want to warn, I don't know if it's my internet connection or if it's the audio related. A lot of times when microphones are changing from one to another, there's just a couple second gap for me. So if there's questions or comments that I'm not aware, I can see the people in the front, Steve, Lauren, and directors in the front very well. So if people raise their hand and wave at me, if I'm doing anything improper, let me know. Thank you. Ben, take it away.
Thank you, Director Boucher. And by the way, my computer is off. I see a pixelated boardroom right now. So please let me know if there's any questions during the presentation. For the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff presenting agenda item number 8, Deputy Sheriff Fund Grants. All these applications being presented today are recommended for approval. And so first of all, I just want to thank all the staff that will be project managers on these grants for their reviews And then big thank you to Dory Vihill and Jeff Rodriguez for their help preparing these presentations for today's board presentation. This round, we received 15 applications overall. So I'll be presenting 9 of those. And we got 1 drought resiliency statewide proposal, 8 aging infrastructure statewide requests. Appreciate the approval of the 2 consent agenda items or the grants on the agenda item earlier today. And then the remaining 4 proposals that were included in the director's report were approved by the acting director, Aris, on July 10th. So yeah, we'll start off with 8D, which is application from the Upper Arkansas Water Conservancy District. This is that 1 drought resiliency request that we had. The project partners will be conducting a county-wide evaluation of groundwater source, quality, and projected location of availability across Chaffee County. This study is designed or titled as Phase 3 of the previous 25-year-long Arkansas River Basin groundwater evaluation that they've been doing with the USGS. This board provided a WSRF grant for Phase 2 back in September of 2016. The project is going to collect data and analyze physical and geochemical data just to increase the understanding of water resources and quality. The data from the wells will be put together to produce a numerical groundwater flow model that will be used to simulate groundwater recharge, groundwater and surface water interactions, and groundwater pumping. And then upon calibration will be used to predict potential future groundwater conditions under changing climatic, land use, and pumping scenarios. So again, we recommend this application for approval. And then to answer any questions the board may have, we have Gracie Goodwin, who is the project's manager with the district, as well as Beth Helmke from Chaffee County. And so Gracie and Beth, if you want to turn on your camera and unmute yourselves, and we'll be available for any questions.
Ben, thanks. Before we get to the questions, the slide that we're on is still on number 8B. If we could get the slide online to move up to 8D for the funding request, that would be good, please.
Paul, they said they did get it corrected. It was on the wrong one, but it's on the correct one now. But we're still seeing the wrong one at ours too.
I know, I can't.
There we go. We see it now.
Oh, yeah. All right, thank you. And I will work on my B's and D's a little more clearly online. So with that, are there any questions for Ben, Gracie, or Beth?
This is Robert Sakadak. Question for you. So this study is just looking at the physical availability. Will you be working at all with the state engineer's office about the legal availability of using these waters?
Yes, we will. Right now, we're just kind of getting information about the aquifer, some of just how the interactions work. We've done many studies over the last probably 13 years. And so this is just more of a continuation on just kind of what groundwater we have, the interactions between surface and groundwater, what type of recharge, how that kind of looks in the aquifer. We're going to do a little bit of water quality testing as well to build a 3D model. And so right now it's more learning about the physical. Once we have that information and start looking at being able to use any of the legal, we'll definitely take that into consideration and go down that route.
Very good. And then maybe even potentially conjunctive uses in the future too then?
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions from the board? Hearing none, I would like to ask the applicants if they would like to add anything about the project or make any comments.
I just want to say thank you to CWCB for all of your support on these type of projects. They're very important, especially as the climate gets drier, to be able to look at all different types of water above ground, below ground, and just keep informed about all the water issues and what we can like continue learning and how we can move that forward. So we appreciate your support.
I would echo that from the county's perspective. Having this empirical data set will be really instrumental in our long-range conservation and land use planning consideration. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the added comments. I appreciate that. And if there's any further questions from the board, that's great. And if not, do we have a motion?
Hi, Paul. Excuse me, Director Rusche. If you can't see me, this is Director Brown, and I would move that we approve agenda item 8D.
We have a motion from Director Brown. Is there a second? That was the cutout. I think it was Director Combs. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And it appears that the motion carries. I might get confirmation from the actual room. I think that we're good there. So we can
Okay.
let Greg know to come back and we can move on, Ben, I think, with moving back to 8A during that time frame. Thank you.
Thank you all very, very much.
All right. All right, I'm not hearing anything. I can go ahead and start on 8A.
Greg. And
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I'm sorry if there's a miscommunication. Please go ahead and start with.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, I'm hearing, I think I heard Director Sakata. It was a little very, very choppy. So hopefully that's not on my end, but yeah, I'll just keep moving forward with agenda item 8A, which is an application from the Colorado City Metropolitan District. And this is an aging infrastructure statewide request. The proposed project includes engineering design that would address the rehabilitation of Lake Beckwith Dam to ensure compliance with the state engineer's office for a safety compliance plan from October of 2021. Lake Beckwith is the main municipal water storage facility for Colorado City. And so if approved, grant funds will be used for the development of a DWR approved engineering design, an approved construction plan and specifications. That design will also include widening of dam embankment to accommodate a future 10-foot dam raise and storage capacity increase. And so with us today are the district manager, James Ecker, as well as Neil Elliott from the district, and their consultant, Mike Graber, is also on Zoom if the board has any questions.
Any questions out there from the board for the crew? Well, with that, then I would ask if the applicants would like to share anything else about the project while we have your presence.
Yes, this is James Ecker from Colorado City. I'd like to thank CWCB, we've been approved for a loan to with going further with this project. Without your help and assistance, this project would not be able to take form. And I'd like to thank everyone for that.
Thank you, James.
Not seeing any questions from the board. Any more comments for the project from the applicants? All right, with that, then I would entertain a motion on agenda item 8A.
He's in block now, since we have the first taken. Is that okay?
That's wonderful with me,
Okay.
Director Brown. Ben, let's keep rolling then with agenda item B.
Great. Agenda item 8B is an application from Wahatoya Valley Estates, another aging infrastructure statewide request. Like many other communities in Colorado, their biggest challenge is trying to meet their supply gap and finding a redundant source when or if their spring runs dry, and also improving the infrastructure to meet those residential demands. Their project objectives include drilling supplemental wells to improve that redundancy, improve delivery from their facility to storage, repairing their automated pumping radio link, the risks of manually monitoring and controlling their system. And so again, staff recommends approval of the applicant's request. We have a board member from Wahatoya Valley Estates, Matt Hayden, who is online and is available for any questions the board may have.
Hi there, I'm here with Lonnie and Michelle Joyce.
All right, board, are there any questions? Mr. Matt Hayden, thank you for joining. Is there anything else that you would like to share with the board about the project?
Thanks to Gracie, Ben, and Dory, and the opportunity.
Don't
All
think
right.
that was Matt. Ben, do you think that Matt's online?
Yeah, that was Matt. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I apologize. With that, are there any further questions from the board at this time? And I see Director Felt is back. We just finished with agenda item 8B, and I will hand it back over to you, moving to 8C.
Director Boucher, okay, that explains that. So, sorry, we're on item C? Okay.
Yes.
So Ben, next item, Purgatoire Watershed Partnership.
Yep. Yeah, this is another aging infrastructure statewide request. The Baca Picket Wire Earthen Ditch was established back in the late 1800s. What was then the outskirts of Trinidad. But if we fast forward a century plus later, that same ditch is currently in the middle of a high traffic urban development. So it's surrounded by a lot of parking lots, 4-story hotel and several restaurants. And so because of this urban development in this project area, this project has been sped up to meet the need to address the old and insufficient infrastructure of the ditch. So grant funds will be used to concrete line this urban interfacing ditch section, install some safety fencing, and conduct community outreach education about the water history in the area. And so Purgatory Watershed Partnership believes that this project will improve public safety and significantly improve the urban agriculture interface and partner relationships in that area. So the executive director of the Purgatory Watershed Partnership, Julie Knudsen, is on Zoom if the board has any questions for us. Hi, Julie.
Hello.
Questions from the board?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I always have one question on the numbers, Ben. And I think if you could double check on the summary sheet for the project, the total project cost doesn't match what's on the spreadsheet with all the projects. So the numbers just actually don't add up on the summary sheet that you tell us on about the project. It looks like the grant dollars are all the same, but not the total project cost.
Yeah, so this is, thank you for the question, Director Sakata. Yeah, this is one of those where the WSRF funds are going to specific line items of the project. So overall, the project is much bigger than what we present to the board. That's why it's a little bit higher there. So yeah, they have a lot of other sources of funding, federal, local, matching dollars here just for the overall project.
And I would just add, I do think the spreadsheet table is correct, but I would agree. I think some numbers are a little off on the one pager information sheet.
Joining us too.
Comments you'd like to make on the application?
Was that to me?
If there's anything you wanted to add about the application.
Oh, yes, just thank you so much for considering this. And this is an incredibly important project for local agriculture and for improving relationships at this pretty critical urban ag interface. This is right in downtown Trinidad. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Item 8E, this is kind of neat. It's in the Gunnison Basin right here in the town of Crested Butte for the Coal Creek Dam.
Yeah, and thank you to Viola for sending the board a revised summary sheet. The bottom on that had the correct staff recommendation of a full funding for this project. And so the revised summary sheet is just having that recommended amount, that little details box filled in for a total amount of 500,000. But yeah, for this project, the state engineer's office requested a dam breach analysis and river analysis modeling to predict potential downstream flooding from the Coal Creek Dam. The results predicted significant downstream flooding of Coal Creek Dam and the town of Crested Butte. And so it was determined that the dam would be reclassified from a low hazard to high hazard dam. So the 150-year-old inlet tunnel pipe and the valve structure built in 1935 will be replaced with new infrastructure designed to meet current standards for the dam protection. This is another situation where the overall total project cost is much higher, so about 3.5, a little bit north of 3.5 million. WSR funds are being used specifically for some of the purchase of the materials. And so some of the pipeline that's going in there. So again, I know we present a much smaller number, but hopefully in the summary helped to explain that this is a much larger project. And so with us today is Carolyn DeGroot. She's a town engineer. She's available in person, I believe, to answer any questions the board may have.
Great, thank you, Ben. She's making her way to the microphone.
Great.
Welcome.
Thanks. Yes, I'm Carolyn DeGroot. I'm the town engineer for the town of Crested Butte. And I would just like to correct the numbers. It used to be 2.7 million plus the engineering, which would be about 3.5 if you include everything. That was at 30%. Then we got to 60%. And as you know, with a lot of projects that are going on right now, everything is doubling or tripling. And so as well as with the state engineers required us to go from, we were an unclassified dam to a high hazard dam. And so a berm was required and all these requirements for being a high hazard dam. And that was from the dam breach that Ben mentioned, the dam breach model. And so now our price for just the construction is 6.3 million. And then you add on engineering during construction, 10 to 15%. So now we're looking at, we will need to find federal funding to also help execute this, along with the funding from CWCB and CRD and Upper Gunnison River Conservatory. It's such a long one. River, no. Association, sorry. Okay, anyways, Sonia is wonderful. And yeah, so we have other groups that are helping us as well as your group. So we really appreciate the help and to show that we have state and local funding so that as we move forward to try and get federal funding for this increasing price, an important project that we have you backing us.
Great. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks.
All right.
Okay, so next up, item F for the Rio Grande Basin, the Costilla County Conservancy District Culebra Watershed Partnership Project.
Yeah, this project was born out of the Upper Culebra Watershed Assessment, which was a project that has received past CWCB funding through a watershed restoration and water plan grant that was awarded a couple of years ago in March 2021. Project partners include Sangre de Cristo Acequia Association, the Rio Grande Headwaters Restoration Project, Colorado Open Lands, DWR, and some other stakeholders. So the project assessed watershed health through a number of indicators of riparian health, aquatic health, habitat, water quality, to name a few of these. And then priority projects and initiatives were identified through the assessment. If approved, our funds will help begin the implementation of the assessment, including a development of a demonstration watershed project and the installation of new stream gauges on 2 tributaries of the Culebra watershed to improve stream flow monitoring and water administration. And Rhonda Labato with the district is on Zoom, available for any questions the board may have.
Rhonda, does anyone have questions for her? Tell, because I don't have the internet thing going here.
Project. Rhonda has been working her tail off to get some of this. She's been really plowing some tough ground. And so they're doing a lot of good work over there to start bringing some compliance. As Director Rain knows, that part of the San Luis Valley is tough with all the acequias and some of that, and they are really doing good work there. So I appreciate them taking the time to apply for these funds. It's a good project.
Great. Any other comments or questions on this one? Director Boucher, if you have a comment, you may just have to speak up because I'm not able to get on Zoom at this time, so can't really tell. Okay. All right, so let's go on to item G then, also in the Rio Grande. This is San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District or the Beaver Park Reservoir Seepage Mitigation Study.
Yeah, so the proposed project will include an analysis of the cause of seepage and scoping of potential fixes to reduce or stop seepage out of the reservoir. It's classified as a large high hazard dam, and it's owned and operated by Parks and Wildlife. It was constructed over a century ago to store water for irrigation. Today it's used for recreation and water rights storage, and releases are pretty critical for CPW operations. Partners include the applicant, as well as Bureau of Land Management, Trout Unlimited, and the Rio Grande Water Conservation District. So it's the dam is 113 feet high. At its maximum section, provides 4,758 acre feet of pre-compact water storage. And since the first filling of the reservoir, the dam has been experiencing seepage related performance issues. There is a point source seepage exit emerging about 1/4 mile downstream of the dam. The amount of the seepage has remained unchanged for several years. This has never been considered an urgent dam safety issue, but those flows are continuous throughout the year and releases several cubic feet per second. So the district believes this water is better stored and released at times when most needed by fish and wildlife, made available for other creative water sharing projects in the future. They do consider this a high priority for the community. So project activities include a geotechnical investigation, drilling, lab work, and recommendations for seepage control actions. And with us today is the district manager, familiar face to the board, Heather Dutton on Zoom with us today to answer any questions the board may have.
Any comments you'd like to make?
My name is Heather Dutton. I manage the San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District. It is good to join you virtually, and I just appreciate you looking at this. We, of course, are the applicant on behalf of CPW, working in partnership. Ben did a great job, as always, of summarizing the project. And, you know, it's just as you guys have heard over and over from me and now from Director Combs, every drop of water that we can manage and make better use of is just so important. And so this is one more example of us working collaboratively to do so. So thanks for giving me a second to say hi, and appreciate you looking at this application.
Questions or comments for her?
Started all the sub-districts, CPW and Beaver were critical to making water exchanges. They were a big player in getting the whole valley. So even though these partners are listed, the whole valley is benefiting from this particular reservoir and storage. And so this is a really good project.
Thank you.
Chairman Felt, I failed to note too that Ryan Unterreiner with CPW is also on the line. And so if you guys have questions specifically for CPW, I did notice that he's on here too, as one of the project partners and the owner of the reservoir.
Okay, are there any questions or comments for him? Heather, it's great to see you. And hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Right, thank you. And apologies to Ryan for not introducing him earlier. I was practicing not butchering his last name. So thank you, Heather, for saving me. But yeah, I can keep moving forward on 8H.
Yep.
Application from Trout Unlimited. And so the applicant, as well as many other Rio Grande roundtable stakeholders, have partnered for years with the Rio Grande National Forest Divide Ranger District on many other past projects. This current project is doing an inventory on the condition of the vault toilets within the Divide Ranger District, and they prioritize replacement for 9 vault toilets, which are more than 50 years old. They've exceeded their useful life. And so these are adjacent to many headwater streams tributary to the Rio Grande, and they're presumed to be leaking into underground and surface water supplies. And so they are also a popular recreation areas. Won't go into the anecdotal stories from Waste Management when they come out to do maintenance, especially right after lunch. But yeah, so it sounds like they're rough shape. One identified location is next to a boat launch where there is no vault toilet available for use. So roundtable stakeholders, the applicant believe the replacement is going to improve obviously water quality and recreation experience, but very importantly, protections to the water supply going downstream to other farms and communities. On Zoom today is Kevin Terry from Trout Unlimited, as well as Tanner Dutton, who's a recreation specialist with the U.S. Forest Service. And we're here if the board has any questions.
Questions for Kevin or Taylor? Yes, Director Vasquez.
Maybe a dumb question, but with all the federal dollars raining down for U.S. Forest Service and other federal agency use. Why does this come to the CWCB?
Yeah, it's a, oh, go ahead.
I'm happy to answer that question, and Tanner can chime in too. There are a lot of federal dollars coming in. In fact, this project has grown since it was approved by the roundtable, bringing in actually over double what we had in match from federal sources when we first applied. So that number went from $110,000 of federal money to now $257,000. The project grew from 9 toilets to 13 toilets. And so this CWCB money is matched for that federal money and really allowed us to grow this project and get this work done to protect our water quality.
Yeah, I might just add that we keep hearing about all these pots of federal money here at the Forest Service, and we had some toilet replacement projects lined up last year, and the money went somewhere else, and we've got some more in the hopper for some GAOA funding that is looking better. So this might even increase from the 13 that Kevin just mentioned to a larger amount of toilets. This district alone has got over 50 vault toilets, and this project just focuses on the ones that are in really bad shape near streams, bodies of water, and a few locations that would be completely new that are, next to like Pogue Lake, Frisco Creek, and then the Freeman's boat launch area. But yeah, we have received some RAC funding that's going to fund another 2 toilets since we submitted this proposal. And then we got some money from Scenic Byways, Silver Thread Scenic Byways, to fund a couple more. So that's where the additional 4 toilets are coming from.
Thanks so much. The one comment I would make is I sit on the Greater Rocky Mountain U.S. Forest Service RAC, and we just finished reviewing and recommending for funding a number of projects. There'll be another cycle of funding, and you might consider that as a source of funds as well.
Director Combs.
Well, I was going to answer Director Vasquez. There's certain types of accretions to streams that we're okay with, and some that we're not. And
I agree with that.
Everybody likes trout, but not all brown trout. And so we have some very, they're the beginning of horror stories. Some of those toilets up there, they just have not had the manpower and the ability. And for the partnering that the U.S. Forest Service has always done, it seemed like just the perfect project for us to help from the headwaters all the way down. So that's part of why the roundtable approved it, was because of that partnering and all the work that the Forest Service has done for us in the past and to maintain those water qualities. So
I can't agree more that this work needs to be done. There is no question about that, whether you're a fisher person or not. I just wanted to interject there that there's another potential source of funds for this critical work.
Comments?
Yeah, I would just like to say thank you to the CWCB staff and the board for considering this project. Like I said, it's gained a lot of momentum, a lot of support, broad support from a roundtable, and I'm really excited to see us keep pace with the recreation increase that we're seeing in this basin. I think we as a basin want to provide an example of sustainable recreation and protect every drop of water and the water quality of every drop of water. And just to put it into context for the board, one of these locations I've been at the last 2 days because it is also the location of a major dam rehabilitation at Rita Honda Reservoir that CPW is undertaking. And simultaneously, we're using that dam rehab project to reintroduce Rio Grande Cutthroat to the headwaters of Rita Hondo Creek and the reservoir itself so that the public has access to our native trout, something that currently you can't drive a sedan to enjoy Rio Grande Cutthroat. And so now we will have a brand new vault toilet at Rita Hondo Reservoir where we can protect our water quality in this brand new infrastructure that we're investing in there. So just really appreciate CWCB staff and board. You guys are great to work with.
Joining us today. Ben, let's go on to item I.
All right. Yeah, item I, this is an application from the Colorado Division of Water Resources, and just thought we'd give Kevin Ryan, Director Ryan, throw him a bone for all the poaching we've done from his staff over the past several years. No, this is a aging infrastructure proposal. If approved, DWR would use these grant funds to help install data loggers with built-in satellite transmitters and radar level sensors on diversion structures located on the main stem of the Bear River in South Routt County and the Sarvis Ditch Transbasin diversion structure in Grand County. So these loggers would allow for continuous water flow data to be uploaded and accessed by both water users and administrators on the DWR website in near real time. The objectives are to increase adaptive capacity, create resilience on climate change impacted stream systems. So again, that data is uploaded and it's also archived by DWR and provides a long-term record of water use that secures and protects value of senior water rights. We have several staff members from the Division of Water Resources to answer any questions. Aaron Light, Mindy Figueroa, Matt Hardesty, and I think I saw Jason Ullman on as well. So we are all available if you have any questions.
Okay, any questions for this applicant? Anything they want to say?
Yeah, I would just like to say thank you for the opportunity from both the Roundtable and the Colorado Conservation Bureau or Board for working with us. I know they funded other projects similar to this on the Front Range, but this watershed, we don't have ditch companies like other watersheds have. So this project would not be possible without funding from you guys and help to get this important watershed protection. So thank you.
I might add, I was going to say, I might add, this is Aaron Light. Thank you. And I will say that Mindy Figueroa is probably right now on the Bear River. Bear River is demands
right behind me.
Yeah, it demands a substantial amount of our time to administer that river, given its technical aspects. And one of the more technical aspects is its return flow patterns that we deal with. And then the two reservoirs up there, Stillwater Reservoir and Yamcoa, are heavily used for irrigation, and a lot of releases are made from that reservoir. So we do believe that a project like this will very much help with our administration, being more accurate with our administration, more efficient with how we deliver the storage water. And it's going to really help communicate to the water users what our administration is looking like and what we're doing on a day-to-day basis.
Richer? Think you're muted.
I had to get it over with the first day, Chairman Felt. I'm sorry. Questions for Aaron. The Sarvis Ditch, it seems like a little bit of an outlier relative to the rest of the project. Just curious why that's kind of lumped into this. Is it based more of its remote nature or just like its aging needs in between? Just out of curiosity.
Yes, Director Boucher, you have absolutely pinned it. It is very remote. And I know that our water commissioner here in Division 6 never goes to that structure and is able to observe diversions. And I can't speak for Division 5, but my understanding is they don't observe diversions there often either. And being that it's a transbasin diversion, I think we find it important to not continue to let that structure be unobserved and unrecorded as far as its diversions into the main stem Colorado.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that answer.
DWR remote are done. I'd just like to make one comment before Director Brown gets a chance to make a motion. And that is that I do really want to thank our staff for what I would call this ground level effort to identify this need, bring this grant forward. I will spare you the stories of our water commissioner on the Bear River and the inability to take a day off during the irrigation season, quite literally over the years, and how this not only makes water administration better, but we can stretch it a little further too. So I want to thank Aaron and the rest of our staff and supporting staff, but especially Mendy Figueroa, this work. Thank you.
Thank you.
To make a motion to approve staff recommendation for agenda items 8A through 8C and 8D through 8I.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, Director Anderson, any discussion? Favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Ben.
Thank you.
Item 9, the 2023 in-stream flow appropriations.
Staff, and I am presenting agenda item 9A, which is a request for final action on the uncontested in-stream flow water rights on Cottonwood Creek, Mounder Creek, and Potter Creek in Water Division 4. On March 16th, 2023, the CWCB formed its intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights on 4 stream segments located in portions of Montrose and Delta County. And pursuant to Rule 5D of the rules concerning the Colorado in-stream flow and natural lake level program, notice of the board's action was sent to the in-stream flow subscription mailing list on March 21st. This notice provided all parties with the deadline to contest these recommendations, which was due to the CWCB no later than May 31st. And no notices to contest were filed in any of the appropriations. Staff also presented information on these recommendations at the May board meeting and received a conditional approval for terms and conditions between the CWCB and the River District. So I know that we talked about this in May, but I just want to provide a map up here indicating what these 4 stream segments that staff is requesting action on today. And as identified in staff's memo, we're requesting the board to make 3 statutory findings. First, that a natural environment exists. Second, that the natural environment will be preserved by the water available for appropriation. And third, that there will be no material injury to other water rights. And the information to support these determinations is contained in staff's memo. For this agenda item, the recommendation letters and documentation submitted by the Bureau of Land Management, and the staff's memo and oral presentation provided at the March 16th, 2023 board meeting. So since the last time we presented this to you, I wanted to bring up to you Director Anderson's favorite snow tell site, this is the Columbine Pass snow tell site. And as you can see, this is at the headwaters of these 3 streams. And as you can see in this graph, the blue is the SWE, this snow water equivalent for 2023. And the purple line is the median for the 30 years preceding that. So you can see it was vastly higher than it has been in the past. So staff has been monitoring this all year because we were predicting that there'd be a large runoff in that area. And so as a result, staff coordinated with Jackie Bloomberg from DWR and Katie Birch from CPW. We were able to get some drone footage during some of the high flow events. So thank you very much to Jackie and Katie. These are some still pictures taken from their work. This shows Potter Creek showing some of that riparian area being activated. And this next photo is downstream on Rubidoux Creek, which shows more out of bank flows. And this is, right downstream from the confluence with Potter Creek. So with that, that is staff's presentation. Oh wait, I have one more. This is just the table 1. This is copied directly from staff's memo. This lists the 4 stream segments that are being considered today. None of this information has been changed from what was presented at the March or May meetings. So the information is consistent throughout. And with that, I can take any questions or provide staff's recommendation.
All right, thank you, Rob. Are there any questions for him? Question, Director Anderson.
I would move approval of staff recommendations on item 9A.
Okay, we have a motion. Director Vasquez, second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, say aye. And opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Rob. Let's go ahead with item 10, City of Fort Collins Halligan Water Supply Project.
So once again, for the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. I'm presenting agenda item 10, which is for the City of Fort Collins Halligan Water Supply Project. This item is split into two sub-items. 10A, which is adoption of the Fish Wildlife Mitigation Enhancement Plan as the state's official position. And 10B, which is the request to inundate the CWCB IS stream flow on the North Fork Cache La Poudre River in case number 85 CW 4030. So these two items are very intertwined. So we'll give the presentation on them both together, and then we'll have separate actions and recommendations at the end to have the board vote on separately. So just to give you an overview of what we're going to be discussing today, there'll be several people speaking. First up will be Donnie Dustin from the City of Fort Collins, who is a water resource engineer for the city. He'll discuss the project, the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan, and Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Enhancement Plan, and the inundation of the CWCB's and stream flow water rights. Carolyn Armstrong from Colorado Parks and Wildlife is a senior water resource engineer, will provide some more general information on fish and wildlife mitigation plans, just in general and as the statute works. And then finally, Katie Birch, the in-stream flow coordinator for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, will provide CPW's opinion on the inundation request. And then finally, I can provide staff's recommendations and answers any questions they have about the process that's ongoing here. And with that, I would ask that Donnie come up to give a presentation for City of Fort Collins. I think anywhere, just anywhere.
Afternoon, CWCB board members and staff. As I want to thank you for having us today. As Rob mentioned, Donnie Dustin, I'm a water resources engineer with the City of Fort Collins Utilities. I'm joined by Eric Patyandi, our city water attorney, to help address questions you might have. Fort Collins has been working toward the enlargement of Halligan Reservoir for many years, as it will help secure our customers' water future and help close the water gap identified in the Colorado Water Plan. We have worked very hard and in collaboration with CPW staff to formulate the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation and Enhancement Plan, which is a mouthful, so I'm just going to say plan from now on. And we've also worked with CWCB staff over several years to address the in-stream flow right inundation that Rob mentioned. Both of which we're about to present. Bear with me here. So the purpose today is request approval from this board for both the Halligan project plan and the in-stream flow right inundation. We'll start with some project background, including permitting status, present pertinent mitigations and enhancements in the plan, explain the in-stream flow right inundation issue, then take any questions the board might have. So the Halligan project will provide about 7,900 acre feet of additional yield for Fort Collins to meet the future water supply needs of our customers. This future need considers the significant water conservation efforts that Fort Collins has achieved and continues to pursue, which have resulted in about a 30% per capita water use reduction in the last 20 years, and has actually reduced the size of Halligan that we need. The enlargement will serve mostly as drought protection storage for Fort Collins, which means it'll mostly stay full until water is needed during water supply shortages like droughts. As a result, Fort Collins's portion of Halligan will stay full most of the time, which means less impacts and less frequent diversions from the river. As the map in this slide shows, Halligan is located about 25 miles northwest of Fort Collins. It's an existing reservoir built in 1909 with a capacity of about 6,400 acre feet, which is used by the North Poudre Irrigation Company for agricultural purposes. As detailed in the environmental impact statement or EIS process being conducted by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Fort Collins's proposed action is to enlarge the reservoir by about 8,200 acre feet. For perspective, this is only about a 20th of the size of the proposed Glade Reservoir which is part of the Northern Integrated Supply Project, or NISP, which is also in the Poudre Basin, and probably the last one that came before this board for approval. The enlargement will increase the total capacity to about 14,600 acre feet, which will be done by building a new dam about 200 feet downstream of the existing dam, as shown in this aerial image. The elevation of the existing reservoir will be increased by about 25 feet, and the inset in the map shows the existing and enlarged surface areas of the reservoir. In addition to the new dam, Fort Collins will rebuild the canal diversion structure for the North Poudre Irrigation Company, which is located about 6 miles downstream of the dam. And this will allow passage of flows Fort Collins will release from its portion of Halligan. So every project of this scale has impacts. This slide lists a few related to inundation and construction. A notable impact is the upstream inundation of about 3/4 of a mile stretch of the North Fork stream channel. The impact we get a lot of questions about is flows to the river. So this slide here is a map that shows the area from Halligan in the northwest corner to Fort Collins. Operation of an enlarged Halligan, whoops, bear with me here. Operating two things at once here. So it would result in a slight decrease in spring runoff flows on the North Fork and Poudre upstream of the town of LaPorte, which is outside of Fort Collins, but an increase in flows most months of the year, which is important because of current dry up stretches that occur, particularly between Halligan and the North Poudre Canal downstream. Many benefits, but the benefits to the river are what we think set it apart. Project would reestablish flows to a river that currently looks like this image in some locations in winter and late summer due to existing operations on the North Fork. This would reestablish year-round flows, providing river connectivity that's missing today, enabling better fish passage and improving water temperatures at certain locations and during certain times. So we've come a long way since starting the permitting process 17 years ago, and since the Corps released the draft EIS in 2019, currently focused on design, state permitting processes such as this plan, and finalizing the EIS. These things need to be done before getting a record of decision from the Corps and hoping to start construction in 2026. So a major milestone in the permitting is the completion of the plan, which is a comprehensive plan for addressing project impacts. After over 3 years of working with CPW staff, the plan was approved by their commission last month. There are many commitments in the plan around fish and wildlife, but we wanted to focus on key flow commitments, which might be of more interest to this board. So there are several flow-related measures that help avoid, minimize, and improve impacts on stream functions. They include a winter release plan, operation which will provide a consistent 3 CFS release from October 1 through April 30th, a summer release plan which involves monitoring the North Fork between Halligan and Seaman reservoirs, which is downstream, and making releases to assure at least 5 CFS in this stretch from May 1st through September 30th. In addition, this plan also includes not exchanging our Halligan releases from the North Fork confluence up the main stem of the Poudre to our pipelines from July 1st through September 30th to limit impacts in that stretch. Together, the winter and summer low flow plans will eliminate almost all zero flow days on the North Fork and reintroduce perennial flows, creating a more connected aquatic corridor that reestablish basic habitat requirements for aquatic species, benefiting small-bodied fish, trout, and macrovertebrates. The photo that you see in this slide shows the difference in flow conditions in the same location on the North Fork, several miles downstream of Halligan Reservoir, comparing a 0 flow and a 5 CFS condition. Additional measures include ramping rate limitations that will be used to avoid large flow changes from Fort Collins's Halligan operations, a peak flow bypass program to maintain the benefits of the current peak flows, where for 3 days Fort Collins will not store water in its portion of the enlargement during the estimated peak runoff. We're also working with the city of Greeley, who owns Seaman Reservoir, on an agreement to get our Halligan releases past that reservoir to the main stem to address potential occasional temperature increases in that stretch. Lastly, Fort Collins will attempt to protect its Halligan releases via the state's protected mitigation release statute. So these measures will provide a varying beneficial effect on about 22 miles of the North Fork from the replacement dam to Seaman Reservoir. Please note these measures may be curtailed when Fort Collins water customers are on lawn watering restrictions. I am an engineer, and no engineer wouldn't have a graph for you here. So this graph illustrates the impacts of Fort Collins's flow measures. It shows the monthly average flows before and after the project below the North Poudre Canal, which is currently the most impacted point on the North Fork. Please note that these are average values that don't show the frequent 0 flow conditions that occur in this stretch of the river. So the blue bars on the graph represent the flows before the project and the orange bars after. The percentages shown represent the change in flows, with positive values being the average increase in flows from the project and negative being the average decrease from the project. So as these values indicate, there are significant increases in average winter months, as much as 60%, with little decrease in runoff month flows in this area of the North Fork. So other planned measures include operational measures for sediment management, design and construction features to improve fish passage around our current pipeline diversion on the main stem and the North Poudre Canal diversion on the North Fork. We'll also create a temporary environmental pool within Halligan Reservoir that could be used for other beneficial purposes until Fort Collins grows into its need. Lastly, Fort Collins will work with landowners and CPW to improve the North Fork channels several miles below Halligan Dam at the Callaway diversion by removing some or all elements of that diversion structure to support flow, sediment transport, and fish movement. Fort Collins is hopeful that with this extensive list of mitigations and enhancements listed, this board will approve the plan. Otherwise, shifting now, in addition to approving the plan, Fort Collins would like this board's approval for the Halligan project partially inundating the in-stream flow right that Rob mentioned. That was declared in Water Court Case 85 CW 430. The map on this slide shows the in-stream flow right in pink, which is from Dale Creek downstream to the high water mark of the existing reservoir, which is about 1.8 miles pre-enlargement. The enlarged reservoir would inundate about 3/4 miles, and that's shown in the hashed area, the pink hashed area, and that would reduce the right to about 1.05 miles post-enlargement. So please note that Fort Collins previously had a water storage right for Halligan that was actually senior to the in-stream flow right. And that was Court Case 85 CW 435, but that right was lost in 2013 due to an unfortunate and unintentional lapse in diligence. A new storage right was acquired under Water Court Case 13 CW 3185. So this inundation impacts the environment through the loss of free-flowing stream habitat and the ecosystems it supports. Since the in-stream flow right inundation is only partial, and there are numerous flow measures provided in the plan that provide significant stream benefits in other locations, Fort Collins is hopeful that this board will approve inundation of this right under Rule 7 of the in-stream flow program rules. So with that, I appreciate your time today, and we can answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you. Are there questions on this application? Time.
Okay, up next is gonna be Carlin Armstrong from Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And I want to thank Carlin and Katie Birch, both who are sick today, but are zooming in to kind of provide the presentation that way. So I really appreciate that. And Carlin, if you need me to move forward on the slides, please let me know and I can advance those for you.
Great, thanks, Rob. Good afternoon, directors, chairs, Executive Director Gibbs. My name is Carlin Armstrong. I am the Water Project Mitigation Coordinator for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And again, my apologies for not being in there in person. I was really looking forward to it. But as Rob mentioned, I'm under the weather and figured it was best for me to keep my distance today. So alas, today I will be providing to you virtually an overview of what Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plans are all about and discuss the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Enhancement Plan process for the Halligan project, the details of which you just heard from Donnie. So next slide, Rob. So Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plans originate from Colorado Statute 376122-2, which says that the state will have a position on mitigation and that position must balance the need to develop water resources with the protection of fish and wildlife resources. Specifically, the statute states that anytime a proponent is developing a water project in the state of Colorado, the state will develop a position on the mitigation of the state's fish and wildlife resources from the impacts of that project. And I quote, "It is the intent of the General Assembly that fish and wildlife resources that are affected by water projects be mitigated to the extent and in a manner that is economically reasonable and maintains a balance between the development of the state's water resources and the protection of the state's fish and wildlife resources." Next slide. So Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plans, often referred to as 122.2 plans or FWMPs, are the result of this process. These plans are applied to any water project that is happening in the state of Colorado that is going through a NEPA process. So think any new reservoir, any reservoir expansion, enlargement, pipeline, etc. And Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plans are documents written by the project proponent that describe the impacts of a water project to fish and wildlife resources and describe how those impacts will be mitigated. And so though these documents are written by the proponent, it is typically done while working closely with CPW staff, as Donnie mentioned in his presentation. After that, the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan goes through the state's adoption process. Then that plan serves as the state of Colorado's position on the mitigation of fish and wildlife resources related to the impacts of that water project. What's really important to understand about these, though, is that these adopted Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plans are not permits and they're not project endorsements. The state of Colorado simply states that if the project is going to move forward, this is what the state wants to see for fish and wildlife resource mitigation. Next slide. So how do fish and wildlife mitigation plans turn into the state's position? Well, as we mentioned, they're developed by the project proponent working closely with CPW staff. And then the plan is presented to the CPW Commission, who has 60 days to respond once the plan is submitted. So the applicant waits till it's substantially ready to go, submits it to the PWC, or Parks and Wildlife Commission. We take it through several meeting process, including a CPW staff report, public comment, and staff recommendation. And then at the end of that process, the PWC votes on its recommendation. And it can either vote A, to approve the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan as submitted to the commission, or B, develop an alternate recommendation from the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan. Once it gets through the CPW Commission, it gets referred then to the CWCB, and the 60-day clock for CWCB starts. And so once CWCB has reviewed it, it then votes on it. If the PWC proposed the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan as submitted, then CWCB gets to adopt the plan as the state's position. If the PWC, though, provide an alternate recommendation, then the CWCB can either affirm or modify the PWC's recommendation. After the CWCB process, it becomes the position of the state of Colorado, either through CWCB's vote, or if CWCB modified Parks and Wildlife's recommendation, then it becomes a decision at the governor's office. That's a mouthful, I know. Next slide. So what happens once the formal state position is developed? Once the state position is developed, the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan is then distributed to governmental agencies that have permitting authority for the project as a recommendation, not a permit in and of itself. And these federal agencies are encouraged to consider the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan in their permitting processes. And often, some or all of the concepts developed in the plan are implemented through these federal permits. However, Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plans can also be implemented through individual agreements between the project proponent and Parks and Wildlife. This is at the project proponent's discretion. And though it's not required, a commitment to implement the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan, whether or not it's adopted at the federal level, often helps with public perception and support for the project. So it is something that is done rather regularly. Okay, next slide. So you got an overview of what Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plans are all about and why we're here looking at the Halligan Water Supply Project today. Let's talk a little bit about the Halligan Fish and Wildlife Mitigation and Enhancement Plan. As Donnie mentioned, CPW staff have been working with Fort Collins for the last 3 years toward the development of this plan. And CPW has engaged with CWCB staff at strategic points throughout this process. The outcome of this effort is that the final Fish and Wildlife Mitigation and Enhancement Plan submitted by Fort Collins was presented to our commission, and CPW believes that it is a reasonable balance between the need to develop water resources and the protection of the state's fish and wildlife resources as called for in the statute. And at the June meeting, the CPW commission recommended the plan become the state's position on the mitigation actions required by Fort Collins for the Halligan project. Now I want to do a little asterisk note here. The 122.2 statute has a clause in it that if the value of the mitigation package exceeds 5% of project construction costs, the project proponent will be eligible for funding from CWCB for those mitigation costs between 5 and 10% of their construction costs. And I want to note it, but also say that that is not something that comes into play with this project. The value of the mitigation package in the Halligan Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Enhancement Plan does not exceed that 5% trigger. So this plan will not come with any sort of monetary obligations by the CWCB. Next slide. So what's next? We talked through the PWC process, and if you look at the green highlighted bullet there in the CWCB process, we are now in July with this, where the CWCB gets to vote on the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Enhancement Plan. If the CWCB affirms the Parks and Wildlife Commission, the plan will become the state position. And in August, or thereafter, a letter will be sent by the governor's office to permitting agencies stating that state's position. Also, just so you know, independently of this, CPW and Fort Collins are working on an intergovernmental agreement to implement portions of the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation and Enhancement Plan. And that process will be continuing here in the coming months, even after the board processes have concluded. So next slide. So that's everything I have for you today. And next you'll be hearing from my colleague Katie Birch, who will be discussing the inundation requests in more detail. But before that, I'd just be happy to take any questions you have on the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan process. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlin. Are there any questions for her, Director Vasquez?
Yeah, perhaps you can clear up some confusion I have. We heard that that the plan will restore perennial stream flow. However, there was also a comment that if Fort Collins customers end up on restriction for outside water use, that may not be the case. Can you clarify for me what the either or there is on maintaining that perennial flow?
Yeah, so I would maybe start with that. There are clauses in the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan that when Fort Collins get to certain levels of drought, some of those flow commitments will be put on hold. But I think that Donnie is probably the best one to explain those provisions in more detail. And so if it's okay, I would like to pass that over to Donnie.
Thank you.
Sure. So there was a winter plan and a summer plan as I presented. The winter plan is 7 months of the year. That would only be curtailed if we're in such bad position that we can't do it. The summertime is a little more difficult. That was something we did not start the project with that in mind, but put that in place. And, you know, what you don't want to do as a water resources manager is drain your buckets. So that is something that we actually through back and forth with the CPW Commission, we've committed to doing some modeling around that and maybe considering continuing that 5 CFS, maybe in, you know, less restrictive restrictions that we're on. So for example, if we're just at a 2-day-a-week process, we need to look at that and see what impact that has and how that would ripple down through a multi-year drought and whatnot. But that is in the plan right now that we'll look at that and consider continuing it even while we're on some levels of restrictions.
Okay, and I also think I heard you say that until Fort Collins grows to the point where the customer's needs no longer provide the water, no longer allow you to provide the water for the perennial flow. So does that mean as Fort Collins grows, this commitment goes away?
No, that was only for a temporary environmental pool. So in addition to all the things I outlined, we've agreed that temporarily while we grow into the need for this project, each year we'll sit down with CPW and we'll say, you know, we might have a 500 acre feet, 1,000 acre feet. Let's figure out how we can use this to improve flows. So, but that is something that eventually we should grow into needing to have that there. So.
And CPW doesn't own an environmental pool in the reservoir. So if we look at projections for aridification, climate change and aridification, it is likely as Fort Collins grows that the stream then will go back to at least summer, if not winter, dry up. Do I understand that correctly?
So if I assume you're making the assumption that under climate change, there might be more frequent restrictions.
That's my assumption.
That is possible. And that's kind of a next phase for what our department does is looking at that. And we've conducted a vulnerability study around our water, but we haven't taken the next steps of what do you do about that?
And that was going to be my next question, whether there was an in-depth vulnerability study done in the face of climate change.
There is. What we do as a result of that is our next step. And I think we're going to have to lean heavily on conservation. Halligan has taken us decades to get. So we're going to have to lean on other things after Halligan to help address those. And
well,
you know,
the
Fort Collins is very interested in assuring that those flows remain up there too.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you. Was there any more comment on my questions from CPW?
On that, Carlin, I was going to ask how the Parks and Wildlife Commission sort of reconciled the uncertainty here.
Yeah, you know, I can't speak for the commissioners verbatim, but I do think that at the staff level and at the CPW level, it really is about finding that balance, right? Of we still need to develop water in Colorado, and how do we do it while considering our fish and wildlife resources? And so You know, this isn't going to fix the issues on the river that have been there for 100 years. And that's also not Fort Collins's job to fix their issues. Their job is to mitigate the impacts of their project. And in this case, them providing those base perennial flows a lot of days goes a really long way to helping those longstanding issues on the river and mitigating the impacts of their project. And so for those reasons, we thought it was a reasonable balance between the two.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments? Director Ryan?
Thanks. And I know Ms. Birch is yet to come up and speak or speak online. I'm not sure, but I'll ask this question in case she doesn't answer it. This might be partly from Ms. Armstrong and maybe Mr. Padiandi, I don't know. But these mitigation releases or this mitigation approach that you all have described so well, I'm curious, number one, from an on-the-ground infrastructure capability, any coordination with the Division of Water Resources just to ensure that that works. And maybe further, if this is from Ms. Armstrong or Mr. Padiandi, how that mitigation approach, if it might deviate from typical water administration, is memorialized. You mentioned the mitigation statute that we saw from a few years ago, but also is there a water court component of that, so to speak, memorializes that so that our division engineer can follow that process and administer it? Two questions rolled into one.
Hello, board. My name is Eric Patyandi. I'm with the City Attorney's Office from the City of Fort Collins. I'm the in-house water attorney. For State Engineer Ryan, you know, I think we do plan, of course, to coordinate with the Water Commissioner and the Division Engineer's Office. Most of the releases will be made continuously throughout the winter, as Mr. Dustin mentioned. We will, of course, plan on having comprehensive reservoir accounting for all of the reservoir storage and releases in the reservoir. That will undoubtedly require approval from the Division Engineer's Office. We are planning on working with the CWCB to try to get a protected mitigation release decree protecting those releases pursuant to the statute. I forget the exact statute number, but it was the 28, I think it's that Senate Bill 2018-170 that Northern Water has used and received their decree for their NISP project. That will obviously require a lot of discussion with the State and Division Engineer's Office, the Colorado Water Conservation Board, and all the water users on the river. So that piece is coming next. Otherwise, most of the water rights that would be used in this project already have been decreed for storage in Halligan Reservoir as enlarged, though there are potentially a few other smaller water court cases that would be coming up. I'm not sure if that answers all of your questions or if you had others.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Padiandi, that answered my question very well. I know it extended beyond the scope of what we're all talking about today, but it was a natural source of curiosity for me. And thank you for understanding my question and answering it perfectly.
Anytime. Thank you.
Any other questions before we move on? Okay.
So Katie Birch, if you're available, I think this would be time to provide some comments as well.
Sure, happy to, Rob. Thanks. I assume folks can hear me. I'm Katie Birch. I'm the In-Stream Flow Program Coordinator for Parks and Wildlife, and I'm sorry I'm not with you today. I don't have slides, and more information can be found in the letter I provided in the board packet. But in my capacity in this role, I provide the CWCB staff with biological and ecological expertise on inundation proposals, such as the one before the board. So I'll limit my focus to that. Like the CWCB, I consider factors including the extent of the inundation, impacts on the fishery, any unique or rare characteristics, as well as the economic benefits and mitigation and compensation offered by the applicants. In light of the mitigation and enhancement package offered by Fort Collins, CPW believes that the board should proceed with approval of the inundation request. Although Fort Collins would inundate 3/4 of a mile or 42% of the CWCB's in-stream flow reach on the North Fork, they've offered significant benefits to the North Fork downstream of Halligan Reservoir. I'll briefly cover the impacts. The enlargement project would inundate 3/4 of a mile of free-flowing lotic habitat containing riffle pool complexes that are optimal for spawning fish. After the reservoir is enlarged and with annual water level fluctuations, fine sediments will be deposited and this 3/4 miles reach would transition to intermittently ponded lentic inlet channel. The primary impacts of the sedimentation include elimination of pool habitat and cobbles and gravels used by trout for spawning. There's resident trout in the North Fork, but there's also large-bodied brown and rainbow trout from Halligan that use the North Fork for spawning seasonally. This historically has provided a rare and remote angling opportunity. Deposition of fines and loss of riffle pool complexes is considered a permanent direct impact of the enlargement project. Brown and rainbow trout may still be able to use the lentic habitat, but stream functions such as use for spawning would be eliminated. And their species such as native long-nosed dace who prefer lotic habitat and would no longer use this portion of the in-stream flow reach. The in-stream flow reach, the portion that would be inundated is surrounded by Cherokee State Wildlife Area and has historically been used by the public for over 50 years. As part of their project diligence, Fort Collins discovered that lands thought to be held in fee title by CPW are actually believed to be privately owned. So this reach historically provided a public recreational fishery, and it's CPW staff's opinion that unique and high quality stream angling opportunities would be impacted after the inundation. CPW considers these impacts significant enough to interfere with the board's water right, but Fort Collins has offered flow-related operational measures to the North Fork below Halligan Reservoir that are also significant. Donnie talked about these in depth, so I'll briefly just mention their proposal will eliminate almost all zero flow days and dry up points by their commitment to release 3 CFS in the winter and maintain at least 5 CFS in the summer through 22 miles between Halligan and Seaman reservoirs. This action will lessen the impact of zero flow days on fish and macroinvertebrates and result in additional wetted area, more habitat availability for small-bodied native fish, a target species or a target group for CPW as well as macroinvertebrates, and it will provide a more longitudinally connected habitat compared to the existing condition. Fort Collins has also made commitments in the form of incorporating fish passage infrastructure projects and river restoration projects on the North Fork, as well as being a great project partner lower on the main stem Poudre through their Poudre flows augmentation contributions. So given these factors and the recent recommendation by the Parks and Wildlife Commission, CPW staff is of the opinion that the impacts of the proposed inundation would be offset by downstream benefits provided to small-bodied native fish through the reintroduction of perennial flow in the North Fork below the reservoir. Thanks to Fort Collins and the board for their time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions directed at me.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Are there questions for her? I do have one, just a curiosity that you use the term small-bodied fish and large-bodied fish. Does that relate to species, or is that just a description of the size?
Yeah, so it definitely refers to both the species and the side. And so we have a lot of small-bodied native fish that are very obscure in the North Fork that are kind of a management focus for CPW, as well as rainbow trout. But then, you know, in the reservoir itself, there's a lot of very large rainbow and brown trout that use that reservoir environment. And so that's what I was referring to as they kind of spawn up the North Fork seasonally.
Oh, okay. So small body would be like, maybe like dace or darters or something like that type of fish?
Exactly, and those long nose, I always get my West Slope and East Slope species mixed up, but the native long nose dace.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Sure.
Other questions? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Katie. So I think we're at the point now where we have the 2 staff recommendations. Before we get to those, I just wanted to thank Fort Collins and CPW for keeping the in-stream flow staff involved in the process as they've been developing the mitigation plan and the inundation requests so that we were well informed going through this whole process. With that, staff recommendation for 10A is that the board adopt the Halligan Water Supply Project Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Enhancement Plan without modification as the official state position on the mitigation action required for this project.
Okay. Is there a motion on staff recommendation? What's that?
I have a question. If I can.
Okay, yep, go ahead, Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Rob. Question for you is just historically, it makes sense to me that CVW evaluates this. What is the theory behind us also having a role in approving this plan?
That is a very good question, and I'm not sure I have a very adequate answer for you. The statute is a little muddled, to say the least, about the role of the CWCB in this process. That's about the best I can say, unless Jen or Lauren want to provide further context for that.
Thank you. I don't have anything to add to that. I think that's a pretty good description of where we are.
Director Vasquez, do you have a question?
Yes, I'm just going to ask if I can abstain. I still don't feel comfortable that I understand as well as I'd like the temporal limitation on the benefits that have been described and put forward as the trade-off on the in-stream flow inundation. So if that's allowed, I will abstain.
Okay, your abstention is noted. Okay, Director Gibbs, the motion, is there a second? Director Combs? Okay, is there any further discussion? Yep, Director Sakata.
Thank you. Actually, a question for Mr. Dustin. As I read through the mitigation plan, it was amazing all the different things you had to consider. Incredible, you know, from large animals to, of course, aquatic life and everything. You know, my former life on the Water Quality Control Commission, we always had concerns with nutrients in reservoir bodies, and I didn't really see a lot of discussion about that. Was that considered at all, or did I miss it?
That's because that's the next state process that we need to get is a 401 water quality certification. So we are on our way working. We've got consultants working on several models that describe that. So CWCB will be at the table as part of that as well. So that's probably another year and a half before we can make that application too.
Okay.
So, and if I may, one thing I did want to mention, Fort Collins rarely goes on water restrictions. In the modeling for the Halligan project, restrictions would only happen twice in an 86-year period. In my tenure there for 25 years, we've only been on restrictions twice. So it's not something for anybody that provides water, you get a lot of input when you start putting restrictions in place. So it's not something that we intend to do.
And I understand that. And I know that there's the best of intention on everybody's part and the staff recommendation and the CPW commission. So I'm not questioning any of that. I just don't feel well enough informed to vote. But I would say that a backward-looking analysis may not be of very much value in the face of climate change. So, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments or questions? We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye. And opposed? Okay, the motion carries. And you have 10B also?
We have 10B also. And before we get to 10B, I just want to point out that the in-stream flow rules in Rule 7 have requirements about the information that needs to be provided. The City of Fort Collins provided that information in the request to the CWCB and also requires the opinion of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife, which we have also received. With that in mind, staff recommends that the board determine that the natural environment can continue to be preserved to a reasonable degree despite the inundation of portion of the in-stream flow water right decreed in case 85 CW 430 on the North Fork Castro Pooter, so long as the conditions described in the mitigation enhancement plan are followed and approved with conditions Fort Collins request to inundate pursuant to ISF Rule 7 for inundation of ISF rights.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the motion for Director Sakata?
Thank you. So Rob, inundation, do we still hold the right? Or are we giving up the right, or is it?
We would still hold the right. So, you know, there wouldn't be any inundation until the project was actually completed and they're storing water.
Right.
So it's theoretical that Fort Collins went here, but that they would never go through with the project. And then there would be no actual inundation of the water right itself.
Okay.
But we wouldn't be losing our decree for it.
Right, okay. And even if the project went through, if the water wasn't inundating it, would it be in place?
The in-stream flow water right would still be in place. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yep. Director Vasquez, did you want to abstain from this one as well? Okay, yeah, okay. Want to make sure on that. Any other questions or discussion? Okay, well, is there a motion to adopt staff recommendation on 10B?
I move to approve staff recommendations on item 10.
Okay. Second, Director Sakata. First was Director Anderson, second, Director Sakata. Okay, any other discussion? Director Brown?
Just so I make sure I understand it. So if it is inundated, does the decree go away?
The decree would not go away.
It never goes away?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
One for 1 sec here. There's a lot of weird permutations you can come up with, but as long as it's there, that's good. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. And opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you all for being here today. And to Carlin and Katie, thank you for joining us under adverse conditions. Okay, next up is item 11, financial matters, construction fund and severance tax perpetual base fund with Kirk Russell.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. And this item number 11A is our routine update on the status of the construction fund and the severance tax perpetual base fund. I handed out the handout quite a while ago at the end of break, so you may have to uncover it from some of your other paperwork there. So this is always the weird meeting for us. The end of the fiscal year was June 30th. And so do I show you what it looks like going forward? Do I show you what it looks like going, or where we were? Did we do a good job? Things like that. This year I chose to take a look back and I have a kind of a summary going forward. But before I get started, I wanted to focus on the bottom of the memo that I send out before you look at the handout. And I've started doing this primarily to show new money coming in. So that table that you see at the bottom, I'm showing the first column, or actually be the second column. That is a summary of what we thought we were going to do at the beginning of the fiscal year. And so I'll show you that in September, more so than following this little presentation here. But it just shows you where we thought when we sum all of the projections that we have and all the assumptions that we make, a lot of averages that we have to put in the books to see where we have money available. And this particular table, as you move across it from the beginning of this fiscal year to the current status with all those projections included, and then the actual total to date, there's a little piece missing because when we put this together, we hadn't received the stuff from June. As an example, severance tax has a June distribution that we received, and it's about 5 million. We didn't know what that was at the time. But this is new money coming in. Understand that we have principal that comes in on top of this. But what I want to show is those crisp new dollar bills that come into the program that allows us to talk about growth of the fund and opportunities for non-reimbursable investments and things like that I talked about at the last meeting. The thing I want to point out is under that current projection column, that 116.6 million, understand this, and I've talked to this board numerous times, that we're so reliant on severance tax, not necessarily reliant, but it makes things confusing as it bounces up and down. And so I just wanted to highlight that $116.6 million. I'm going to say on average, that's about 80. So there's about $35 million worth of above average this year. But 2 years ago, that number was 40. And so that's why I use the 10-year average, and I've kind of broadened that because of that extreme situation that we've seen in severance tax revenue. So even though it looks like a lot of excess money, it really just factors out in the long run in our averages as I show you the next couple pages here. So now I want to focus on the construction fund handout. And this is the summary at the end of the year of all the things that we have done. And I want to point out some of the newer board members. I use the word reserved at the top of all of these. And reserve to me means this board has promised that to somebody, whether it be finance committee, that there's just an understanding that there's some strings attached to some of those dollars. And so I start off the year back last year at this time with that unreserved number. And we have some projections from different entities on severance tax and federal mineral lease. We have an idea of how much is going to come in from principal and interest and all that. And so we accumulate these projections. And then I typically say we do about $40 million every year in new loans. As you move down this list, if I add the construction fund plus the severance tax, this year was actually a pretty good size year for us. We were $54 million at the end of the year. Again, I typically say an average of about 40 million. Prior year was, I think, 28. So we just kind of move around that 40. I've worried a little bit that the loan program isn't as, there isn't as much interest with all the federal money, and we've got a lot of the Prop DD money shoring up the water plan grant program and putting a lot of money for aging infrastructure in WSRF. I think there'll be an impact. I probably couldn't share with you exactly what that is, but at least this year, we still have $54 million worth of board approved loans this last fiscal year. So then the bottom two numbers, you can see they're starting to hone in on each other, the projections and the actuals. And really the difference right now is that June distribution from federal mineral lease that we're waiting for. So if I look at the severance tax fund in the same way, the big player is that row number 4, line number 4, that severance tax revenue. We're still missing the June money to come in. The projections, I think, are pretty accurate. They're only about a month old, so we expect those to be pretty solid. I think, I guess I need to point out that after we reach $50 million in revenue from severance tax, the next 10 million goes to CDPHE for a small community grant fund, and then we get everything above that. So I'm showing $75.4 million to come in. It's actually 85.4, but I just take off what we need to distribute to CDPHE. And you can see the bottom numbers are coming together, and the difference is the month of June's severance tax distribution. So what I'd like to do is now focus on what it looks like going forward. And one of the components of this role that I have in managing the money, we make very large loans that take a long time to distribute. As an example, Chimney Hollow project was a $90 million loan, and the project's built a couple of years ago. The northern subdistrict of Northern, they went out and got private equity. And so they're using that private equity investment money at the beginning because they've got to pay interest on that from the get-go. Our money, we distribute it as they need it. And so they said, well, can we use it at the end of the project? And so we're waiting to distribute that $90 million. We knew it from the beginning. And so if there would have been a large ask, I would have come to the board and said, we're out over our skis here, but they don't need the money for another 2 years. We'll be okay as we have confidence in principal and interest coming back. And so I share this top space on this page with you that there is an interest, as you heard at the last board meeting, that Northern's working on their NISP project, and they've come to me and said, how much can we have? Because we've got to go to the private market, which is a higher interest rate. How much can we get out of CWCB? And at the time, I think I threw out $100 million, felt comfortable. And so as you look across, and I'll focus on line number 6, you can see I've got $66 million projected. One of their other asks was, hey, we've got overruns on the Chimney Hollow project, the tour at the last board meeting. And they said, we'd rather come to CWCB for that as opposed to go to the private market, better interest rate. Do you guys have it available? We're not positive that's 66 million, but I like to throw that in to see what it feels like within the big system here of our funds. And so if we throw in the 100 million plus the 66 million, plus my assumed $40 million annually on average, new loans, line or rows 13 there, we're underwater by about $20 million. Now, you might panic, but just as I was talking earlier, this is a reservation of money, not money out the door. We sit on a lot of money, close to probably $300 million right now, that likely won't go out the door even in this fiscal year. We've got a $100 million loan to the Southeastern District for the Ark Valley Conduit. They're not even sure how they want to start using that yet. So all that factors into me sharing with you, I am not uncomfortable with those negative numbers at the end of this fiscal year. I'll update you in the decisions that we're making over time. I don't even know that the NISP project will be ready yet by the finance committee when we start looking at some things. So there's just a lot of stuff that comes together. But this is kind of the summary piece. And then you can see as we move into the following fiscal years, we catch back up, assuming there's not another $100 million ask out there, might be, but we'll play that out as we go. So I share that with you just to kind of see how it looks on the inside when we ask for you to approve contracts for loans. And then also the assumption that we've got about $20 million in non-reimbursable investments each year into the future. As I shared with you the last meeting, this year, we're looking at about 20 million. The things that would affect that would be severance tax revenue tanks, and we've got no money coming in for a couple of years. I think we've got to squeeze the belt and say, we probably don't have 20 million in non-reimbursable. So with that, I'm going to close out this portion of the this portion, and happy to answer any questions. This is an information only item.
Director Anderson.
Kirk, can you tell me what the gambling did for us this year?
Thank you, Director Anderson, for that question. I meant to point out that it's important to note that this has nothing in it for water plan grants or WSRF programs. Those are funds that are totally separate. The water plan grant program that receives Prop DD money, we've seen that grow considerably, and Anna would probably be the expert on answering this question, but it's up in that $20 million in the next coming year that they're expecting a considerable increase in revenue coming in from gambling. Whether that stays at that number because it's grown over time, but it sure seems to be a lucrative source of funding for the water plan grants. And I believe those numbers might be like, if I line up some years, it was like 5 million, 8 million, 12 million, 20 million. So it's growing pretty quick. And that would be an annual use of water plan grant money. Yeah, it's a big curve.
Director Sakata, question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask this on a later agenda item, but after we authorize a loan, how long do you keep it open for? If they're not going to use it?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we have a policy in place that gives us 3 years before we consider deauthorization. And we kind of continue to ping the borrower to say, are you going to use this? We get a little bit more aggressive when we're running low or we're looking at some negative numbers, when we got some uses that are kind of urgent. We haven't run into that. And so we've kind of left it alone until the point where it's just obvious that they don't need it. And then we come to the board and then deauthorize it. We actually ask them to give us a letter saying we don't need it. We present it to you in a consent agenda item. You'll see one of those in November that we'll be walking away from.
Okay. Other questions for Kirk?
Thank you. So agenda item 11B is a action item, and it's one we've considered multiple times now. It's a little bit of a Groundhog's Day kind of presentation. What I'd like to start out with, and I'm going to apologize, I saw Rob had his staff recommendation up there. I do so few staff recommendations, I didn't think to put it on the screen. But what I'd like to do in my presentation for 11B is to start with the recommendation and what I'm asking the board to do. And then I'll walk through kind of some history. Those of you that are new to the board haven't heard the Two Rivers saga. I should be really good at it by now. I've been doing it every year, or at least it seems like every year. And so the recommendation I'm asking the board to direct us to do is deliver a notice of default. And I want to define default and delinquency. So Two Rivers' loan was due in March. They are delinquent. We haven't received their annual payment to this date. And so my recommendation is to ask the board to have staff deliver a notice of default on September 1st, which is per our policy. It's our policy guides. Understand that we've got a policy that guides some of the activities, and then we've got a contract, and there are a promissory note that's in the contract. But our policy says that staff will bring to you 180 days after a loan has been delinquent and suggest a course of action for the borrower. And that there's a list in our policy, such as maybe extending the loan because they've got circumstances, maybe it's drought issues, or I can imagine a community that catches on fire in a forest area and they just don't have the revenue anymore. There are things that may be brought to this board to consider in a delinquency situation. None of those apply here. This is just a borrower that has stopped paying us and has a history of not paying us on time. And so what I'm asking is to deliver that notice of default September 1st, giving them 30 days to pay it. And then after that 30 days, if we have not received that annual payment plus the I'll call it a fine, a service charge that we charge because they're beyond 60 days late already. If they don't pay that, then we're going to call the entire promissory note due. And so the current number of that is about $440,000. And at the September board meeting, we will be in the middle of that 30 days. And so I won't have an update unless they send us a check. I'm not holding my breath. But I've been in front of this board saying they're not going to pay and they end up paying. So you probably can't trust my assumptions on whether they are or not going to pay. But that's going to be my ask. Now let me walk through where we've been on this road with Two Rivers. Back in 2011, the board approved a loan. It was a reservoir rehabilitation project to improve Orlando Reservoir. It also included a little bit of work on the Cacharza Dam, very large dam in the Arkansas Basin that sits unused. We actually spent some money out of the fund and got reimbursed for breaching that dam to get it back to a safe status. Again, long history with this organization. That $1.2 million loan at 2.5%, we made it a 20-year loan because we really didn't want to be friends with them for more than 20 years because we thought they were suspect. That rehabilitation occurred. It was actually came in under that dollar amount. I want to say we ended up dispersing about $950,000. They came to us and had us release some of the collateral with payment for some of that collateral. And now we are looking at and I shared it with you that out of 10 payments that they were to pay, there's only been 4 on time. I think I got that right. Yeah, 6 have been late. 2 of them a full year and a half late. We charge them $3,800 each time they're late. They've paid that each time. We're now, we have that attached to their $76,000 loan payment. You can see I'm currently at 140 days late, thanks to Google. That's pretty easy to ask Google how many days between 2 dates. I've included some recent communication or lack thereof with this organization that it's kind of up and down, depends on the year, but currently they've pretty much stopped communicating entirely. There was an undeliverable certified letter of recent indicating that their payment is due and the assessment fee of 5% was made. And so again, I don't anticipate payment. So per our policy, one of the reasons that I wanted to execute this 180-day timeframe and submit a notice of default, after we submit that, if they don't pay for it, we now start charging 7% interest, which is more than the 2.5, which I think is, and that's per the promissory note. So we can at least start that process. There is a likely potential that they will be declaring bankruptcy. And so all of that stuff kind of folds into how maybe we can recover some of, if not all. And I feel fairly confident we will be able to recover it because of the collateral that we took on this loan. I guess I'd like to point out that you'll see a lot of our loans that we present, we don't take really strong collateral that can be sold. I always joke about borrowers will say, wait a second, you're going to take the pipe that you're helping us put in the ground as collateral? And I go, yeah, I'll come take that out if I have to. And they'll laugh. But it's been a successful program. This particular case, we said there's a big risk. And so we took the reservoir, the Orlando Reservoir as collateral, and we feel confident that we can recover our investment in the process of foreclosure. The foreclosure decision will be made at a future meeting. And I've been working with, and I forgot to point out that Deanna Westfall is, I think, on the line to help me through this. She's the Attorney General's office focused on bankruptcy. And so she has helped Jen Mealy and I through some of the complications of what that looks like and how that might impact us. We've kind of done this before a couple of years ago. They ended up paying, so it's kind of a reset each year. And so Deanna is available. I guess I would caution the board, there may be some questions that we'll back off of and say that might need to be held behind maybe an executive session if it does have a legal impact on what we're doing. So In summary, my primary interest is to follow our policy, at least the 180-day policy, engage the borrower with the threat to go into default, and then start the clock at 7% and hopefully recover the 7% through the process of foreclosure. So let's see. Some of you may wonder how, new to the board, how many loans look like this. In my history of doing this, I think the last time we did not recover principal out of a loan was 1994. So we're about 30 years without having to deal with a loss of principal. We have restructured some loans. One of recent, I want to say back in 2010, we worked with the city of Trinidad that was in a bind with revenue and some things. And so this board considered rescheduling their repayments and getting them back on track. And they've been successful ever since. So I believe that's the end of my presentation. I would be happy to take any questions, and motion, I guess you'll have to utilize the memo for when you're ready.
Okay, questions for Kirk? Director Anderson?
I think I'm the only board member left that's lived through this miserable mess. And Kurt, it really is a credit to you and your staff that there aren't more. You don't have more of these. It's the exception rather than the rule. But did I hear you say that the debt is down to 330,000?
About 430 is where.
430. Okay. I guess I would like the other board members to know that they also had a dam safety issue with the dam, and we spent the money to breach the dam so it, couldn't store any water and flood anybody out.
Director Ryan?
Sorry, Director Anderson, and I have to add that thanks to the really diligent work by our Attorney General's office, we got that money back.
Great. So anyway, I just wanted to bring everybody up to speed with those two issues, and I could go ahead and make the motion to approve staff recommendation on item 11B.
Okay, we have a motion. Director Brown, second. All right. Are there any other questions? I know we have some board members who haven't. Director Boucher.
Thank you, Chairman Felt. I just wanted to thank Kirk for the clear communication on this, the situation nobody wants to be in, but I appreciate how clear you are both in your memo and also with your presentation. So thank you, Kirk.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So since the last certified letter was returned undeliverable, I mean, how do you get a hold of these people?
That's some additional work that I've got ahead of me. Yes, I've got some old telephone numbers, and the Attorney General's office is also engaged with them in some other areas, and so I probably will work through them as well.
We will hire the dog.
Oh my gosh.
Any other questions? All right, we have a motion on the floor or on the table, however you say that. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Chairman Feld. I would like to follow up on Director Anderson's comment. As you're aware, I take great pride in this program, and so does the staff in the finance section. I don't think we can take the credit that you've given us. The borrowers that we get to deal with, it's awesome. They understand, and we use the word salt of the earth. That's who we deal with, and they're good borrowers, and they understand the situation. It works very well. So it's a great program. I almost feel like there should be other programs like that in the state. It works so well. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Kirk. Okay. So it's 10 after 3. We'll go ahead and take a 15-minute break. So we'll come back at 3:25.
Recording stopped.
Wendy did go around and leave you all the list of proposed questions for the interviews tomorrow and a schedule and stuff. So take a look at that. I will come around and over the next try and figure out who wants to ask which questions and just make some notes. And then I'll reach out to Directors Boucher and Brody, and you should have received those by email. So check on that. And then we'll be ready tomorrow by whatever time that is, 1:10 to start that process. Okay, so next up is an update on existing project loans with Cole Bedford.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Cole Bedford, CWCB staff for the record. This is agenda item 12A, update on existing loans for the Water Infrastructure and Supply Efficiency, or WISE project. And you don't typically get informational presentations from me, and that's what this is, so no action is necessary. But the WISE project is a little bit more complicated than most of the projects you get from me. It's a little more involved than a diversion structure or pipeline project. It had more moving parts, a lot of participants, and CWCB's involvement goes back almost a decade on this project. And so we're going to have some loan increases coming down today, in fact, and then several more in the next several months. So I wanted to give you some broader context of what this project was and is. And so because it's so complex, I've invited Luis Tovar to give most of this presentation. And Luis serves as the general manager of both the Cottonwood Water and Sanitation District and the Inverness Water and Sanitation District, both of which are participants in WISE. And he's going to give you a background on what WISE is, just from a baseline standpoint, and then I'll add just a little bit of information on how the loan program's been involved. So Luis, go ahead and take it away, and when you're ready to advance slides, just let me know, and I'll do that for you.
Thank you, Cole, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here in front of you today. Well, on behalf of the Inverness and the Cottonwood Water and Sanitation District, we would like to take this quick opportunity to give you a quick update on WISE, and of course, like Cole said, it's always good to bring up to speed, where we started and where we're today. Before we move on with the slideshow, every time we discuss the WISE project, I always like to emphasize the fact that the WISE project is a reality today due to a broad partnership whose vision to chip away at the water supply problems in the Denver South area went beyond and actually driven by the greater good. I think it's I like to think of it as a landmark in our industry, for the simple fact that we're bringing together this many water providers and Cole, I think you mentioned at the beginning that the CWCB has been involved for 10 years, and I like to argue that the CWCB has been on top of us shifting away from our reliance in the deep groundwater for over 25 years, if not more. So at any rate, if you could please move on to the next slide, that'd be great. Thank you. So when we looked at the WISE project, I think it's a good example of a very large regional project where Denver Water and Aurora Water, and of course 10 other Denver South water providers, both in Arapahoe and Douglas County, essentially came together with this vision for a large reuse project. Next slide, please. So when I think I always when we talk about the WISE, the first thing that comes to mind, of course, is a large-scale water reuse project, and the WISE was only possible aboard, with the use of existing excess infrastructure from the two largest water providers in the Denver area. And we strongly believe that that was one of the biggest benefits to get a project of this nature put together. Next slide, please. You know, when we talk about water supply benefits and derived from the WISE project, naturally, you know, we try to in partnerships like this try to highlight what everybody takes away with them, and while there are some clear benefits for each of the parties who make the WISE a reality to it today, we strongly believe that Denver, Aurora, and the members of the South Metro Water Supply Authority, they really place an exclamation mark on the word, on the sustainability word, period. The actual benefits of the WISE project, in our opinion, are far beyond of its financial benefits that it brings to each one of the parties to this project. It again is really a truly landmark for a regional project for our region. Next slide, please. So here we're gonna talk. I'm gonna talk quickly about the timeline for WISE. The switch from our reliance on deep groundwater really began in the planning began in 2007, but some of you might recall your help with the so-called 2003 South Metro Water Supply Plan study. These two districts we represent really took that document, and we marched along for the last 20 years to essentially be where we are today. Quick timeline. The WISE, once we got an agreement, once Denver and Aurora and the members of WISE were drafted their roadmap, we essentially developed four stages here, and it was mostly driven by the financial impacts to bring this project together. The first step, of course, was the purchase of the ECCV pipeline, and we'll get on to some graphics here quickly. But this is a piece of infrastructure that follows E470, C470, and goes around E470. Cottonwood and Inverness, of course, we were able to participate in that purchase through your help. Through your loan program. Once that was out of the way, we essentially move on to construct the actual infrastructure that was required to essentially move water from point A to point B. Phase one, the industry within WISE, we refer to that as the WISE local connections. Essentially, we spent a good part of almost 2 years planning, designing, and building this infrastructure. Again, we received through your funding, we were able to achieve all of this project through 2016. And we were very proud to say that both of these districts were the first two districts who received WISE water in their taps in 2017. Cole, please, next slide. Essentially, I'm sorry, I lost track here. 2018 came around, and of course, the next stage of the project was we call it here phase two, but we know it as step 3 or the Bennett connection. This is a project that essentially developed some infrastructure required to become independent in the process of moving WISE water and everything that's behind it. I always like to take the opportunity to to give a huge credit to the folks at the South Metro Water Supply Authority. When you look at this time frame of 2020 through 2023, you can help yourself but ask how and who did a project of such a large scale, as we're being told, hey, you got to go home and lock down for a year, and somehow this group managed to get this project done and got it done on time, which was a huge effort. And finally, the DIA connection. This is the last step of this project. This is a project that was very unique and still is unique in nature, because we as a group had to essentially fund this project from 2015 through 2020. And of course, I think this is what Cole will be talking to you shortly after on the need for possibly more help from the CWCB if we're able to get there. Next slide, please. This slide just shows very briefly the scale of the project. This is essentially step one, where you see the black dots are along 470. That's essentially that green line that you see there was the first step to get the project off the ground. Every single one of those dots that you see there are the number of members who are benefiting from the WISE project in the Denver South. Next slide, please. Due to the nature of the project, of course, WISE needed to make a temporary connection to the Aurora water line. This is a water line that essentially conveys water from the Benny water treatment plant at the Aurora Reservoir to this ECCV pipeline running along 470. So this is kind of an illustration how small pieces had to fall in place to convey those molecules down to our membership. Next slide, please. Again, as part of that, the authority had to construct a very large water tank. It seems large to us because it sits on the top of a hill and right on the off ramp on 470 and Smoky Hill. But again, one of those little data points or pieces of infrastructure that were required as far as of this first step to get WISE flowing. Next slide, please. It's a quick pictures of timelines and the completion of the tank. I think if you look at the tank on the lower right corner, I think most of you on your way to DIA have seen this tank from time to time. Next slide, please. Little minor changes again as part of the first step related to the ECCV purchase. We had to make some minor modifications at the ECCV water treatment plant in order to get water qualities compatible so everybody could start taking deliveries from WISE Water. Next slide, please. A few images here of the changes that were made at those facilities. And the timeline essentially leading to the 2017 deadline to start moving water to the members. Next slide, please. So here we have what we call the lifeline for Inverness and Cottonwood when it comes to connecting to the WISE project. Two very small pictures, but this has been a huge relief for these two districts as it relates to water supplies, and we'll get to that here in a minute. Next slide, please. Here's what will be step 3, the phase 2 infrastructure project of the WISE project, otherwise known as the Benny connection. The Benny connection it's comprised of 2 steps here. One is a booster station, and another one is the construction of 5 miles of pipeline to essentially come off that the so-called temporary connection to the city of Aurora's water lines. And this is just an illustration of the constructive facility known as the Benny Connection Booster Station. Next slide, please. For us engineers, we always like to see the pipeline and the trench, and I thought that you might enjoy that too quickly. Next slide, please. And here we are at the last step or the last phase of the WISE project. This is a so-called DIA connection. The DIA connection is currently under design. Denver and Aurora and the authority are working on the final details for that connection to essentially bring the last component of the raw water needed for treatment. And our expectations and our hope is that we can have this pipeline under construction by the middle of next year, with the intent that we'll be flowing water by June of 2025. Next slide, please. So now that we kind of went over the 4 components of the WISE project, from start to very much this day. The board, I think this is the way that we would like to show our appreciation by telling you how much we have achieved through this WISE project. These 2 charts represent the water supplies by sources for each district from the time WISE started to date. And it goes without saying that it has turned our water supplies and has reduced our reliance on the deep groundwater by orders of magnitude, and for that we cannot express enough gratitude towards your support. I think next slide, please. So with that, I would like to thank you again for your support and your time today, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
If I can get that slide back, I was just going to add one last description here before we take questions. Oh, one more forward. In 2013, 2014, when they were planning this out, they understood that this was going to take close to a decade at that time. And so there were going to be these 4 different components: the ECCV purchase that Luis talked about, these 2 phases of infrastructure construction, and then this DIA connection. So there were 4 phases, and then of the 10 organizations that were all part of WISE, 4 of them came to CWCB for financing. So each of those 4 organizations got 4 separate loan contracts from us. So that was 16 total contracts back in 2014. And since a lot of time has passed now, the majority of those have already been closed out and finished. So the ones with the green check marks are loans that are already done. Those are in repayment. And part of the reason we did that is, like you were talking, Robert, Director Sakata, is that it's beneficial to not have those open for years and years. That we were able to close those loans out meant that we're able to get our principal and interest back early. So the phase 2 infrastructure project, that's got 2 loans still open, and that's to Cottonwood and Inverness. So those are going to be the 2 increases I'm going to talk about here in a minute. And then the DIA connection is that last phase of the overall project, and that has 3 loans that are still open. All 3 of those are almost certainly going to come in for increases over the course of the next 6-9 months. And then some of the other WISE participants may possibly come in for increases on that too, since that component is so far out from the 2013, 2014 estimates that they had a decade ago. Those costs have gone up by a lot. So they're just finalizing what that part of the project is going to look like. Once they get that sorted out, then we're going to talk about financing for that. So I just wanted to give you that. And then you can have, if you have any questions for me or Luis on any of that, I'm happy to answer it.
All right, thank you, Cole and Luis. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
So on the positive side, it was amazing. I was on the South Platte Basin Roundtable when it started, and not the South Platte, sorry, the Metro Basin Roundtable. And I chose the Metro Basin Roundtable because as a farmer being downstream of the Denver metropolitan area, I felt it was very important for me to know what the municipalities were going to be doing. And it was interesting at that time that I really saw a sense of all the municipalities seeing themselves as competitors for water. And so it was really interesting. A lot of them were unwilling to share what their future plans were. So it's amazing that the roundtable process has allowed there to be the capability to share and develop plans together, which I think benefits everybody. But you have to realize that this pipeline that you're talking about is bringing water from someplace. And so it's water that's been legally changed, and they have the right to bring it up. But this water is coming from my area. And so, yes, we're helping them out by helping with their sustainability issues they have with groundwater, but that water is coming from someplace. So I'm glad that there's efforts to not have all this competition of everybody going out there to buy ag water, that they're consolidating and having joint projects together. So just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, let's.
Can I jump in?
Oh,
Director?
I'm sorry, Jessica or Director Brody. Go ahead.
Thanks. So I just wanted to echo some of what Luis is saying and just share a little bit more about how this type of collaboration ensures that all of the utilities involved are really maximizing every drop of water that we have, whether that's, imported water, groundwater, to the extent that we can work together to reuse every drop. That's less water that is being pulled from ag. It's less water that's being pulled from the West Slope. Just to give one example of that, in terms of the DIA connection, part of the reason that connection is important to Denver water is that periodically we have to flush water at the airport because it's at the far end of our system. And in order to avoid water quality issues and stagnation issues, sometimes we need to flush. That DIA connection allows that water to be taken by the otherwise partners rather than have it just get spilled. So, while it might not be a huge quantity of water in the greater scheme of things of our system, we recognize that water matters. And to the extent that we can put it to a second or third or fourth or fifth beneficial use, that again reduces what fresh water we're having to take or what groundwater we're having to take. And that's part of the reason we think this collaboration is so important. And frankly, as we think about aridification and we think about new opportunities for DPR and for other reuse solutions, I think these types of partnerships will become even more impactful as we go forward. Thank you.
Her. Sorry. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah. Let's move on to item 13. Or 13A.
Thank you.
This is agenda item 13A, water project loan increase request for the WISE Phase 2 infrastructure project. This loan is to the Cottonwood Water and Sanitation District, and they're located in Douglas and Arapahoe counties. And you've already heard all about WISE from Luis. So here's the big picture items for this loan specifically. Cottonwood's current loan, their loan authorization with the increase will be $1,690,000. $1,690,740. The terms are and will remain 30 years at 3%. Here are the project financials on this one. The total financial commitment to the Phase 2 infrastructure project by Cottonwood is $1,798,000. And that's more than the loan, because back in 2014, when these original loans were done, our policy only allowed 90% of project costs to be part of the loan. And so that 10% has already been spent into it. Now our policy allows for 100%, so this increase will pay for everything they've got left. So the increase request is $563,580. That'll cover 100% of continuing costs, and their new loan amount will be $1,690,740. Ratios indicate that they're an average borrower, and collateral will consist of a pledge of revenues backed by a rate covenant per policy number 5. And here is staff recommendation for this one.
Okay. Other questions on item 13A? Or a motion to approve? Director Sakata, motion to approve?
Question, Mr. Chair.
Oh, question, okay.
Cole, on the chart, the updated financial ratios, the last 2 columns, future with project and future with increase. Could you explain the difference? What that means again?
Yep, let me pull up the.
Especially because when I looked at the average monthly water bill, it actually goes down with future with increase. And I was just wondering.
Yeah, so the future with the project, that's as it was projected when the loan was done in 2014.
Okay.
And so the future with the increase is new numbers. And the projection has changed a little bit since 2014. So even though the number has come down, in large part is because they didn't take all of the loan money they took for those other 3 loans to Cottonwood. A lot of that got left on the table. And so their position, their debt to us was less than we thought it was going to be.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Thank you, Cole. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay.
I would move staff recommendation for agenda item 13A.
Okay, motion, second, Director Cloud. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries. Okay, 13B.
All right. Agenda item 13B is the water project loan increase request for the WISE Phase 2 infrastructure project. And this one is for the Inverness Water and Sanitation District. Their full loan authorization with their increase will be $2,126,050. Their terms are 20 years at 2.75%. So their interest rate's 0.25% less because they took a 20-year term rather than 30 years. Inverness's total financial commitment to the Phase 2 infrastructure project is $2,262,000. That's a little bit higher as well for that 90%, 100% difference. Their increase amount is $698,928, and the new loan amount will be $2,126,050. Their ratios indicate that they are also an average borrower, and their collateral will consist of a pledge of revenues. And here's staff recommendation on this one.
Okay, are there questions on this? Director Combs.
I just make a move to accept the staff recommendations on item 13B.
Okay. We have a second from Director Vasquez. Any other discussion? All those in favor of moving staff recommendation, say aye. Aye. And opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Cole.
Thank you.
And then Josh, got you for the item 13C, the Amity Mutual Irrigation Company.
My name is Joshua Godwin. I am CWCB staff. And this is agenda item 13C, the water project loan request increase for the Queen Reservoir Dam rehab. And the loan request is coming from the Amity Mutual Irrigation Ditch located in Powers County in the Arkansas Basin. It's an intro. So the Amity Mutual Irrigation Company wishes to increase their loan, the total authorization to $2,626,000. The terms are going to stay the same at 30 years at 3.1% interest. And in preparing this memo, I worked with Terry Howland, the former superintendent, as well as the new superintendent, Josh Reiner. A little bit of background. So back in July of 2020, Amity received authorization for a $1.3 million loan to rehabilitate Queen Reservoir Dam. Since the authorization, Amity has completed the dam design and received approval from Dam Safety. And back in April of this year, they sent out a request for proposals. And at the beginning of May, they received a bid back from the contractor at $2.6 million. And this isn't really completely outside the norm of what we're seeing recently. It's in the post-COVID era, and especially the past few years. And as you've seen, we've seen nothing but increases today. I think we discussed it a little bit last board meeting as well. So typically a contractor will guarantee a proposal for 30 to 60 days, but because of they're looking for an increase, they've negotiated with the contractor to get this guarantee to the end of August, waiting for this board meeting. The construction is expected to take somewhere between 100 and 120 days. I say this because I don't expect them to go back for another increase. As you see, once the dam has been reestablished, we're looking at regaining about just over 35,000 acre feet of storage. Going back, the dam was breached in 2017, and this year has been, they would be in priority right now in storing in Queen Reservoir Dam had they actually had the dam up and ready. But so right now they're storing in John Martin. Yeah. And I do want to, so it's important to note before we get to the financials that Amity has paid out of pocket for the cost of the engineering up to this point. Hence why we'll talk about why the ratios don't look amazing. They have elected to use their cash accounts and the certificates of deposit to cover the engineering costs. These are one-time costs that will not be carried forward, but we had to include them in the ratios the past 3 years. And they have also elected not to raise rates on raise assessments on shareholders until we hit substantial completion. And so, well, once the dam is actually complete, and then they would plan to figure out how much money they spent and determine how much they would actually have to raise assessments. So now we're in the project financials. So total project cost is $2.6 million. Again, with a service fee, that's $2,626,000 with a blended interest rate of 3.1% for 30 years. As I mentioned, our ratios indicate that they are a weak borrower. However, that is not a rejection of their ask. It is more of an opportunity for us to look deeper as to why their financials look like that. And we've just determined that their financials look like that because the past 3 years they've been paying out of pocket for engineering costs. Again, they will not be moving forward like that. And they have also acknowledged that they will need to raise assessments once the project has hit substantial completion. So collateral will continue to consist of pledge of revenues backed by rate covenant per policy 5. And then this is staff recommendation, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Joshua. Are there any questions on this one? Recommendation. Or a second? Second from Director Gibbs. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right. Well, that brings us to our final item today, which is item 14, the Basin Directors Reports. We're going to start with Director Brown, Yampa White River Basin Directors Report.
Alternate reality where we do these on the first day and with me in the afternoon.
Spice it up.
Yep. I do have a slideshow. So, cool. Really bad at are PowerPoints and taking pictures. So this is going to be fun. All right, first slide, please. So it's been really busy lately. The last time that we met, we were going into the Yampa River Festival, and this picture is me captaining a boat through the sea, Charlie's Hole, during the festival with 4 other ladies that you can't see in that big wave of water. So We had, record highs for the fest since we moved the date. Used to be Memorial Day, and then we kicked it back a little because sometimes we just didn't get the weather or had too high of flows. So this was a great day to be out on the river boating. We had a great turnout, and we've just had a really big uptick in support for the river in general. So I think that's a really cool thing to report. Next slide, please. Kid in the blue. More importantly, next slide, please. Well, thanks to the In-Stream Flow program, Fish and Wildlife, and BLM, and CPW, Tri-State, my employer, we went on a tour of Milk Creek, which was flowing really high for the period of record. You can see that against this bank is all Mormon crickets. So everything you see in that eddy, Mormon crickets. They were on us, which got us all really close because I remember just screaming, "Get it off of me!" because it was on my head. So gross. Anyway, they are nasty little creatures. They're not actually crickets, they're katydids. But they sort of look like cockroaches, and they smell, and they're gross, and they cause car accidents, and it's just really, I don't recommend going to visit them when they are in this phase of their migration. So, but this was a great visit. And again, thanks to staff and all the partners for showing my team, why this is an essential tributary to the Yampa for our native fish. And they showed us their measuring devices. It was too high to get in the water and check the gauges that day, but it's just a really special area. And this is Tri-State land that we allow, the trespass, so to speak, for gauging and placement and data collection. So it was fun to get everybody out there. And as you can see, we had a beautiful day. So that was really cool. Next slide, please. Oh yeah, so this is folks on the tour, and then that's my foot, woman size 7, and some bear paws. Next slide, please. Oh, and the crickets, so you can see them, super gross by our feet there. So, with the high flows, I did 2 things that were really fun to experience. Again, just sort of record flow. Earlier, you heard from Director Riss that Dry Creek in Hayden flooded. So that was quite early, but during this phase, it had gone down, but we floated from Steamboat to Hayden. You can see the pelicans on the top right, or excuse me, top left, which I didn't really realize came to our area, but I later found out that they are also in Lake Catamount. And then the picture below that, if you can see it, is the Cottonwood Gallery, completely inundated. It's a pretty famous Cottonwood Gallery. It's one of the oldest in Northwest Colorado, so pretty cool to see it at that stage. And then you can see the ski area behind us as we were floating downriver. Cool thing I got to do during high season was to do a flyover with EcoFlight. And so this picture is the Maybell diversion. And this is a project that you all who have been on the board for a while have heard about, TNC, and then Mike Camblin, who's the president of the Maybell Irrigators District, have been working really hard on replacing this infrastructure. It's a mile long. You can see the ditch on the right-hand side of the photo there. And so they are working on fish passage, boater passage, and just remote, being able to access this diversion remotely and turn it off and on without the dangerous task of riding along this basically cliffside during high flows like that. So that was cool to be able to see that. When we started our flight, we had blue skies. As we got into our flight, the smoke from Alberta fires were pretty much covering us. So I just wanted to show you one other picture. Next slide, please. And this is Warm Springs on the Yampa at probably peak. So right around when Director Gibbs was out on the river, you can see it's a massive rapid, really has a lot of history behind it. One of the tallest walls in the canyon is on the left-hand side of that photo and then downstream a little bit. And so pretty cool to see it from the air as well. Next slide, please. This is the Elk River flooding the Elk Valley before it hits the confluence with the Yampa. So if you can see, which I know we're not able to access our Zoom, so it's probably a little hard. There's houses cut off from their access, so people couldn't actually get home because the roads were flooded out. So we really did have some high water, but due to the way that the temperatures ended up, just the temperature patterns, it could have been so much worse. We were, under the expectation that we would have much more flooding, and we somehow skirted that for the most part. So next slide, please. We had WECO came to town, Water Education Colorado, and we did a tour in Stagecoach Dam. So for those of you who have not done that tour, it was really cool. I had not done it before. And it was really, really neat to see it. So this is the bowels of the dam, obviously wet and leaky, but leaky in a good way, I'm told, as someone that doesn't build dams. I'll just go ahead and believe it. So it was really cool. And the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District just did a stellar job with this part of WECO's basin tour. Folks from all over the state came and we did a tour of the upper basin, met with Erin and her staff by the Bear River. So that was the project that we all approved earlier. And, people learned about ag in the valley and water storage, et cetera. And then they went all the way down into Craig. We toured the station, Craig Station, which was really neat. And then folks went over to Meeker and ended at Elkhead Dam as well, Elkhead Reservoir. So it was a great day, and just their staff did an awesome job as usual. Next slide, please. In the lovely creek, just had to throw in a dog photo in there. Don't know how to zoom in, otherwise you'd probably see them better. So next slide, that's fine. So I just got off Yampa Canyon. These are some of the pictures you saw of the canyon from above. Warm Springs, that's me and my friend Don. We just rode Warm Springs. Just really happy to have that behind us. So a great trip, and wanted to give you insight what I do for fun. Next slide, please. And a couple just really cool shots of what we saw on our trip. So a pool here, red, water in the desert is a great thing. That pool is not always full on our trips. So just with all the rain that had just happened, we had very wet waterfalls and seepage all through the canyon. It was really neat. And then this beautiful rack at the confluence of the Green and the Yampa, I thought you might enjoy. Next slide, please. That's the Green at Gates of Lodore coming in on the left, and you can't really see the Yampa coming in on the right, but we're looking back upstream, and that's where the Elk had ended right there. Next slide. Thought I'd let you know that I got a hole in my boat because the river dropped so much, and it kind of looks like the SS Minnow from Gilligan's Island, like sadly parked, awaiting patching. So that's a photo for you. Next slide, please. This Mather's Hole, just a really cool canyon. That giant wall there is really neat. And so we got to camp there, which is unusual. You don't always get this site. Next slide. It's looking downstream. The Yampa is coming in on the left-hand side of the photo, and the Green on the right. It's called Echo Park. When you shout out, you have a pretty phenomenal echo. And this was just, again, a beautiful day, and wanted to note that all of this is still in Colorado, still in the Yampa White Green Basin. We are a national monument, but all of this is, my basin, which is so crazy that we go from the mountain regions all the way into this, you know, extreme desert. So go ahead. I think I have one more, but maybe 12. And that's him now tubing the low Yampa with his little buddies. So not so little anymore. I just thought I would end with a shot of that and mention, as I did in the last director's report, that it's been such a pleasure serving on this board. My son was 7 when I started. And so I just have to show you the annual picture that he too is growing as we move on. So I think that's the last shot. Thanks.
Questions for Director Brown?
Oh, can we use them there? No. What are they doing?
They're eating all our trout.
Yeah, they have a communication network. They know exactly.
I'm so sorry. The Pelicans must have an amazing communication network. They know exactly when CPW is dumping fish, right? And the fishermen, at least in my basin, for years have been up in arms that all of these pelicans are protected because they're an endangered species, but they continue to grow in number coming inland to breed, right?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to see them.
Yeah.
I don't
But
know
they're
how
cool
I've
to
missed
see
them.
in flight. They're just amazing.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Director Brown. Let's go to the Colorado River with Director Boucher.
Thank you, Chairman Felt. If you don't mind, maybe hold on to cue the video. Hopefully it works. I'll say when is good. I want you guys to see what I do on a normal Monday morning. First of all, to the board, I feel a slight explanation of zooming in for 2 meetings in a row. This one was, my wife had something very important come up with work, and I miss you all. We've got a couple young kids and logistics of the family. This was the way to make it work for this go around, so I apologize. And prior to that, I had some health stuff going on this spring that I would be happy to share with any of you individually. And the good news is everything is awesome, easy solution, and life is good. So I'm sorry for the distance, but life is good. So with that, you know, the river this year through our place has been so cool, and I want to make it kind of personal first. You know, through 2020 to 2022, we were struggling late May and the first half of June to see a river flow much over 200 cubic feet per second at the gauging station of Northern's there at the KB ditch. And then this year we were up over 2,000 CFS for most of that period of time. Actually peaked after the Granby spill on June 24th at 3,280 CFS. And so this year's water dialogue within, you know, Grand County and our river basin has been very different than the last 3. Very refreshing for all. In fact, one of Director Brody's colleagues may have told me that things were going so well, he was actually going to watch the Nuggets win a world championship instead of work on water issues going into the night. So I was stoked for her colleague. And I think that through at least the first part of the year here has been the conversation. We had multiple single rain events in Grand County in late May and June that produced more on the ground precipitation than we received in those same locations for the entire season of June through September of 2020. So to put that in all perspective, I tried to come up with a number that I didn't feel confident in telling you exact inches. I promise I will by the next meeting, but it's substantially different. And it's just incredible to see, you know, what a 2020 looked like in Colorado River Basin versus 2023. However, that being said, flows, you know, are dropping. It has been warm, you know, things are changing. The learning by doing committee met today. We're starting to get close to some temperature exceedances in certain locations. And so we're going back to life as we don't love to see it in those conversations. But it turns out that one of the grants that was funded by this board, there's some projects going on within the basin on alternative forages. And my punchline of May and June was that it was too wet to implement drought resilient ag projects. And that's not a lie. we couldn't get in the fields, we couldn't get on the ground and do the work. But that being said, we finally did later in June and hit the video.
Oh, life on the farm is kind of laid back. Ain't much of nothing that us country boys can't hack. All that's early in the sack. Thank God I'm a country boy. Oh boy.
So my father bought that tractor in 1983. It remains his favorite. Part of the alternative forage project that's super cool. Projects going down in the Southwestern Basin at Yellow Jacket, in the Grand Valley, Steamboat, Delta, all the way up to Grand County, trying to figure out in these sod-bound meadows that have never been disturbed. So to human record knowledge, this meadow has never had any work or tillage of the soil or land or anything. And we're phasing this project in different ways where we're looking at what happens with different forms of interseeding, as is with really stressing the land. Some projects are looking towards different chemical application to then try and then interseed a crop type. And then we're also going old school and busting out the 1970s and 1980s equipment and trying to connect different layers of soil, and then look at how these different plants will grow with it. So this field that I'm in right here will be a combination of Kernza and Sandfoin, 2 different plots. The Sandfoin will be planted next spring. The Kernza will be planted this fall in a frost planting. There was an add-on to this project in Grand County from a neighbor of ours. If you go to the next photo, please. I'll get back to that story. This is the Land Institute. They made a tour from Salina, Kansas up. These are the first silphium plants known to humans to ever be planted in the state of Colorado. 4 different test plots within the project site, Yellow Jacket, and then down at CSU's research station in Fruita, also a location in the Grand Valley. And then here we did seed planting as well as these seedlings that were grown and brought up. To their knowledge, they've never been tested and grown at this high of an elevation or at this short of a growth season. So you can see the plot size is based on that we don't really know, but we're trying to figure it out. These have pretty exceptional feed forage value for livestock, but also incredible other benefits as a perennial plant. Also experimenting with different ways to do it. And what is to me so exciting about this, a reminder to the board, this was in the March meeting in Steamboat. The board awarded $287,885, but this really is going from the Southwest and the Grand Valley all the way up. So we're doing this at different elevations, different climates, different growth seasons, different way of soil preparation, different way of irrigation, to really see what might work or not. We accept failure in this as acceptable, knowing that we're trying to figure out kind of best practices, but really looking for plants that can tolerate greater stress to a lack of water supply, be it applied or natural. Next slide, please. And this one's my favorite. I've been told this has to remain an undisclosed location, but this was an add-on to the project after it went to the board. So the taller blades that look like grass that you see, those are oats growing. And then next to my fingers, that's the Sandfoin starting. And this is a 120-acre pivot in Grand County. And to our knowledge, it's the largest planting of Sandfoin ever attempted in Grand County. So this plant and the partners that we're working with, historically, this has been an alfalfa field that has used an approximate amount of about 24 inches of water per year. And we're trying to grow this stuff applying 18 inches of water instead. And really cool to see the direction this is going and who's participating and how we're getting there. So I like to think of awesome work, I think that this is so neat because I'm firsthand witnessing neighbors asking to participate when they see innovative work happening from projects that ultimately, were large in part because of this board and this agency. So it's pretty exciting what's going on, Ag Innovation at its best. The other grant that was funded to Kawa, Greg Peterson is a very busy man, all of these projects going on all over as well. And I think that from all of this, you know, Colorado and Colorado in general, but also Colorado River West Slope Agriculture's participation in looking for some solutions to limited water supply, you know, are very real and they're happening as we speak. So we're working on it. So my message of hope is this photo. Well, it's my health. And then it's also this photo, those little leaves growing right there. I'm really hoping we can prove sustainable planting crop locations, you know, within Grand County, because I think make a world of difference for an incredible feed forage value and also using less water. So with that, I missed you all and I will conclude my director's report. Happy to take any questions.
That's a great report. Any questions for him?
What song were you singing on your tractor?
So it's a long story, but that day the air conditioning went out, the radio doesn't work. I'm a believer in being able to listen to equipment. So I just kept singing to myself. I'm not even sure I know the words.
Pretty sure you don't.
That's my point. Yes, thank you all.
Director Ryan.
Director Riss, as a Coloradan, are you really asking that question?
I didn't think you.
Anybody?
Yeah.
It's implied of me, sorry.
Fair.
Any other? Okay, thank you, Director Boucher. Let's go to San Juan, San Miguel, Dolores with Director Cloud.
Well, first, let me say thank you again for allowing me to be here. I really love this area, love Crested Butte. This is my third meeting, my second in person, so I'm getting used to how everything works. It's a little bit different than tribal meetings and tribal politics, so it's I'll just say that. But I don't have a whole lot to report on other than the Dolores area. We've had, as you know, that we've had a lot of higher than normal runoff in 2023. With our runoff volumes, we've ranged from 122% of the medium in the San Miguel Basin to 323% of the medium in the Mancos River. And then that's according to the Colorado Basin Forecast Center. But the Colorado or the Dolores River Basin is kind of the big news. They've had a big runoff year, significant spillover in the McPhee Reservoir, and it's the first time since 2019 that has happened, which is very welcomed by the water users, the irrigation users, all the environmentalists and recreation users are very happy with the amount of water that we've gotten in our area because we've normally been very dry. Drought has hit us very, very hard in the past few years. So this is very welcomed. And last week, the Colorado Water Conservation District staff said that this spillover was the largest since 2000. It lasted 64 days through June 30th, and it topped out at 4,000 CFS. So it was very significant and very significant for our area. And the high 2023 inflows allowed the reservoir operators to manage the downstream release to meet its ecological and recreation goals. And that was identified by the by the Dolores River Native Fish Monitoring and Recommendation Team. And this team, I found out, is a group of stakeholders that represent local governments, water users, conservation groups, and recreation-focused type individuals. And so they're very, very happy with the amount of water that we have this year. We know that we may not have this water next year. And so being thankful for the amount of water that we have is what we're doing right now, and trying to conserve as much as we can for future use, if not for at least taking advantage of what we have right now, because again, we may not have that next year. And that's all that I have right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Director Cloud? All down there to have such a great amount of water this year. Okay, next up is the Gunnison River Basin Report with Director Anderson.
I thank you. I thank the chair. Of course, you know, the big story in our state is drought. And this is the only second time since I've served on this board that the entire state of Colorado is drought free. Rain, it's all white. Snow and rain is just phenomenal. Going to Director Cloud's Basin, I saw rafts on the San Miguel River, which is, as my father said, I floated that river once. I walked most of the 20 miles. I've never been on it. I took that as advice to stay off of it, but they were commercially rafting it this summer. I guess we need to be careful what we wish for. We got lucky, at least in the Gunnison Basin, with the way the snow come out slow, and we didn't see a lot of flooding. But my concern now is that all the moisture grew a lot of foliage, and now it is turned off hot, and we aren't even to August yet, and the concern being that all that dries down and the fire potential is going to be exponential. So anyway, moving on to the Gunnison Basin Roundtable, we approved 2 WSRF grants to kind of show you some of the value of them. One of the projects we approved was for the Miners Trail ditch, and it had been 40 years in the making, if you can imagine. And basically, one of the big items on it is multidimensional. It's to repair a headgate on the North Fork and allow safe passage of boats, and of course the fish passage there. So very interesting to see those projects come to position. We had quite a conversation about our concerns in the Gunnison for WSRF grant funding, in particular the state funding. We in the Gunnison Valley are good users, I guess, of the state portion of those WSRF grants. In fact, Jeff Rodriguez said we're one of the 3 tops as far as using combination of not only the roundtable funds, but the state funds. So there is a concern there. You know, severance tax has proved to be not very reliable source for those grants. And of course, it was interesting to hear Kurt say that gambling tax is looking better. The Colorado River District was there. They talked about their community funding partnership. This is be the 3rd year of that, and it's based on a tax levy that the district put in, and they basically have $4.2 million a year to spend. Since its inception, they've awarded $8 million in grants, and this leveraged to $65 million. So it's been very successful. I guess maybe that possibly we need to look at as a permanent source of funding for those grant programs. And it was margin. I mean, you know, the people of the Western Colorado got behind it and voted to accept it. Person and Jeff Rodriguez for attending our meeting. That makes my job as a reporter for the Conservation Board at that meeting a lot easier, and they do a great job for us, and we in the Gunnison really appreciate it. The Drought Task Force is, my understanding, is in place. All the people that are going to be on it and a moderator have been selected. They have to meet before the end of this month, so they better get after it. And their work needs to be done by December, so Darius Jutton, whose family has water rights, and Darius is the president of two organizations on Uncompahgre, one Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association, and then the Upper Uncompahgre. I'm very high on Darius. He's a good man, and he deserves to have a voice on that committee. That brings me to one thing that Darius and I are both trying to promote, and that's Ramshorn and the interconnection between and Ridgeway Reservoir. This I firmly will believe will be a benefit both to the agriculture interest in the valley, the environmental issues we see there, and of course the recreation. Ramshorn itself will not have any recreation on it, as it is situated on Forest Service ground, but the access is somewhat questionable, and we've always agreed that we would not promote that and make it a recreational site. I have one last thing. I have it on good authority that they are picking Olathe sweet corn today, and you should see that in your market by the weekend. And with that, I'm through.
That is great news. Any questions for Director Anderson? Director Vasquez.
Thank you, Chair Felt. This is the first time I've tried to show a few slides for an update from the North Platte. I can see that I have a long way to go to inject humor and personal stories into the into the update. This is simply the hydrograph for the gauge at the North Platte before it enters the Platte Wilderness and crosses the border into Wyoming. You can see a comparison in yellow, 2023 to the previous year, 2022. That pulse is, of course, that warm spell we had in April. But nobody is arguing over water and who gets curtailed in the basin. Users are really happy, but we realize this is 1 year and much work to be done to deal with drought resilience and climate change. You can go to the next slide, please. Here's of the haying operations that are just starting. We've had not quite a week of warmer, dry weather, and so the ranchers are starting to bring in their hay. This is a high mountain valley. For those of you who have not visited Jackson County, about 8,000 feet, the lowest in the valley, and so this high mountain hay only gets one cutting. The next slide, please. Primary economic driver in Jackson County, which is the predominant ground for the North Platte Basin. A small sliver of Larimer County is included. You can see in the background, perhaps, one of the shale oil operations in the basin. So in the southwest quadrant of Jackson County, or the North Platte Basin, we now have pushing 60 wells, deep shale oil wells that are adding to the use in the basin of water for hydrological fracturing. Some of you may be aware of HB 23-1242 that stood up the Produced Water Consortium to try to make recommendations to ECMC, the former COGCC, regarding how to minimize the use of freshwater for hydrological fracturing. I was asked to serve on that consortium. And so we will see what happens in the next year to 18 months. We have quite a bit of work cut out for us. There are 31 people seated on that consortium. So it's going to be interesting to see how a board or consortium of such size comes to consensus on recommendations. Next slide, please. up one project that the North Platte Basin Roundtable proposed to CWC for funding and was in the consent agenda last meeting. And it has to do with thinning on the state forest ground in Jackson County. This is an unusual project for the roundtable to support, in that this is work actually that the state forest itself should be achieving, and yet it has a linkage to water. And you'll see that this project was able to bring together funds from HPP as well as some money from CPW Oil and Gas Mitigation Fund, State Land Board contributed, and then CWCB funded about 1/3 of the total project cost. If you look at the yellow patches in the forest, these are areas of lodgepole pine that needs thinning in order to be a functional forest and watershed. And if you go to the next slide, please. This is material that was presented by the State Forest, Blair Rainierson, who was the proponent for the project. You can see an example of the impacts of the pine beetle infestation in the forests across the Rocky Mountains. You can also see that lodgepole is present on almost 60% of the Colorado State forest land. So the linkage for the roundtable in terms of water yield is highlighted on the next slide. Clear evidence, and I've provided a slide at the end for anyone who's interested for references, that thinning actually, by decreasing the canopy density, actually increases the snow water equivalent. So the focus for the funding from the roundtable has been on north-facing slopes to try and improve the snow retention and slow down the runoff in the spring from those slopes. And that reference is on the next page. You'll see, the next slide. You can see once Viola makes this available to everybody, the references for the scientific validation of those claims. Yeah.
For Director Vasquez. All right, thank you. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Felt. Director Vasquez, is that photo that you showed, is that right up, I guess to be just south of the Raywas, just right there on the Raywas?
I'm sorry, the photo or you mean the of the forest?
Yeah, for the project.
Right, that is, the state forest, if we go back, if we can, to the first slide in that part of the presentation, in the upper right-hand side of the slide, you see the outline of the state forest in green. Go back one, yeah. That inset doesn't show up very well on this slide. There's a black outline on it, and that is the state forest running along the Medbo Mountains on the east side of the North Platte Basin. And the picture of the forest is just an example in the forest of the state of health of the lodgepole pine in the forest. Thank you.
Platte and Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the South Platte Basin roundtables met a couple times since our last meeting. They've been good meetings. I was going to ask the Chasm Group question because we got presented information that they actually had to, I think, cancel some of their flights in our area because of the bad weather, which was really interesting. They couldn't get up to do some of the flights, so that was interesting fact. So the South Platte Basin has been meeting. As I usually like to do with my presentations, I start off thanking our previous hosts. So thanks to Northern Water, that was of course us there. Next slide, please. And then just because to get the crowd interacted, this is what we see from our point of view, is you guys back there. So I just want you to know we're included in watching you all, but really appreciate everybody participating here. Next slide, please. So since Director Anderson did mention the the drought status. I thought I'd include in this time, instead of focusing in on the state, just did the whole United States. So as Director Anderson said, it is really amazing that we're one of the few states in the nation that really is totally drought free right now, which is really, really amazing. In the South by Basin where I'm at, just below Denver, as I reported to you at I think our last meeting, we were actually pretty concerned because the upper South Platte Basin was pretty dry. You know, our proximity to Arkansas was being a detriment, and we were pretty dry in that area. And so we were really worried. I reported to you our pumping allotments were going to be 35%. We actually didn't plant some crops because of that. But the wet spring we had has just been really amazing. So those are pictures of different storms. That rain gauge there has, one storm was 3 inches. So it helped fill reservoirs. It helped with soil moisture. But again, as a reminder for those augmentation plans, our pumping allotment hasn't gone up because that was all based on water that was supplied last year or the year before that. So the timing of that, we're not going to see the advantages of that until hopefully next season or the seasons after that. As was reported by Director Ryan, the Republican River, amazing job that they've retired a little over 11,000 acres in the South Fork zone. But that's really just the beginning. What is the deadline? 2029? For the full 25,000 is 2029. So, you know, they still have a lot of challenges there. So we really appreciate everybody's support to support them in doing that, because they're really working hard to do that as well. And there's been different legislative efforts which have helped as well. So next slide, please. Storms that occurred in our area. We've also, as we've heard from Director Riss, had tornado events. And also I am ashamed to show this is a weedy field where we haven't been able to get in and take care of the weeds. And as Director Anderson said, it's amazing the growth that's going on in this area just with all the water. Next slide, please. It's been really strange in the sense that I've pumped more water off of our fields than onto our fields. So our electric bill has been about the same, but instead we're pumping water off the field. So this is a cornfield, and it's really important to get that water off immediately, because if you don't, the crop is going to die. Next slide, please. Video of one of the diversion structures, the Brighton Ditch, the high water flows on the left-hand side on the bottom, I'll come back to it, has actually washed out one of the retaining walls. So we're really worried about that. Overall, though, it's amazing. We've had a continual rainstorm. It's been wet continually. So we haven't had these flash flood events. The river has just been running high for a long period of time. For I don't know how many days it's been running really high. So it's really benefited the reservoirs. The reservoirs have filled, and yet we haven't seen the flash flooding events. So we're coming up on it again. Brighton has a diversion structure off the river on the right-hand side, the lighter colored area. When I zoom down on it, you'll see a privacy or a fence that they put up there. The high water you can see is the trash is accumulated on that on the right-hand side. And then as the drone flies a little bit farther, you're going to see where we're really concerned about the wing wall that's washed out. So we're hoping to come to the CWCB at some time with the joint project with the City of Brighton, City of Aurora, and some other partners, and hopefully changing this diversion structure. Next slide, please. Oh, see, so Paul couldn't be alone, but I'm not singing. Can you believe that, Paul? Director Boucher and I did not coordinate this. My radio works, and so I will not sing. I don't even know what song I'm playing on this day. But anyway, the hard rains really compacted the soil, so I'm out here with what's called a rotary hoe, and it's just trying to break up that crust to allow the crop to go through. The picture on the left, has anybody ever tried this trick? In the sense that, when it finally dries out, you have to work 24 hours to get the work done. So a little trick is, if you get tired, instead of drinking energy drinks, you pin a clothespin to your ear, and that severe pain will keep you awake. But I will warn you, I keep this clothespin on the visor of my pickup. Don't get pulled over by a policeman. They may see that clip and think something else. the River District had a series of, I think they call them State of the River meetings. I was able to attend a couple of them. Director Mitchell, this is Director Mitchell speaking. I think it just goes to this fact of how interested people are on hearing about what's going on in the river. So I'm really excited to have our conversations, and so was our roundtable. I think both the Metro and the South Platte Basins have talked about how important to keep up to date on what's going on with the Colorado River. So I think we really have some interest on your agenda for the communications plan on that. Next slide, please. This is the Drought Summit. Again, the Colorado River Drought Summit. That was the panel there. Thanks to CWCB. I thought it was a great event. I really appreciate it. Who was the evening speaker? Pete McBride? Peter McBride? Great presentation. Really was amazing. So thanks again. I think Brown and Caldwell helped bring him in. So thanks to them. That was fantastic. And I know Mr. Sands, you're probably listening online. Best wishes to you. But this picture of him, I wish you could see it close up, because I swear he's sleeping behind the pole over there. This is during the Drought Summit. But I'm sure he deserved it because of all the hard work. But your staff really did a great job putting together that Drought Summit. And I really learned a lot. Great group of panelists. Thank you. Next slide, please. July. This is the fireworks going on. And I only put this in because that same night, next slide, please. The roof of my house is that we got hit by lightning at 7:30 in the evening. I actually went to the front door, opened the door because as a good farmer, I want to see how much rain is going on. As I was standing there, blinding light, the boom, the house shook. I opened my eyes and I saw the electricity running down our driveway across the water that was running down the driveway. Yeah, really scary. So as we all work in water, it's a good reminder that if you hear thunder, it's time to get into protected areas. It was really amazing. Lost all the TVs and everything. I joke with people because I couldn't get the internet guy to come to our house for 4 days. So Julie and I didn't have internet, TV, we couldn't stream anything. So we actually had to talk to each other for 4 days. It was actually pretty beneficial. So we enjoyed that. Next slide. Conclusion. This is actually a view from Brighton. Those shiny buildings there are actually downtown Denver. And I thought that was neat. That's at sunrise. You see the reflection off the buildings. And just like Director Boucher always has in his messages, I want to also say the message of hope that it's really exciting to be able to participate and be a part of this and work together to really find the good solutions for everybody. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Director Sakata. Any questions for him? Director Anderson.
Yeah, this is just curiosity. When they retire land in the Republican Basin, are some of them still trying to farm it, dry land, or is it?
So my understanding of this is that they've allowed now some changes in CREP that they can do some dry land farming. In the past, it had to be totally dried up and no activity, and they had to prove that and continually watch that, just like any other dry up project. But they're working on ways to allow that.
They're headed for 25,000 acres. Where are they now?
At a little over 11,000 by the end of this year, next year, end of next year.
Sorry, is that to me? That's one of those sound delays. Thank you, Chairman Felt. So Director Sakata, this is brought to my attention that I think that the next meeting we have like a coordinated duet together. And if you want to borrow the 1983 8450, you can take the you can take the clip off your ear because there's no way you're falling asleep in that thing, dude.
It's a deal, Paul, and I'll trade you my pickup, which is 22 years old now and has 498,000 miles as of today. So
nice.
All right. Go ahead with the Arkansas report. I got it's kind of a report and then a few photos at the end. I appreciate everybody's sort of apologetic comments about the snowpack in the Arkansas. But honestly, we had a pretty decent snowpack. I mean, if we're over 80% on that 30-year average, I think, we feel like, okay, we're going to make this work. And, this may be a little sensitive, but part of what can make it work for us in a year like this, honestly, is Trans Mountain water. And we really saw that this year, where the Fry Arc project in particular, and also the Twin Lakes Tunnel, bringing in above average flows in a year where all of my West Slope colleagues have talked about amazing amounts of water available for everyone and flowing out of the state. But we've been able to bring that water over for supplemental irrigation and municipal water. And that's what diversification is about, is, trying to not be reliant on any one thing and spread that risk out. And so we're grateful to have that supplemental water. The Arkansas River is a very hardworking river. It's not really that big, and there's a lot of demands. And anyway, we're doing okay. One thing that really helped us was kind of that long, cool start to the summer. So the river only peaked at about, 2,800 CFS. So, well below normal, but long shoulders on that peak. So that's what you really like, because then you get more of your sort of mid-priority water rights stay in longer and get enough water to really do something. And when you don't have that real peak, maybe some of the truly junior water rights never come into priority, but those rights, I don't know, they're often supplemental. Not many people are able to do a whole lot just with those alone. So I think it's a pretty nice scenario for us, honestly, when things go the way they did this year, and we're doing fine. We normally have water from the Fry Arc project and from Pueblo Board of Waterworks to help us maintain a minimum of 700 CFS in the river for recreation from July 1st to August 15th. It's July 19th, and we're still, I didn't even look at it this morning, we're probably at 850 or something. So we haven't augmented the flow at all yet. And that's great, in a year where everybody's feeling sorry for us, hey, we're actually doing pretty well with it. Been to a lot of meetings since the last session. I want to thank Director Gibbs for coming to Eagle County for the CCI conference, the Colorado Counties Conference. We had an interesting panel with me being the chair of CWCB board, and well, it was going to be Becky, and she was too busy, and Dan stepped in, thankfully. So sort of chair and director, so to speak. And then the other two panelists were Kathy Chandler Henry, chair of the River District Board, and Andy Mueller, their director. So we had a pretty lively discussion about the Colorado River primarily. And yeah, just really appreciate you being there. That was great, and it's much appreciated. That was the third or fourth water panel that I've helped spearhead for CCI, and they're already talking about one for the winter. So that was really good. The very next day, the Drought Summit started. I thought that was an incredible event. So real shout out to the whole water supply planning section. Honestly, I thought Heather Dutton hit the nail on the head when she was up on stage and looked out and said, this is so cool. There's a lot of people in this room I've never seen before. And some of the sort of annual meetings we go to, you do see the same people every year, and that's a value too. But to have kind of a doorway for people to walk through like that, I think is really important. And for those who heard my comment about encouraging the younger people to not be shy about reaching out to older folks in the water community and, asking if they can have a beer or cup of coffee and just talk about stuff and kind of mentoring. I've had 4 people reach out to me and ask me to be their mentor. So I was kind of hoping it would all take care of itself. But my schedule's gotten booked up a little bit more, but that's cool. I thought it was an amazing event, and I hope we continue to do that The next week I went to the IBCC, already talked about that, but that was a really good meeting too. And then a few days later, I went down to the Rio Grande Basin Roundtable and visited with Director Combs and former Director Dutton. And I should have really checked the agenda before I made the hour-and-a-half drive, because I get all the way down there and the featured speaker is Jim Yon talking about return flows on the South Platte. Oh my God. I appreciate his words, but I've heard them a lot. And I went down to learn about the Rio Grande and South Platte, what can I say? I'm going to come back to the Green River trip with Department of Ag, but yeah, I'll just come back to that. But that was fantastic. Shortly after that, I think y'all were invited to a happy hour for Becky Mitchell with staff. I think I was the only director who was able to make it. It was a really, really nice evening and good turnout, a lot of great comments, and you could certainly feel her impact on the agency. Kirk made a great comment about how much she had healed a lot of sort of fractured relationships and things from the past, and was really leaving the agency in better shape. And tomorrow, this isn't really on the agenda, but tomorrow when she's here just before lunch, we are going to take a few minutes and kind of celebrate her transition to out of the agency and just into being the Upper River Commissioner. And then I wanted to thank, we had the Arkansas Basin Roundtable last week, I think it would have been. And, you know, we'd had the usual grousing going on down there about the grants and when you get your money and stuff like that. And so I reached out to Anna and she came all the way down to Pueblo to talk to us and did a fantastic job, as did Russ and Ben and Jeff. And she gave us a really great sort of big picture of what she's working on to make that whole process work better. And also helped with those other folks, helped us work through kind of a difficult conversation we'd been trying to have about funding for the Arkansas River Basin Water Forum, which is a huge deal in the Arkansas, and it's just a big event. It's 250 people. You know, it's about like the Drought Summit, and they did a really nice job of helping us sort of transition from a COVID deficit in funding to sustainable, self-sustaining funding in the future. So really, really appreciate that help. Let's see, I got a few slides here to you because they involve fish, but to me, they're each memorable in their own way. Let's see. First of all, I did want to say that Salida, where I live, you know, is really, it's at the crossroads of the Rockies, we call it, where US 50 and US 285 intersect. So I know a lot of you pass through, and I love it when you let me know, and I'll always try to make time to connect with you. But sometimes it just happens organically. And I was, so this is at the FIBARC Music or Whitewater Festival. It's got a lot of music too. And it's this huge event in Chaffee County in Salida. It was the 75th anniversary of this Whitewater Festival. And I think it was Thursday night. I don't know. Anyway, it's kind of locals night really before the crowd show. And I'm down there just grooving out to our local Grateful Dead jam band. And this gal starts dancing next to me. And I'm like, no, you know, just keep grooving. And I finally look over and it's Kat and her partner. And the hat I have there is every year there's a Commodore for FIBARC. It's sort of an honorary thing. And I was Commodore, I think it was 2014, but it's for life. So every year you have to go like to everything and wear your hat. And it's a lot of fun. So Kat, yeah, thanks for seeking me out. And it's always fun to see folks from the agency coming down. Next slide. Already, this is Kate's. I got this from Bethany, but I wanted to keep it in just because my wife and I, you know, we've been guides and outfitters since the early 80s. I don't know, over 40,000 river miles, just done a lot of boating, and but I really hadn't done a multi-day river trip in quite a while, and just really appreciate the invite from Kate. They let me bring Sue, and then Sue said, I'm not going unless you're rowing the boat. So we brought our boat too. And we just had a marvelous time. Really some great folks and some really good conversations going on, I thought. So the first day it was just the two of us. Next slide, which I had heard there was good fishing down there, but the river was really muddy. There were Mormon crickets all over the place. It was kind of like, I don't know, let's try it. And Sue really hadn't done any rowing in a long time because of some health stuff she's had going on. And so she took over the oars and like in the first 5 minutes or something, caught this big brown trout. And it was like, oh my gosh, this really is heaven. You know, a river I've never run with big fish. Next photo. Since we proved our boating ability, I guess that first day. So then we got to have guests on board. So we had Jeff Bridges, the senator, for a full day. And I really got to work him over on the drought task force thing. It's such a captive audience when you got somebody on your boat. But we just had a great conversation. He's a really neat guy. And he was kind of blown away that just like me, that there were fish like this in a river like this. And he had never done an overnight river trip before. And that last day, he made this comment that, man, I didn't know that all this time, exactly what I needed was a multi-day river trip in my life. And he's already reached out about, hey, when can we do something again? So that was just a great day with him. And then next slide. And then the next day we got Kelly on our boat. And you know, you'd think these were all the same fish. They were funny. I'm wearing the same clothes, you know, I'm holding these fish. They were all really similar, but you know, they're 3-pound plus brown trout. It's just really, really amazing. We had a great time with her. And I don't know if you can see the guy on the boat in the middle, right between us all, but the staff at CDA were really amazing. I'd met Bethany before, but Les, who he was really an incredible guy, gave such a cool talk about kind of the programs that are going on at CDA. And then this guy, is it Wonderad? Yeah, Wonderad, who does a lot of work on sort of, what do you call that? Protecting us against invasive stuff from other countries. Really fascinating talking to him. And that's just a great little shot of him through there. Kind of thumbs up. But it was very interesting to talk to him and to realize that we always think about all these invasives, you know, and coming from crazy countries and just, you know, what the hell are they doing over there? Look at now we got this, we got tamaris, we got zebra mussels and everything. It's like, actually other countries have a lot of trouble with the stuff that we generate too. And so he gave me a really good perspective on that kind of thing. And then the folks from the insectary, Dan and Christy, were amazing. And I just want to just wrap up by saying, you know, sometimes you got to get out of your own basin to kind of reconnect with what even your own basin is about. And that was certainly true for us getting on the river like that. But it also really helped us understand what's going on at Department of Ag. So we really appreciate the invite and encourage anybody else to take that opportunity. It ever comes along. That's my last slide. That's the end of my report.
Question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to ask, or I request from you actually, if you wouldn't mind taking on the road the progress at the speed of trust. That I think was perfect timing at the Drought Summit, and you guys did a great job. If you haven't heard the presentation, you can still go online and I think on engagecwcb.org and see that. It was really fantastic. So
thank you. That was a really interesting theme at a Drought Summit, was to talk about trust for an hour or so. But yeah, I think we all really enjoyed it. So, thank you. Anything else? Okay. All right, let's go to City and County of Denver with Director Brody.
Well, thank you all. And apparently I've got to up my video game. If I could go to the next slide. So I know there were a couple comments about Chatfield, and so I thought I'd just show a couple of photos of what Chatfield looks like now that it's full. As you all recall, the board approved an agreement to help fund the environmental pool. you know, when we were putting together that agreement, no one knew if or when we'd ever be able to actually fill it, but here it is. Here's what it looks like to see Chatfield completely full. Next slide. I also thought I'd just give a quick update on our lead reduction program. I know you've heard me talk about this at many meetings, and I reported previously that we were very fortunate to secure some federal funding through the state SRF. And just wanted to point out the way that that has enabled us to really accelerate the lead service line replacement work that we're doing. As of June, so halfway through the year, we had already replaced over 3,200 lead service lines this year alone. And we are working up to essentially doubling our prior lead line replacement rate thanks to that federal funding. Altogether, we're closing in on 19,000 lines replaced. So we're making good progress in that program. Next slide. Also wanted to give a couple of quick updates on the collaboration we have with CSU at the Hydro Building. There were a couple of grand opening events. There's some really cool interactive gardens and exhibits right out front of the building between us and the river. And part of the plan for National Western was really to open up river access. So if you haven't been out there, I'd encourage you to go check it out. The other really exciting news is that our new water quality lab received its full certification from CDPHE. Our staff worked incredibly hard to get that new state-of-the-art lab set up to do all of the testing and to demonstrate that we were ready to process official samples, and we achieved that milestone, which is great. Next slide. Finally, I just wanted to share that our board has selected Alan Salazar as our new CEO manager. Alan is someone who I'm sure is familiar to many of you. He's been in the public sector in a variety of roles for most of his career at the state level, serving members of Congress. And most recently, the last 6 years, he's been Mayor Michael Hancock's chief of staff. And as of Monday, with the transition of mayor in Denver, he's now out of that role and he'll be joining Denver Water in August. And I'm hoping that he'll be at Water Congress. And I look forward to introducing you all to Alan, either there or sometime later in the year. But Alan's wonderful. I had the opportunity to work with him when I was at the city and county of Denver. You know, he started his career in the natural resource space, and I think is really excited to be part of the water community again. And we're thrilled to have him at Denver Water. And that's all I've got.
Questions for Director Brody? Lead line updates. I've been hearing them my whole career here on the board, and it's really great to see you guys just continue to make amazing progress on that. East, the Rio Grande River Basin Director's Report with Director Combs.
Finally, something I want to talk about. I'm joking. So if you're gonna go to that next slide, everybody's showing rivers of pictures of floods and everything. This is the Las Alces North Channel at 1190 CFS. The Army Corps of Engineers has set it at 1200 at flood stage, and when we hit 1200, then we trigger a lot of problems. And so the significance of this, see the water, it's not going to hold anymore anyway. But Director Felt, we ruined all the fishing on the Kness all year, because once we hit this stage, we shut the reservoir off. So it was running 50 feet, so nobody could fish the Kness. And then when things changed, we went from no releases to 700. And no one could fish the Kness. So anyway, a year of some differences. Go ahead and change the next slide, please. Grand at Lobatos, this is where we pay our compact. The previous gauge is where the Caneo system pays its compact obligation. This is where the state of Colorado pays its Rio Grande obligation. 3040 CFS is a huge amount of water for us at the bottom of the system. It was a pretty significant amount of water flowing through there. So we went down and took some pictures and kind of memorialized it. On the other side of there where all the green is, we don't have Mormon crickets down there. Got lots of Mormons, but we don't have lots of Mormon crickets. But on that side is usually there's another cliff edge on that side that was completely filled up and banking out. So it's pretty. This is the oldest iron bridge crossing at the De Vargas crossing at Lobatos. Go ahead. The Rio Grande box starts. I don't know if you've been to the Taos Gorge. This is where it starts, just south of Las Alces, and the gorge. The box starts here and gets deeper and deeper as it goes into New Mexico. So yeah, next slide. Please. Beloved, right? Platoro Reservoir. Platoro was built after the Rio Grande Compact was signed, and so it has a whole lot of restrictions on it. The significance of this is Article 7 of the Rio Grande Compact says that if Elephant Butte, which is clear down in Las Cruces, New Mexico, if it doesn't have 400,000 acre feet of usable project water, no post-compact reservoir can store water. And so we've had about 10 years where we can't store any holdover water. We can do yearly direct flow and then retime and release, but we could do no holdover water. And we got down to 13,400 acre feet. And so that's where we started off April 1st, and with the runoff, and then of course having to close the gates, we got about as full as we could get within our legal joint pool of 52,171. We legally could go to 53.5, but if we got that high, there again, the Army Corps takes over and their first order is release 5,000 feet. So we try to keep them out of our business. So it is quite significant for us there. If you look in the background, that's Kness Peak, the white one there with the snow on it still. On June 5th, we had more snow on Kness Peak than we had May 27th. Because of the weather and the snow, it kept snowing at that elevation instead of raining. So it's just a great year. And even down the white speck right at the water line, all of that is still snow at that time of year. So that was a good picture. Next one. Ag panel at our roundtable, the education committee put it together. It was just producers within the valley that got together and talked about some of the issues. And I'll tell you what, that was amazing. They talked about the challenges. They talked about some of the way they see the obstacles. One of the things I appreciated about it is it brought out how could we build a better nexus of funding and ag, and what do those programs look like? And so we're going to continue on with that because there was a whole lot of good information that came out of that roundtable discussion. Finally had to shut it off because of time, but I mean, the participation was just amazing to have all the information. We had cattle ranchers from all four corners. We had farmers, potatoes, grain, hay, all of it. And it was a fantastic discussion. And there again, the application is they discussed what would real usable programs look like that could help ag remain viable. Director or City Engineer Ryan already talked about the SWAG trial. It began Monday. That's a very significant trial for us. Pardon the pun, but it is kind of one of those watershed trials because there's a whole lot coming in on that, on proportional responsibility for sustainability and allocations. And it's kind of turning into the Wild West, but the trial is still going on. The Rio Grande what's that? Water ag groups, augmentation group. Yeah, Sustainable Water Augmentation Group. So this is a group of 12 farmers that have a significant amount of land. The Subdistrict 1 has some challenges of meeting their sustainability. And as Director Ryan implied, we've got the new plan of water management that would possibly raise fees to $500 per acre foot. This is a group that doesn't have a whole lot of surface water, and so they're trying to look for another option to maintain ag. And part of that is to try to build their own augmentation plan rather than follow with the sub-district. But there again, like I said, some of the issues are case of it, sustainability is still a thing. And so there's just a lot of unknowns there, but we'll see how that goes. The Rio Grande Compact trial, if you remember last time I reported, we finally had a compact signed, first time in 10 years, we had the accounting signed. The reason I bring this up is the federal government is opposing the judge's ruling that the 3 states agree on. So it's the big name in the room, but the the seeming, and I mean no disparagement to any federal partners that we have, but the seeming overreach of the federal entities to start getting their fingers into our compacts is concerning. And I view the Rio Grande as them trying to kick the first leg out from under the stool to set a precedent of how they want to manage and kind of encroach on the Colorado. And so we don't want to let all the issues that are relevant on the Colorado overshadow also what's happening on other compact rivers within our state. And so there's legislation being proposed by New Mexico that got put down. There's some other legislation floating around, but we really need to stay vigilant that the autonomy of the state of Colorado in managing its water remains our top priority. Senate Bill 28, as far as it goes to the Republican, I know they've done really well with that money because of the lands that they've been setting aside. The Rio Grande has been struggling a little bit more because ours is for groundwater. And so it's tough to get a farmer to decide he doesn't want to farm anymore. And we do finally have some applications coming in, and the first round will close September 29th. And then there'll be another opportunity to get that. If it's all right, before we go to the next clip, I'll just tell you I had an opportunity to do a podcast, and I don't know if you've ever done that. You know, they get to rate, they get all the comments that go. So let me read you. This is my favorite comment. For a man with a face made for radio, he didn't manage to mess up the only form of media that he should still be available to him. I think that was my wife. Anyway, yeah, I had a lot of fun on that. It was good. I think she got all of her friends together and they bashed me. Anyway, so if it's right, I got this video late, and I really appreciate you getting in there, but operating a reservoir has its advantages. You get to go places other people don't get to go. And so when you watch this video, there's a part where we look down and see the rocks. The water's coming out so hard that usually those rocks are under 8 feet of water, but the pressure of this release has just sucked the whole pool dry. So if you can start that one. Right there. Here is how it's up higher than the road going clear up in, so. That's all I have. I'm just grateful for the job I have and the ability to work in natural resources, so thank you.
Great. Any questions for Director Combs? Director Scott?
Director Combs, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I will. Now, I recently read some reports about a joint agreement among the counties, to talk about water planning efforts. Do you have any update on what's going on in that arena? Is it just strictly for water, or is it for development in general, or?
Are you talking within the valley?
Yeah.
I guess I honestly don't know which one you're talking about. We always try to stay collaborative, whether it's through the San Luis Valley commissioners or as the roundtable, but I guess I don't know specifically what you're referring to, sorry.
Okay, I thought there was some type of a written agreement going around for the counties to approve to participate in this joint planning effort, but I'll share the article with you and see.
Yeah, I'd like to see the context of it because I'm drawing a blank, sorry.
Okay, and then also just, I did mention to Director Combs that in my written report that you all got, one of the items on that is potato days down in the valley and in the center, so be sure to check that out.
Nice. So if I could follow up with just one last thing, since we're comparing, I have a pickup 1988 Chevy, literally 1 million miles. What? Literally, it owes me nothing else. It is on the retirement pile. So, anyway, thanks again.
Wow. That's pretty sustainable. All right, so we're done. Does anybody have anything else they want to bring up before we recess? I guess we're going to start tomorrow at 8:30 with the operational planning. Breakfast is at 7:30 in the Capitol room down the hall. Yes.
So for that discussion on the operational plan, please bring your laptops because, and I really hope that we have internet. Hopefully we have internet. Greg is going to be virtual and he has some polling set up where you guys will participate in a sort of a polling question scenario. So I'm really hopeful that it works.
Okay, and then just remember to review those questions for tomorrow and I'll catch you at breakfast or something and just try to get